All right, so last time we opened with the Rainfalls in different rooms, but all having nice discussions about various things, including possible movie projects now that they have Fwedwick and Honey. After that, we had Lorelai, Country, and Sasha walk up to have a discussion with Ash. After a crash mental evaluation, Country would leave, and Sasha would have a stern talk with Ash. She'd beat him down while telling him how much he'd hurt her and how much his actions had really affected people around him. He'd be informed that once the crisis was over, he would be immediately removed from the squad, and that this was his last chance, and if he fucks up again, he's gonna have to go through a living hell. Tal would arrive to pick up Ash, only for Suletta to flirt somewhat awkwardly, but still score a date, with Tal agreeing to come to a Rainfall breakfast. The Rainfalls went to film The Room, while Ash went to the frontier to help answer a distress beacon on a frontier colony. On the side of the room, Davine had a intimidating scene with poor Guillotine before they were trapped for many hours, trying to get Tommy Wiseau to say one line correctly. On the frontier, it was discovered that it was lichens that they were dealing with, and a ferocious fight ensued, with the ranger squad being forced to retreat to a castle that was on the planet. The Rainfalls went to Lorelai's hometown and had a wonderful day walking the streets and having fun, buying things and talking, before Julius and Pequod went off to have a romantic dinner alone. Back on the frontier, the Rangers were able to successfully ambush and kill a Lycan Prime, giving them the ability to spend the night holed up defensively in the castle, waiting for daylight where they can blow up the den of the Lycans. The rest of the Rainfalls had a nice pizza night out with Sasha and Towns, discussing various things, including some heavy shit, while Pequod and Julius spent the night together, drinking a little while thinking about the past and the future. And I believe that's everything.
I appreciate your candor.
Okay, so it's the next morning. Julius and Pequod have had quite a few drinks. They killed that bottle and a half bottle of wine, so they're out cold. Wine, very high alcoholic content. Hunk and Davine sleeping. Rainfall spent the night on the ship because nobody to land the ship once it got back to Gateway. Davine's alarm, unfortunately, goes off, and it is only 7:30 in the morning. She awakens to the alarm blaring in this little private room.
She looks at the alarm, rubs her face, groans a bit, reaches over to turn it off and get her day started.
Hunk is gonna attempt to stop her arm, pull her back into him, and hit snooze.
Oh, alright. She'll hit snooze, bury her face into his chest.
Good. Another 15 minutes in bed won't kill us.
No, I don't think it will.
Who's gonna wake up Pequod?
Me and Letty could always play rock, paper, scissors. Or since you love me and her very much, you could always go do it yourself.
Oh, joy. Okay, yeah. You know her and Julius sleep nude, I think, every night, right?
I was not aware of that.
Yes, I was. I found out the hard way when I kicked their bedroom door in.
Davine starts to laugh. That sounds like something he would do.
Oh, shit.
What? What's wrong?
We gotta film the rest of the room. Oh, he groaned.
She reaches over to the nightstand, picks up her wrist computer, looks at the time.
Oh.
God. I just hope it's not like yesterday.
He just keeps groaning.
Oh, darling.
It'll be okay. Tommy said he'd be on his game. Sits straight up in bed. Christ.
She rubs her face, gets out of bed, and starts to get dressed.
He starts getting dressed and handing her some clothes, the hoodie and stuff like that, turning the light on. Davey notices, though. Maybe it's just the way the light's hitting him. Or maybe it's the fact she just really hasn't noticed. Or her eyes are a little blurry, but he's ripped. Completely ripped. He's in better shape than she is at this point.
Davine stares back at him, sets the hoodie on the bed, walks over to him and hugs him from behind.
Yeah. Grabs a bottle of water, starts drinking it, turning around, his arm ultra defined in Davine's face.
She is just staring at him with some bedroom eyes.
He hands the bottle of water over to her. If only there was time.
She starts to pout. Fine.
And there'll be time. We're going back to the cabin tonight.
Then there'll be ample time. Perhaps we could get the kids out. Somehow make them, I don't know, make a snowman with the kids or something. She starts to take a sip of the water, her hand visibly shaking, staring at Hunk.
Okay. He's gonna grab her hand.
She lets out a long whistle. Oh, baby, I'm more than fine.
He looks down at himself and back up at her. What, you like what you see or something?
Who wouldn't?
Ha! He's gonna laugh and kiss her on the cheek. Been working out a lot more.
I could see that. I'll have to join you one of these days. She smacks him on the butt and then starts to continue getting dressed.
Oh, I'd appreciate that. As he gets dressed too, he is going to walk to the door, and then she sees him stop. The door opens, but he's got his hand death gripping the side of the door vestibule.
She looks back at him. Everything okay, dear?
She hears Suletta's voice. What is wrong with you? Coming from the middle of the
She squints, walks up behind him, and peeks out the door.
Uh-oh.
Oh?
Suletta shrugs and waves at Davy.
She waves at her, looks up at him, pats him on the back. Honey?
He will guide her out of the room and just stand there. He's just staring blankly off into the distance.
She starts waving her hand in front of her face and looking at Suletta and shrugging.
Memrian starts laughing at him, and that breaks his concentration. Oh. Suletta, worried about the room, film day 2. We got Julius a cabin. You know that, right?
Yes, we did.
How the hell are we... What can we get Nicole? Her birthday's coming up.
Davine turns her head, starts to look off into the distance, puts her hand up to her mouth and starts biting at her nails.
Suletta, I know what I'm getting her.
And yeah, what's that?
Surprise. She shrugs and waves Davine off dismissively. You can't get one child something extravagant and the other... Oh my god, what have we done?
It was your idea. It was your idea.
Well, my dad helped me get my place. I'm just doing what he taught me.
Well, what other gifts has your father given you?
Comic book toys?
That's gonna work for a 21-year-old girl, yeah.
Lewd pictures of elven women.
Yes. Lewd pictures of elven women. Your 21-year-old daughter who was happy with a Spartan.
God, what are we gonna do? I didn't even think about this. These kids are already hard enough to shop for. Pequod's can have whatever she wants at any time, and in turn, so can they.
She shrugs, starts tapping her foot. I don't know. Maybe... She looks over to the captain's quarters, points at it. Maybe they have a clue.
Banksy should know, right?
I would think he would.
We'll ask him. We gotta get... I mean, we have a month. We got time. But we gotta figure something out. Worst comes to... We got the money. We just get her own... He looks around confused. Place? I mean, for her and Banksy. And then we could go there. And that's another place. So that... It just scoffs at both of them.
What are you over there scoffing about?
I don't think material things will work.
She just stares at her, starts tapping her foot. Helpful Words right now, please, Letty.
Suletta, go ahead. We can convene at the apartment. We'll have a meeting about it. Mama Lan messaged me. She's cooking us breakfast. Hunk. Oh, thank God. He's gonna guide Davine over to Suletta. I'll go get you 2 tea. And Memrian puts her hand up, and Hunk looks down, and Suletta, she can have a cup too. Hunk, right. He goes this way.
Davine leans back in the seat, pushes her hair behind her ears, and just sighs.
Suletta snickers at Davine.
Oh, yes, very funny. She shakes her head, looks over to the room where Icy and Banksy are saying, but seriously, what can I get her?
Suletta turns and looks at Davine. There's nothing to worry about. I don't think she wants anything.
It's still a nice gesture, and we got Julius a cabin, for Christ's sakes.
Yes. Perhaps you should have thought about it more. Ha 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 ha.
So, I probably should have.
When it comes to spellcasters, meaningful gifts go a long way, as opposed to materialistic gifts. Yes.
She nods. Yes.
One of my most prized possessions is simply this, and she hands her a small locket. My father gave it to me when I was young.
She
Far and
nods.
away from a cabin.
She nods, looks at it, hands it back to her. Yes. One of the only gifts I ever got for Julius. Well, I didn't really get it. It's complicated. It was a locket with my picture in it. So, and he's kept it for many years. So,
And you have the egg. That creature inside will... those type of gifts goes a lot longer way. How did you get a locket when you were a rat? As Hunk comes back out with the tea and hands it to Davy.
it wasn't when I was a rat. I gave it to him before everything happened. More accurately, I gave it to Cyrus, and then he gave it to Julius. It had my picture in it, so he could recognize me when I came to get him.
Well, he held on to it all those years. Hunk, yeah, he had it back in the headhunter days, from what I remember.
Davy nods. He had it around his neck back on the Majestic, too.
Whoa. Hunk looks around. Maybe we could get her some Malcolm movie DVDs. She seems to like those now.
Davy shrugs. Oh, God.
But there's nothing to worry about.
No, yes, I'm sure there isn't. She looks at Hunk, tilts her head.
Hunk, what about like a place like your place? And he points down to Suletta, a lakeside place for her and Banksy, and then we could go there. Suletta just scoffs at him one more time.
That would be a no, then.
Suletta, we'll talk about it at the apartment. And then, you could try to ask her what she thinks about it as Suletta nods over to the door here and you guys see it opening.
Davine clears her throat. Thank you for the tea, darling, trying to sound casual as she takes a sip of it.
Banksy comes out looking around. Are we back on Gateway yet?
Technically, she looks out the front cockpit. We haven't landed yet, that's Pequod's job.
I see. Wow, we're just circling.
Yes, we are.
Wish I knew how to land a ship. She comes over looking out the window. Banksy, we could just go anywhere else and not go back to the set of the room. As he sits down and starts laughing.
We have to. We have to for Tommy.
Did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit, Icy.
Yes. We got the take, though. We got the take. 1 in 73. She takes another sip.
Suletta, well, we're filming the sex scene today. So.
Oh. Yes, I think Scar is going to be directing that one.
Lucky Scar. Tea? He points at Icy and Banksy, and Icy shakes her head. Banksy, no. I'm hungry. So that while Mama Lance prepared a breakfast for us. I just need to wake up the drunkards.
Ah, the drunkards. She looks
They
up.
drank last night?
Davian shrugs. They did seem a bit tipsy last I saw them.
Hunk sits down. Good. Good for them. Good.
Not that they're probably regretting it right now. They are lightweights, if you really think about it. Julius never drinks in Pequod. Well, she puts a hand out to about her head height while she's sitting. You know.
I see. At least they ate first.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't think they ate before they got drunk at Lasley's bunker a long time ago. But
The famous drunk night that Julius will never talk about.
Hunk, I was there. Briefly, but yeah.
Oh, was it all the raving fun that I think it was?
Casey, it was stupid. Looking at TV, sitting down.
So I bet it was.
Yeah, Julius was on the floor calling Davine, or calling Lasley Davine. Come on, Davine, sit down next to me. Come on. I see. I can attest to this, yes.
Davine inhales through her teeth. Oh my.
Excluding Ash's, weirdness, or whatever they always talk about. I see. Trying to call General Rico. Yeah. Alright. Butting into other people's business where it's not his place. Idiot. I think they had fun up until they woke up.
So, she shrugs. I'm sure that they did.
Ceres got drunk for the first time.
Oh,
Yeah, vampire, blood, something. He looks at Icy and Icy shrugs. Blood, wine, something like that.
right. She takes another sip of the tea and then shakes her head.
Icy, so who's gonna wake up Pequod? And Julius?
Ah! Davine looks over at Suletta, and then over at Banksy and Hunk.
Hunk, Banksy, they sleep nude. Banksy, I'm not doing it. Just looks away. Suletta, not my kids.
Davine sighs, stands up. I'll do it.
Hunk, you wanna go together? Or you got it.
I got it.
Okay, thank God. Your turn to see Julius naked.
She just lets out a big sigh and walks towards the door. And then pounds on it.
Pequod, God! Wakes up grabbing her head. Wake up, Julius! She hits Julius in the shoulder.
Julius sits up and grabs his head. Oh, shit.
Oh my God, it's so bright in here. There's no lights on.
What? Why are you talking so loud?
She has one eye closed, squinting around with the open one. My head is fucking killing me.
Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Oh, God.
If you're gonna throw up, just wait to throw up on Tommy.
Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't want to do that. He'll throw up, too.
Holy shit, how much of the wine did we drink? Davine can come.
Davine peeks her head in. I don't remember, like, that one whole bottle and then half of another.
Julius, you have to act today.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, maybe this character can be, like, recovering alcoholic or something. Who knows?
Pequod looks down at herself. Oh my God, we did get drunk. We're still dressed. Davine hears that as she walks in, seeing them both sitting there.
Oh, thank God. He looks up. Ma? Hello, darling. She looks at Pequod. Darling, we have to get up. We're having to We're circling Gateway as we speak, and we have to get to the room. Julius,
Pequod grabs her forehead. Oh, God.
he shakes his head. I mean, do we have to? Maybe we could just tell Tommy I was KIA or something.
Pequod. Yeah, technically speaking, she gets herself up. Still shocked she's still dressed. Julius hasn't filmed any scenes yet. He could be replaced by somebody.
Maybe Banksy could do it.
You hear a no coming from the...
Damn it. He stands up. Yeah, we'll get up, don't worry. He looks down at himself. Holy shit.
That was really good wine. She's grabbing her temple.
Yeah, it was really good.
I think maybe next time we just drink a little less, and then we'll get till we're buzzed. Then we have time for fun.
Yeah, he starts nodding and rubs his eyes. Yeah. Davine's just watching the two of them. She nods. Well, when you're ready, we have to land and get to the set.
Is there anything to eat? She looks at Davy.
Oh, yes, there's a kitchen. I'm sure there's like eggs, toast. Toast is good for hangovers. I'm sure there's something in there.
Suletta Mama Lynn's cooked for us from the...
Davine looks back. I know, I probably want to eat something before we land.
Pequod, what did she cook?
Davine looks at Pequod. She cooked breakfast, that's all I'm truly aware of. She pats her on the shoulder.
Something
Sure.
greasy?
Hopefully, for you two. All the eggs, bacon, and hash browns you could ever hope for.
I hope. She's gonna shuffle out, the light hitting her from the ship. She's covering her eye.
Julius rubs the sides of his temples. Jesus. He looks at Davine, and Davine chuckles at him. It's not that funny. It's sort of funny. He shakes his head and steps out. God.
Pequod, come on, Julius.
He holds her hand, walks up to the mess hall.
She staggers this way. Oh, God. Have fun?
He looks at him. A blast.
Lacey's gonna snap both of her fingers in her hands, thumbs and the index fingers. Boom, boom. She's got 2 bottles of water.
Julius looks at the bottles of water. Picks one up. Hey, thanks.
Sip slowly.
Yeah. Cracks it open, takes a sip.
Soon as it hits your mouth, your headache is gone.
He blinks a couple times. Looks at the water. Holy crap.
It starts to come back slowly, and Icy, drink the bottle slow, and by the time you finish it, it'll be gone. Pequod, staring at the bottle, just starts drinking slowly.
He'll also start taking slow sips.
My last 2, Pequod, we appreciate it. Comes over here, sipping the water.
You know, trust me. Trust me, we do. He walks over, pats her on the head.
How many bottles of wine did you drink? She's watching you sip the bottle.
Only 1.5. Together, not to ourselves.
Gilletta, expensive wine, high alcohol content. Yes.
Julius nods. Wait, did we check the alcohol content?
Pequod, no, we started talking about depressing stuff about Integra, and we just started drinking after that.
Julius groans. Yeah, that's right. I remember.
She sips more of the water, rubbing her temple. You know, that food was excellent, though. We'll go back. We'll take everybody. You should have seen it.
I'm not joking when I say he gestures out from him, from like the bridge to the lift. That's about how big the banquet room was.
Lorelai's private dining space thing.
Yeah, yeah.
There's
It was-
something called a Tarrasque skull on the, I don't know, hearth.
Davine coughs some of the tea into her cup. Totally a Tarrasque. And Julius nods down at her.
So that Lorelai killed it. Back when she was on the frontier. Long ago. Before I was born.
Davine's eyes widen a bit, sets down her teacup. Another reason to be terrified of her.
I see, aren't those really dangerous? Siletta. Yes. Very. Which is why
Very.
we should deeply consider when we decide to chuck tomahawks at her window and do things like that. I see. No, she likes it. Just starts laughing.
Yeah, she likes it, especially the notes that I have to write her.
Pequod, well, yeah, as long as they smell like you. Starts coming over here to land the ship. Breakfast!
Breakfast. He puts up his drink and then takes another sip of it.
So, you had fun though, right?
Yeah, it was fun.
You relaxed, enjoyed yourself, and as long as we have a line to that water, you can do it every once in a while.
Julius nods. Plus, I think it would be better if we did it on a day that, we could actually sleep in.
Yeah. Oh, I've been thinking as Pequod's starting the landing procedures, somewhat complex. She's got to whip around back to Gateway, back to the dock for the apartment. I've been thinking maybe we, down at the beach house, something like that, we'll go buy some alcohol, some mixed drinks, relax.
Julius nods. Sounds like a plan, Dad.
Everybody can have a few drinks, kick back and relax. Have a good time. Except you. He turns and looks at Banksy. I never would have gave you that beer if I knew you were 17. Banksy, well, it's no big deal. Shrug.
Yeah. Takes another sip of the water. I really wish we knew that beforehand.
Siletta, old enough to fight, old enough to die, old enough to have a drink every once in a while.
He shrugs. Fair enough. I was pretty much the same age when I had my first drink, so he shrugs.
We're gonna watch Attack on Titan this weekend, right? At least when we go to the cabin. Oh, that... Watching a cartoon?
Yeah, it's anime. It's an anime that me, Pequod, Icy, and then we're gonna be showing Minxie. All three of us. We really like it.
Siletta, The Chronicles of Young Davine.
Julius groans as Davine tilts her head. Chronicles of Young Davine?
Siletta, maybe we could all watch some of it together. The kids can be occupied, playing in the snow. Maybe they'll looks at Memory Ann build a snowman. She gestures with her hands and Memory Ann nods, and Zanzibar can protect them.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Looks at Davine. We'll get to show you the adventures of young Davine on the planet of Gallia. And Davine looks even more confused. What?
Pequod, you look like the main character. Kind of, not really.
I do? She looks at Julius and he sort of shrugs. Yeah, a little bit. And it will show her a picture of Mikasa. She tilts her head. I suppose the hairdo is a bit similar.
I see. You kind of look like her, but you don't have the elf ears. I wonder what Malcolm thought about... Or, Mikasa doesn't have the elf ears. I wonder what Malcolm thought about that.
He said it was another liberty in the slew of liberties taken in this show.
Pequod groans, drinking the water. The ship has landed. Breakfast.
Yes, breakfast.
She's gonna come this way. You have to carry me. Looking up at you.
He'll pick her up. Anything for you, princess.
And for the first time ever, you try to carry her and you stumble because your equilibrium's
Okay. If I fall, just fall on top of me, yeah?
Spartan, keep him upright. Banksy. Oh, comes in, helps you stand up straight.
Thank you, Banksy. You're a good kid.
He nods. Suletta claps her hands together purposely extremely loud, causing an immense amount of pain in your head, Julius. And Pequod. God damn it, she turns back, glaring at Suletta.
Dude. He looks back at Suletta.
She snickers, and I'll get the rest of the children. I actually call for Zanzibar. I see. Right. Let's go. Zanzibar comes aboard the ship, grabs all the kids. You guys make your way. He gets them down here first. You make your way down the stairs, and as you're coming down the stairs, you see Krellin looking around with binoculars. To which Suletta just sees him stare around.
Davine looks past Julius. Krellin, what are you doing?
Look for Ash.
Ash is on the frontier, bud.
That's what you think. He looks back.
Julius nods. That is what I think.
Could be anywhere, looking to steal things.
I think you're good for right now, buddy. He's far, far away. We don't even know where he is right now.
Krellin, fix TV. He puts his hand on his chest. Think put bomb in it. Give to Ash as gift. But Blaze, stop. Lacey starts laughing.
Well, thank God for Blaze. Let's not try and kill the Sherion for right now, yes? Or at
Say
least,
so. He starts staring at Davine with the binocular.
or at least plant a bomb to kill him.
You could hurt somebody else, Krellin. Think about it. Krellin, fair point. Deal with Ash some other way. Hunt. Just smell like a wet cat. Just sniffing the air.
Davine starts sniffing the air. Yes, I suppose so.
Blaze comes out. Oh! Good morning, Rainfalls.
Morning, Blaze.
You're looking worse for wears. Keep drinking that water.
Yes, sir.
It does smell like there's excellent food being served and cooked. You can hear people from the kitchen. Blaze, Mama Land's prepared an excellent breakfast. Cheese, scrambled eggs, hash browns, toast, bacon. Should do you some good.
Julius's eyes starts to widen as he nods and looks down at Pequod. Gotta love Mama Land.
Looks like you guys didn't have the most relaxing of nights. Let's just put it that way. Pequod looking at Julius, then back at him. A little too much to drink. Set me down, Julius.
He sets her down.
She stands upright, working her way down the stairs. Everybody moves down. Pequod, what is that horrendous smell? I mean, the food, it smells great, but it just smells musky in here. Krellin, wet Scar. Just looks around.
Wet Scar?
Blaze, yes! Yes, late last night. Motherfucker, they better be that back. Is that Julius I fucking hear?
Julius looks up. Yeah, it's Scar you here, bud.
God fucking damn it. Scar appears here holding this thing, fighting to get out of his arm. And it's giving Scar a run for his money. He can barely keep it in his arms.
Julius's eyes widen as he looks back at Hunk.
Hunk, it hatched! Icy's eyes wide. Scar, yes, it hatched. Sprayed every gun with this. It's like a small fire hydrant. It's your turn to get sprayed. This is your problem. He hands it to Icy with a big grin on his face. She hugs it, and its shell starts to glow. She's awestruck by it, and Scar, spray her. Be a minute. Why isn't it fighting to get away from her? Suletta starts chuckling at poor Scar. Look at this thing! He points to his eye. This thing headbutted me and gave me a black eye.
Julius shrugs. Maybe it's just different with magic users?
Suletta, it's looking for its mother, and now it's found it. Scar, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Still soaking wet. Blaze chuckling.
Daving chuckles. Well, it has been trying to hatch for a very long time, and it just so happened to hatch while we were gone.
Soletta nods her head. Adult water tortoises give off an immense amount of arcane energy. So, the next closest thing, she points down to Icy and pats her on the head. Mom. Scar. Fuck. Just standing still, soaking wet. Pequod starts laughing.
You should probably get dried off.
Yes. Yes, I already had breakfast. I'll get dried off and get ready for the room. Mama Lance cooked breakfast for you. Krellin, good breakfast. Scar dejectedly walks away.
Daving calls out right next to Julius's ear. Thank you, Ska! And Julius winces a bit and covers his ear.
Krellin, very fine specimen, points down at it and goes and sits down in the kitchen.
Daving looks at Icy holding the water turtle. Looks at Hunk. Say something to her.
Hunk, he goes to say something and Pequod immediately starts drooling over it because it's small and cute. Oh my god! She starts poking it in the head. Icy here. Hands it to her. It fights its way out of Pequod's arms, jumps right back on her. Oh, come on! Pequod! Blaze, by the way, that thing sprayed all of Zap's computers. He cried all night. Icy, oh no.
Oh. Julius rubs the back of his neck. We should probably buy him new computers then.
Icy, I'll mend it.
Oh, thank God. That is a lot less money.
She starts walking this way. Pequod, come back! She follows her. Pequod was awestruck by that thing. We'll say something when they get done. Let's go eat. Come on.
Yes, please.
Besides, we need time to figure some things out. Blaze, figure what out as he guides you all into the kitchen. Mama lad Julie!
Hi, Mama Lan.
Zuletta sitting down. Hunk's patting the lap for Davy.
She takes her seat.
I'm so proud of Julius. You look like you got hit by a train. Sasha, what the hell happened to you, Julius?
Me and Pequod started talking about some depressing things last night. He picks up a piece of bacon, takes a bite of it, and we got a little drunk.
Sasha, nice. You've had fun?
Yeah, we did. We really did.
Hunk nods his head.
We're regretting it in the morning, slightly, but it was still fun.
Suletta, once you get food in you and you finish that bottle of water, you'll feel perfectly fine. Your equilibrium should be back to normal. So eat and drink.
Julius nods. Yes, ma'am.
Mama Land, yeah, you don't have the luxury of feeling sick. Mr. Wiseau depended on us.
Julius just sighs. I have to act today.
Zap, you'll be right as rain. You feel better, don't worry. I saw Chili walking up this way with that demon turtle. She gonna fix my computers, right?
Davy nods. Yes, Zap. She'll mend them for you.
Good. The whole apartment, this floor soaking wet because of that little thing. Hunk starts laughing.
Davy sighs. Looks over at Rolly. I could tell Fredwick to help you clean up if you need it.
Rolly, actually, we've just been making Mercurius do it.
Oh, well, I still didn't feel that's very fair. We'll have to have Fredwick help him out, too.
But Fredwick is a true hero. He protected us. We spent the night in the armory as that thing hosed down the majority of the first floor of the apartment.
Oh, God. Let me guess, he's soaking wet?
Well, he was. We got him a change of clothing. His new shirt has come in. We one night shipped it.
New shirt?
It has your face on it, madam. Soletta starts snickering.
Ah, I see. Julius chuckles. Well, I think I gotta see this.
Queen of Earthgov, after all.
Yes, I am the Queen of Earthgov, according to a couple people.
That's the way I see it. Puts his arms around her, waist sitting on his lap.
Davian gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Sasha, well, we had fun. We went and ate pizza. It was a fun night. Then I woke up and realized what we were coming back to do.
Julius groans. You and me both, Sasha.
We came up with a plan. If Tommy struggles on any more takes, we're just gonna polymorph you. Points at Banksy, and Banksy nods, and he'll do Tommy's scene.
Oh, so you'll do Tommy's scenes, but not mine.
Yes, Julius, I will. It is an honor to play Tommy Wiseau.
Oh, I see how it is. Takes another bite of bacon.
Zap, make sure you eat your whole plate, Julius. You need that grease in your system.
Yeah, I do.
So that see, you can have fun. Hunk, that's what I've been trying to tell him.
Well, I know I could have fun, I just never knew when to or how to.
Do you know how and when to now?
Yeah, whenever I... Yeah, I know how. And when.
Exactly. Good. I'm glad. Then I feel like I've actually taught you a lesson.
Davian gives Julius a little golf clap. He chuckles, shakes his head, and starts eating some food.
Krellin, in culture, drink much like you. Have cure-all.
Oh yeah, what's that, Krellin?
Was pill.
So, a pill that cured like a hangover?
He nods his head. Yes. We'll find some for you in future.
Oh, well, that'd be appreciated. I hopefully don't get like this all too much in the future, but if we ever go a little too overboard, it would be greatly appreciated.
He starts looking around, head sinking into his shoulders, just staring around.
Davian looks over at Krillin, pats his leg. You okay?
Look for Ash.
He's not here, dear.
Sasha, he's been like this since he woke up. He thinks the water turtle is some type of distraction sent from Ash. I truly believe he hates Ash as much as Malcolm hated Ash. Hunk.
Well, that is an accomplishment, certainly.
Krellin got this. Pulls out, it's got the lid on, starts sipping banana smoothie.
Where'd you get that from?
Plan to poison it, give to Ash, but thirsty. Hunk, Jesus Christ.
Julius starts laughing. Davian chuckles.
The Hunk whispers in Davian's ear, nobody mentioned that he's allergic to avocado. Ever.
Davian nods. I'll make sure not to.
That banana ain't what he's allergic to, Krellin. It's avocado. Krellin looks at Zap inquisitively and immediately starts typing on the wrist computer. Whatever.
Oh, well, we did all we could.
Once again, Sasha groans, the last star child in existence, and he's more concerned about... She grits her teeth so hard it looks like they're about to break.
Yeah. He takes another bite of food.
Why did Lorelai say he could talk to Krellin? She face palms. Sounds...
Well, who would you rather talk to him? At the time, Ash certainly was the best talker out of all of us.
Blaze...
In some ways. Negotiation? Never mind.
Zaletta, I don't know what I would have said to that. Well, you. Krellin looks back at her. Just say hi.
Julius looks back at Soletta. Just say hi.
Suletta, well, I am not a fan of Asherion at all, Krellin, but we can't kill him. Krellin, that's what you think. That you have to be nice to him till the squad's done with their made-up mission, and then he gonna be gone. Until then, you gotta play nice. Krellin, think about it.
Davine sighs, shakes her head, and looks at and whispers to Hunk. Just imagine in like 10 years, Krellin's going to be patrolling the ODM Academy, still looking for Ash.
Hunk's gonna whisper back, meanwhile, fucking Spec Ops boy over there is gonna be probably posted up somewhere on his gigantic wall and moat he wants, with an infrared scope looking for 2 peas in a goddamn pod.
He wants a moat now.
Hunk. Yeah.
Davine shrugs. Well, we'll have to get it for him then.
Oh, I can't really blame him.
Davine shrugs. Neither can I.
Plus, I think Suletta would prefer it this way.
Davine nods, looks over at Soletta. Do you want a moat, Letty?
Where? Moat?
Oh, anywhere. What do you think of them?
Oh, they can be effective, I suppose. I've seen old structures with them, yes. Even without creatures in them. Banksy, we could get alligators. Big ones. Krellin,
Damien.
what for?
Davine nods, looks up at Krellin. Oh, we're just thinking of some defensive emplacements that we could have around our place of residence and the academy that we plan to work at.
Krellin sticks up his clawed finger. Hard light dome. Will install. Over. Whole area. Won't obscure vision of skyline.
Davine looks over at Banksy. Very good, yes.
Banksy, that'll cover us in case anybody tries to parachute in.
Julius looks over at Banksy. You really think you would try to parachute in?
Banksy stares right at Julius. I can kill you,
Fair enough.
Best
Cool.
not to take any chances. Banksy looking right at me.
Yeah, I agree. He'll take another bite of his food.
Blaze, trust me, I think Asherion would run from Rainfall Lane or the Academy if somebody put him there at this point.
Davine chuckles, shakes her head.
Especially with him. Gestures over to Krellin there. Krellin will be nice place. Invite Mr. Wiseau.
Yes, we'll invite Mr. Wiseau whenever we need. Or whenever he wants to come down.
Sasha, I mean, it is where Pequod's gonna be living, so it should be well secured. Krellin, we'll see to it, trust me. Good friend, Fwedwick. Ally.
Oh yes, Fledwick, you two have been getting along well?
Krellin nods. Have told. Lie. Manipulation. Ash steal from you. Fwedwick deal with Ash. Blaze, stop instigating. Krellin, Sasha. Should have never sent him on the mission.
Oh god.
Like a 2-year-old stares at Krellin and Krellin just looks back at her. Yes, Ash is. Sasha, whatever. Just goes back to eating. You sure you're not related to Malcolm Townsend?
Julius chuckles, shakes his head and looks up. Yeah, so... And he stops talking, and he turns around.
Fledwick here.
That is freaky, I didn't even hear you coming up. I have been practicing my stealth skill so I could deal with the Asherion problem, Prince Julius. Oh. Okay. He looks back at Sasha. Is he always this quiet?
Sasha, for a big guy, yeah.
Fledwick looks over at Krellin. Quellin.
Yes.
the security emplacements at this ODM Academy we have been speaking about. They are going to be in place Toots' feet, correct?
Yes.
Very good. He looks at his wrist like he has a watch on that he doesn't. I have a place to be now. It will be very quickly, my queen. Yes, Frederick? I will be ready for our scene in the room very shortly. I just have to get ready and in character. Do not worry. Of course, darling. I won't worry. Very good. I will not be like Mr. Wiseau. Do not worry. And he goes off back into the main area of the apartment.
Zap, you know I've been talking with Mr. Wiseau, Krillin. He plans to buy that seaweed chip company if you play nice with Ash. Seaweed chip?
Oh, seaweed chip.
Which means you can have, we have no more left. Which means you can have a line to as many bags as you want at Rainfall Lane and the Academy. But no murder. Krellin lifts his head looking at Zap. Bribery? Then looks at Davy.
Not bribery, darling, just a bit of give and take for a deal, yes?
Fine. We'll play nice for now. But if see him steal things, execute. It just keeps drinking as smooth.
Devine shrugs. I think that's as good as we're gonna get, honestly.
Hunk whispers he is like a kid. Bribed by snack food. Krellin, I hear you. Delicacy food.
Davy nods. Yes, dear. Delicacy food. Looking back at Hunk.
Hunk looks over at Krellin, whatever. Shakes his head, kisses Davian on the temple. He points down to his plate.
She'll take a bite of the food. And she'll look up at Blaze. There is something I would like to speak to you about.
Blaze, of course. And Hunk. Me too. Everybody. Not just you, Blaze. But you go first, dear.
Right. I take it that General Lorelei, or someone of the sort, has given you the blueprints for schematics. That's what they're called, schematics for the Thunder Spears.
Blaze nods his head. Just waiting for your order. Lorelei's given me a line directly to her. She told me not to involve Asheria.
She nods. Well, I was thinking that since we're mainly going to be fighting members of the cult and enemies of that sort in power armor, that is who the real foes are going to be that we're going to struggle against. I was thinking some type of plasma, since that seems to be the most effective element against them.
Blaze, it can be done. With a direct line from Lorelei, all I have to do is head down to the Ranger Armory, ask, and I shall receive if it's for your weaponry. So,
She nods. And then there are some magical enhancements, but I'll have to speak to Icy, or she gestures over to Soletta. You, but we'll do that later, once we actually have the ornaments.
Suletta, beyond Frost, I can't enchant inanimate objects, so leave it to your daughter.
She nods. I was actually thinking of ice for one, some type of routine effect, or freeze them in place, something like that.
Blaze, probably not a bad idea. Electricity?
She nods. Poison was another one I had in mind. If the shrapnel can get into the armor, pierce the skin.
Those suits operate on electricity, fusion cores built into the suits, so if you could get an enchanted electric spear inside, I'd say the user is... He looks down at a piece of toast and holds it up to Davy.
She nods. I'll have to keep that in mind then.
I'll begin construction immediately then?
Yes, please, Blaze.
They only left one prototype. Now for the real problem, as Scar comes in and sits down all dried off. Ugh. What the hell do we do for Nicole's birthday?
Julius rubs the back of his neck. Well, I was sort of planning on getting her like a little empty photo album. I can't, me and Pequod, we can't get her a memory orb like she gave us, so that's like the next best thing, and she likes taking pictures, so that's what me and her were planning on doing.
Hunk, we got you a cabin, Julius. Think about it.
He leans back, rubs the back of his neck. I know.
Sasha, me and Towns are just gonna get her tons of that expensive mana water. Like, that's what I got. They stare at each other.
Julius inhales through his teeth, looks over at Davine, and Davine starts thinking.
What did you get her? Scar? Scar, man up, water. Really? Oh. That's what I got her. Just let her starts laughing at her.
Oh God. She rubs through her face. We can't get her mana water, can we? She
Not if they're all getting it. You know, what about, think outside the box here. Zap, what did you get her? Zap, oh, we got her t-shirts with the Istrum name on it. Oh, God damn it. Looking at Zap. It's her nickname, right? Hunk, shut up, Zap. Zap, word.
Davine rubs her forehead. What are they called? What are they called? Jezzies? Jezzies with the rainfall name on them or something?
Mama Land, that's what we got, like sports jersey.
Oh, shit. Julius leans back in his chair. Well, he looks over at Banksy. Did you get her?
Banksy, lots of nail polish.
He nods. Right.
And, water. She's not easy to shop for, Julius. Everything I suggest, I asked, do you want this? She said no. Colin, what this birthday you speak of, looking around suspiciously?
It's what I had a couple weeks ago. The day I came into the world as an infant.
Happy Exit Reproductive Organ Day?
Yes, exactly. Happy Exit Reproductive Organ Day.
Scar, I asked her what she wanted too. She said everything I suggested, it was the same way. Sometimes you have to think, I don't know, outside the box, as you said. He gestures to Hunk. Certain people aren't going to cut it buying them things. Or giving them money. It's just not going to work. My mother was the same way. No matter anything I got her, we brought her, it wasn't good enough. But the little things really went a long way with her. The things with meaning. So let him... Very well said, Mr. Freetooth.
Film? We could get her film for her camera.
Hunk, I don't suppose we could push up the date of our wedding. I think that would be a gift. Scar, don't do that.
Davine sighs. We'll think of something.
Sasha places. Gondar takes Lorelei to places that were important to them. I don't know. We already went to Niagara Falls.
Oh God. Can either of you, she looks at Julius and Hunk, think of places where she might have good memories with the two of you? Julius shrugs. Well, me and her didn't really hang out all that much back when I was around pretty majestic, so only real place I can think of is the beach, but we start to go to the beach a lot.
Hunk, it was the Nova sword base, which is just staffed by guards now. And she was a shut-in here at the apartment, so she was a lot like you. He looks at Dave.
Davian groans. Why do my children have to be like me?
Sasha, she doesn't smoke anymore, so you can't get her cigarettes, which you wouldn't want to get somebody that anyway. I don't know. Towns could take her back to Gallia. Oh, never mind.
Davian thinks. I don't. Maybe there's something we could do for Rainfall Lane that she would really enjoy.
Banksy, what about that planet? With the dragon?
Julius perks up. Oh yeah! The dragon, I can't remember its planet ID, but it had the mana plane exposed. It was so cool, it was mesmerizing, it made me feel connected to the plane. It was crazy.
Nusuleta, that would be an excellent place to go. We could go on a rainfall weekend. Maybe you could learn a thing or two about spellcasters, unlike who ran his mouth without knowing what we really go through.
Davy nods and Julius looks at Soletta. I would like to learn more about spellcasters, if my children really are going to be spellcasters. I feel like it would be good information to have.
Scar, I think something like that goes a lot. Listen to me. This is the girl who was writing fan fiction about the two of you. Come on. He's staring at Davy and then back at Hug. More meaningful things, not materialistic. I got her the first journal she ever started writing in. Hug. Okay. Maybe we were just overthinking it.
Davy nods. I think we were.
Suletta, to this girl, Julius's cabin is like a gift because she's got the family she's always wanted. So, more unorthodox style gifts. Photo album is an excellent idea, Julius. You could go even farther. Get your own camera, take pictures for and with them and her, and fill it up for her. Then give it to her.
Julius nods. Yeah, I'll have to tell Pequot about that. It's a great idea.
Zap is watching them fix the computers. And no more water tortoises.
Davian chuckles. Oh, sorry about that, Zap.
It's okay. It's a cute little thing. It just blasted me into the computer out of my recliner. For a little thing, it can pump out a lot of water.
That's what being a creature on a Nova will get you.
Krellin, was a big emergency. Call Tommy for help. Scar. Ugh.
Tommy came down to help?
Use the term help loosely. Scar looks miserable. He came in, said something like, "What's going on here? What is that creature?" Got sprayed out the front. Did you not notice the hole in the front door? Gesturing to the front door.
Davian looks out the window. Oh my.
Got sprayed out the front door, started mumbling something about an aquarium, and then ran off.
An aquarium for the tortoise?
Scar, I assume, but Blaze says they don't need an aquarium. Blaze, no, water tortoises like that don't. No.
Julia shrugs. Well, Tommy's a odd guy. He has a lot on his mind, so, maybe he meant something else. Takes another bite of his food.
Sasha, why would you call Tommy? Krellin, desperate times.
Julia shrugs. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Sasha. I mean, come on.
Sasha groans as Rolly. I mentioned we could call Ash, ask for advice. Then Krellin, what did you say? Over my dead body.
Davine starts to chuckle and pats Krellin's hand again. Yes, darling, we won't call Ash. And she takes the fork, stabs some of the food, and puts it up to Hunk's mouth.
Hunk's gonna take a bite of the sausage. Might as well just start calling you Malcolm. Krellin, no, try this thing. Play nice. For now. Finishes his smoothie, throws it away.
You know that saying, Krellin? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer? It's a damn good saying, just saying.
I see. Keep closer eye on him.
No, just treat him nice until you don't need to anymore. And he looks at Banksy. I'm giving him bad advice, aren't I?
Banksy, I don't think there's any advice you could give this guy. No bomb in TV. For now. He starts eating off Julius's plate.
Julius chuckles.
Pequod and Icy come in. The tortoise is letting Pequod hold it. And Pequod is enamored with this. She's drooling over this thing.
Julius chuckles, leans back in his chair, looking at her.
Icy comes over to Hunk, hugs him. Happy birthday, dear. We all went and got that for you. She looks around. Really?
Julius nods and Navy nods too.
Yeah. And credit where it's due, Ash came and helped out. It was so thank him when he gets back, regardless of what's going on. Gee, I plan to. Nods her head. Is he everything you hoped for? He looks over at it and she absolutely. I think him and Zanzibar will get along well. It's Aunt Pequod is quite attached to it. Pequod just holding. It's so cute, Julian.
Julius looks at her, smiles. Yeah, I can tell she is.
We'll be getting some for Rainfall Lane. Maybe Winanova's a little more safer.
Yeah. I was actually sort of scared when we were on Nova last.
She's gonna hug Davy and thank her.
She takes one of her hands, gives it a kiss. Anything for you, Istrom.
She's gonna come over, hug Julius. Hunk, as she's hugging you, Hunk will. Yep. I mean, it was easier to get that thing than it was to get Zanzibar's egg. I had to crawl around in caves for about 6 hours, and then lie in Haven Drake droppings for 4 hours, waiting for the egg to be, if you know what I mean.
Julius starts to snicker a bit, and Davine just pats Hunk on the cheek.
Anything for my kid, anything for the kids, I'll do anything. But, oh, that was miserable. He starts laughing.
Yeah, sounds like it.
They live deep underground. And, I had a choice between, 6 different eggs, and I didn't think I'd get the short bus one, but I got the short bus one. Just look at him. He looks... Zanzibar, poking Jennifer in the side of the head. And old lady Denarius sitting there conversing with everybody.
Julius blinks a couple times. Old Lady Denaria?
Icy's gonna let go of the hug on Julius, sit down on Banksy's lap. Sex scene today.
Oh God, poor Tommy.
Pequod, in Rainfall Lane, if we get a big enough lake, we could build a man-made lake, fill it with mana water, and we could have 20 of these things.
You really like him, don't you?
He's cute, Julius.
He is cute. Speaking of, what's his name? He looks over at Icy. Or have you not chosen one yet?
Icy, well, we were talking about it, and Pequod, I'm not good with names, and Pequod suggested Pierre after Tommy's tape recorder. Pequod, he's a Pierre to me. Holding him up like Simba in The Lion King.
Davine starts to chuckle. I think that's a very good name.
She's gonna lower him down, hug him, go.
Yeah, he looks like a Pierre to me.
Pequod, spare no expense for Rainfall Lane in the Academy. We'll get a nice big man-made pond, and it will be perfect for these things. We'll get the water. Tommy appears at the door. I'm perfect for a dolphin, if you know what I mean.
Julius turns around. You know, Tommy, this is one of those times where I don't know what you mean.
Well, that's okay, Julius. You don't need to know right now. Trust me.
Okay? Okay.
How is everybody doing? How is your hangover? Pequod looked, you could tell she feels perfectly fine. She's gotten through all the water, and you feel 98%. You're good to go.
I'm good, Tommy. Thanks for asking. How did you know that?
I have my ways, Julius.
Right. Anyway, what can we do for you, Tommy?
Well, I see everybody enjoying wonderful breakfast. We need to start filming soon, so please expedite the process of finishing up. We have many scenes to shoot today, and we must be done shooting midnight tomorrow night.
Julius. Julius nods. Of course, Tommy. We'll polish off our food and then get down to filming. And Davy nods. We'll be down there as soon as we can, Tommy.
Very good. I see. Can I bring Pierre on set? And Tommy, oh, Pierre right here. Pulls out a tape recorder.
No, Tommy, she means her pet water tortoise.
He looks up. Oh, that thing. Yes, of course, he can come. The creatures like that need to be with you. He should be in your arms, not hers. This is early developmental stage for him. Trust me, I know many things about many creatures from Unova. I've been studying.
Oh, is it?
Oh, okay. Sets him down. He comes over to Icy, jumps up on her.
Is it a subject that's interesting to you?
Not really. Not at all, actually.
Oh, okay.
I don't find Nova cool place, dangerous, but mana aerodactyl thing very important. Trust me, Julie.
Of course, Tommy. I'll have to keep that in mind.
And happy birthday, pats Icy on the head. I have purchased company that bottle of water from Unova. You unlimited supply. Scar, what the hell? There's it, Tommy. That's what like all of us got her. Tommy, sucks to suck, Scar. I'll see you all down on set.
Davine starts to laugh. Did he really just say sex to suck?
I'm gonna clock that motherfucker if he... Get back here, Scar! Starts storming. Oh, you see laughing at poor Scar.
Julius starts to laugh, shaking his head.
Pequod comes over, kisses you on the cheek. You feeling better?
Oh, much better.
She's
Mana
gonna,
water.
she's gonna lean in and give you another kiss.
The mana water is a real saver. He'll give her another kiss.
Well, now I have unlimited supply, Julie.
Yeah, so now we can really do that man-made lake.
Gilletta will slide her plate over. She's finished most things, but there's still a little bit on it. And Pequod will start putting her food onto your plate, Julius. I need to eat. The computers are fixed. Thank God.
And Julius nods. Yeah, you do. And it's good, trust me. Mama Lan, you have outdone yourself as always.
Well, thank you kindly, Julius. I'll be a regular fixture here at the apartment.
Very good, very good.
Zap, come on, dear. Let's go down to set. They make their way down. Gotta start the catering table for Zanzibar.
Julius chuckles. 2 peas in a pod.
Rolly, oh, I wonder if anybody's gonna pee their pants on set today as he walks out. Come on, Krellin. Krellin, fine, let's go. They disappear.
Davine sighs. No, I don't plan on having any scenes today.
Pequod eating off Julius's plate. It was a good scene. I mean, come on.
Well, I suppose any time you can make one of your cast members pee themselves in fear, it's a good scene.
Talon's walking out with Sasha. I wonder if Guillotine will have the balls to even show up on set today. They disappear.
Julius starts laughing and shakes his head.
Hug, it was very attractive. Keep up the good work, dear.
Oh, I will. I very much will. She'll give him a kiss on the cheek.
Blaze, shall I fetch Frederick for you, madam, or just head down on my own? Where did he go? He's looking around confused.
I honestly don't know. He said he had somewhere he had to be. He looked at a watch that wasn't there. She shakes her head. Could you grab him and head down to the set with him, please?
Yes, try to find him. He's looking around. I'll be right back. He's walking up to Frederick. Pequod eating off Julius's plate still. Julius.
Yes, dear?
You know, we talked about the kids, them growing up last night. I think that was last night, right? She squints for a sec.
Yes. Yes, it was last night.
Would you be up to asking Tommy to help our kids and just everybody's kids out while the rain falls? He did help out a lot. Yeah. Back when you guys were having your thing, and that's leave it at that. Pequod gives good advice.
Yeah. Yeah, of course I'll ask him. It would be an honor if he could help our kids.
Suletta, oh yes, Mr. Wiseau. I'm sure him helping out young Carter and Soul would be wonderful. Max said, you'll say Babyface. Babyface. Just keep saying Babyface.
He is gonna call him Babyface, which...
Wait a minute, he called the fucking tape recorder Pierre.
Davine laughs. So we were right. The tape recorder is named Pierre.
I see. I want to see something. Hang on. And she hands the turtle to Davy.
She'll hold him.
Let's see if it thrashes. And it doesn't. It just rests on Davine's head into Davine's neck. Hunk, I have to get him a scarf.
Davy nods. Yes, little Pierre Rainfall.
Here, I got Frederick's scarf whenever you want to knight him. Hands it to Davine, and I got another one somewhere in one of my... Here we go. He's gonna tie it around Pierre's neck.
Davine's gonna give him a little kiss on the head and then hand Pierre back to Icy.
She takes it, Suletta. Let's go. Get it over with.
I don't think it's getting it over with when it's like an 11-hour day.
Suletta, well, if we want Davine to win her, she waves her hand, Oscar, then we have to get it done by tomorrow, so.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
Alright, come on, honey. He's gonna pick Davine up. I'll carry you down.
Ooh, now I really do feel like a queen.
Queen, director, 5-star treatment. The rest of the Rainfalls are gonna start making their way down. As just you and Pequod left, you're about to leave. Pequod, he did give you good advice when we were split, right?
Yeah, he really did.
Think about our kids, Julius. We're their parent. They're gonna need that man's help.
Yeah, I know.
Just have to make sure they're respectful to him, kind, and never mention his lazy eye.
Yeah,
That's just rude.
Well, tell him about that.
She gives you a kiss and, well, she gets a ride. Carry me.
Yep. He picks her up and starts carrying her out.
I do want at least 2 of those water turtles. You see that thing?
It was pretty cute.
Pierre. I suggested we name it Tommy, but she said no.
Well, maybe Tommy for the next one.
Tommy for the next one. As the Rainfalls will make their way down to the set. Out on the frontier, Ash wakes up.
He's gonna sit up and take a careful look around.
Well, you can see down here, these 2 hunched over sleeping. They're sleeping down here, deep asleep. You remember Curtis said we're not sleeping, but apparently he let you guys doze off. He's nowhere to be found.
Damn. I hope he's not pissed about that. He's gonna quietly stand up and just start taking a look around inside the castle.
All quiet, light rain. You could tell it's morning, but complete overcast. So it's probably about, if you check your wrist computer, it's about 6:04 planet side time.
Okay. Can I walk through here? Like this section?
Well, you walk wherever you like.
He's gonna walk over here and just take his time looking around.
All quiet. Old looking place. You can tell the furniture is very old. You see, crappy guns that the militia had because they were using this place as a staging area, but place is old, like Curtis said.
Alright. Assumingly less old than, like, Gallia. Right.
Curtis said last week it's over 400 million years old.
Oh, you're right. My brain is not working. Alright. He's gonna just, staying in the areas he knows are secure, just walk around, look for a bit before, see if he sees any sign of Curtis before heading back.
Well, you do see a sign of him. A bunch of plastic explosives now planted here.
He'll walk up and just look. Well, he's been hard at work.
Definitely.
He's gonna look around for these. For where that came from.
The plastic explosive?
Oh, I thought you were saying that in his voice. I'm sorry.
No.
Alright, well, I'm assuming I know what that means. And he's gonna start making his way back. Look over at them, still sleeping, I'd assume.
Yep. Plastic explosives he set last night in the courtyard.
I guess he'll quietly make his way over through here. It's very quiet.
Up on the mountainside. More plastic explosives.
Huh. Just continuing to make his way through the fort, or the castle.
More plastic explosives.
Dear gods. Gonna go up and check over what the bridge looks like. Well, that's quite a bit of explosives.
More plastic explosives.
Gods, he could level a city with that amount.
Colonel Curtis, you hear his voice, or a mountainside.
Sir, you're gonna just, buck up. You could say that.
Standing up on the rampart, looking at you. Mountainside. We're gonna bring the whole mountain down on this place. And the entire castle down. He points down.
I'm assuming you found the den.
Where do you think it is? What does every castle have?
Dungeons or an Undercroft.
And they're right under us. They're sleeping.
That explains perfectly. That's why the big one knew to go through the well.
I thought that was strange. He comes down here. I didn't think of it at the time, though. But when I woke up this morning, gave this place a more thorough look.
He's gonna come down and meet up with him. And I'm guessing you found that it connects to the dungeon.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was Tal who said he found it strange that these things didn't attack the colony as soon as they got here and started setting up. That's usually how they go. And I guess when these poor militia men and women came here, started using it as a staging ground. Yeah. They couldn't have been using it as a staging ground for too long, given how it looks pretty hastily shored up. Weapons on the floor, no weapon holding racks, nothing like that. I mean, hell, the radio equipment, half of it isn't even hooked up yet.
Agreed, they couldn't have been here for more than a couple days, right?
More than a couple days, then they became launched.
Yeah. Which would explain why these bastards didn't attack the colony. They didn't know it was there yet.
They do now. They got the scent. He taps to where his nose would be on the map.
And that would be what he's gonna just motion around. Those are for. Kill him
Yeah.
or bury him.
We're gonna bury him. There's about 70 down below us right now. I think we saw an expeditionary force or a scout force last night.
Dear gods. 70. Counting what
I mean, as far as I could count, Ash. I didn't go too deep into the depth.
No, I cannot blame you there. Counting what we killed, it's easily over. Assuming that you didn't see everything, easily over 100. No wonder those poor swords got ripped apart.
Yeah. And now we gotta hike it back to the colony. We'll blow this place once we get to a safe distance. We gotta get back to the colony and let them know what happened to their men.
Understood, sir. Should I
And we gotta let them know that they're gonna need protection just because we blow this mountainside. If they're under the mountainside and the cave systems, there could be hundreds of them beneath us. We don't know. And none of us are going down there to check because that's a death. No.
And who knows how far those cave systems run and where they connect.
My vote will be to orbital strike this mountain range. I'll ask Lorelei, make the request, but till then, we gotta get back to the colony.
Agreed. That's the only way to be sure. Should I wake the others?
Yeah, wake them and fill them in on what's going on. I'm gonna finish setting explosives over here.
Understood, sir. We'll be done. And he's gonna make his way back in and... Not like a dick, but, Tal, Lake, need you boys to get up.
Lake sits straight up. Ash?
Morning. Got orders and what we're going to be doing.
Tal's.
Tal, sir?
Oh,
Got orders from Curtis about what we're going to be doing.
Oh, you're a sight for sore eyes, mate. He looks up at you.
I'll take that as a compliment, sir.
I guess.
Well, we're gonna be hiking back to the colony today after we blow the mountain to high hell.
Oh, we're blowing the mountain. Is that right? Like, why?
Well, the den's underneath us. That's why Big Ugly knew to use the well, to get around.
Lake cracks his neck, grabs his AK. I'm gonna go help set explosives. He has a bunch in a satchel pack he's wearing, and he looks up.
Understood.
Tell they're underneath it. Yeah, that makes sense, mate. It makes perfect sense.
Explains all the questions we had. It's early. Do you want something to drink?
Yeah, make a coffee.
You got it, man. He's gonna sit down and start making it. Explains why they didn't attack the colony at first. I know we were wondering that last night.
Yeah, they knew their way around this place.
And it implies there's more than one entrance down to the Undercroft than just the ones here, because they ran away from us last night.
I like Drow, mate. They know their way underground. Natural instinct.
Makes sense. Never met a drow personally. Met deep gnomes, that was interesting.
None back on Gallia. He's gonna walk out this way with his coffee and start drinking it, looking around.
He'll walk with him. Oh, there were. I just never had the privilege to personally meet one. Met Duragar as well. The ones on Gallia were nasty bastards.
What's a Durgar, mate?
The dwarf version of a drow, I guess you could say. Yeah, greyish, rock-looking skin. From my understanding, they're hardy bastards when it comes to magic, and they just were mean in my experience. Makes sense.
And they only lived underground on the planet that we cracked and we can never study. Is that right?
As far as I know, I'm not sure if they lived underground on other planets. I have no clue.
That's a shame.
Right.
Donkey centaurs.
The more I hear people talk about them, I agree with the theory that they were inbred centaurs.
Yeah, probably, mate. Whoa. He comes over here inspecting all the plastic explosives.
Lots of boom.
Yeah, he got this place tripped up like this all over, mate.
We got more on the... He's gonna point him out as he says it. More in that area of the courtyard. All across the mountainside over there, and more on the bridge that I saw. There's probably more that I didn't catch.
All right. Good. Very good. Good night, Lycan.
Good night. He said he's going to request the General to orbital strike the mountain range as well, to be sure.
And we're hoofing it back to the colony to tell them, yeah.
Tell them what happened, and tell them that it's better if they get more protection.
Yeah, a good opportunity to try to woo them.
Makes sense.
Ask them if they want EarthGov Ranger protection. That's usually how it goes.
Yeah, makes sense. And most people are probably more willing to say yes after something like this has reality slap them in the face.
Hey, yeah, they're militiamen. They were foolish to come out this far.
It is quite isolated, isn't it? Great defensive position, if the enemy's not underneath you, but isolated nonetheless.
Fixes his back and groans. I need a cigarette.
He'll pull one of his out and hand it to him. I know it's
No,
more
roll
expensive.
me one. He throws his tobacco like I taught you.
Alright, he'll take his time and roll one.
Go ahead and roll yourself one.
Thank you, sir. He'll roll one. Hand
You look
the-
like you could need a cigarette.
I feel like I could need one, sir.
How's your nose?
He's gonna take his helmet off and see what it looks like.
It hurts, but yeah.
Hurts. Might not have been broken, but damn sure felt like it.
Right. Yeah. Well, lucky for me, I know I'm smart enough never to get on her bad side, mate.
Yeah, that's fair. Hopefully it won't happen again.
Don't run away from her if you see her coming.
Oh god, if I run away from her, I can't imagine what she's gonna do.
Get shot in the back.
If I'm lucky.
Jesus Christ. He takes a drink of his coffee and smokes the cigarette.
It's a wonder why the General... Well, not a wonder, I should say, why the General picked her.
Tal, yeah, I mean, big boots to fill, mate. Lorelai's been in charge of the Rangers for how many hundreds of years? Gotta be kind of stressful. I would not want to be in her position.
Nah, I wouldn't either. God's sake. Lorelai has been in charge since... Now that I actually think about it, damn near when the Rangers started, right?
She started them. Yeah, that's right. Us.
Incredible. Incredible.
She started them and made all the rules and regulations, the selection process, which you are lucky you didn't have to go through, because honestly, I don't think you would have made it.
Given who I've been over the past year or so, I'd agree.
You wouldn't have made it past the initial screening, that's for sure.
No, that's fair. And especially with my scores back in basic.
So you should count your lucky stars that you are a Ranger.
I agree. Count them every day.
And aligned to good pay, too.
You can say that again. Especially with things going as they are.
Well, you don't have to worry about the way things are going since you're stuck out here with us. He's luckier out.
You can say that. And as much as it's... He's gonna crack his back. Not fun sleeping on the ground. Still, nice relaxing night out, all things considered, with what was going on, right?
The other two come out, sit down in chairs that were left out here. Colonel Curtis starts casually eating an MRE over the plastic explosive pile.
You know, those things scared me shitless when I first came here.
MREs? He looks at you, Lake laugh.
And he's gonna point at the explosives, those.
Didn't have these back on Gallia, I'd assume.
Nah, I think aside from cannonballs, the biggest bleeding edge tech was, they called them Granado. They were basically giant cherry bombs. The issue was, to my understanding, the main ingredient was nitroglycerin. So if you dropped it, yeah.
Tal will pull up a chair for you to sit down and then sit down on one that he was near.
He'll sit down. Yeah.
Eat, mate, we gotta hike all the way down the mountain.
Sounds like a fun day. He's gonna take out the MRE and start chowing down. Yeah, I, saw one poor sod get one and fumble it, drop it, and, lost his leg at the knee from the shrapnel. Very much happy that I am in a place where explosives don't go off suddenly if you jostle them wrong.
Curtis. Yeah, I mean, Gallia, it wasn't a lot of time to look it over. But we stayed planetside until the order came down to crack the planet, and then we exfilled. There was an island with a gigantic statue of a Tal Kenku, or something like that. Big bird, really strange looking creature, and most of the lithography and literature, like the signs and stuff like that, said something like, I don't know, thinking, like Liberty Isle.
Liberty Isle. Bloody Captain Squawks.
Colonel Curtis looked like a staging point for some type of archaic military force.
It was the rebellion staging point. You had, the Galean Empire. I forget what it was actually called. It's been a long time, but their empire from Gallia that was under their emperor, and the rebellion that was led by a Kenku pirate named Captain Squawks.
He was the statue? Curtis, like, pointing as if the statue's...
I never personally went there, but knowing what I know about them, I'd assume so.
You had a run-in with this fella, mate.
Oh, gods I did. It was me and the group Julius and I were with. We stopped through a town. I forget what it was called, but we stopped through a town. They wanted us to kill a Wendigo. I think I told you about that. We're sitting in the tavern, and Captain Squawks and his band of rebellious brigands come in, hold us up, and then he proceeds to tell us that, we're good fighters. We could do so much more than working for the Empire. And Dale asked him, so do you have a job for us? And it was, no, I just want to let you know you could do better than working for the Empire. And that cycle repeated for about 45 minutes.
Right. He's just staring at you.
He was an idiot. They all were. Ugh.
Curtis, I'd believe it, actually, given what we saw on Liberty Isle. Looks like they didn't stand a... I mean, they had, what was the word? Flying balloon? Flying boat? Is that what you called them back on Gallia? What,
The
airship?
airships, yeah.
They had a fleet of those things. Every single one of them grounded, decimated, in what was left of the wreckage is grounded, decimated into the ground. Looks like your bug friend hit the place.
Makes sense. Airships were fine against random idiots on wyverns, but really when you have something as strong as Bayagona, there's not much they can do. What's a cannon gonna do to that?
Didn't find any remains, mate. No bones, nothing. Robots scanned 20 feet under the earth. Like, ate them all.
Makes sense.
Thus ends Captain Squawks.
Probably for the best. They called themselves a rebellion, but to be honest, it was just a bunch of petty brigands, bandits, and criminals banding together to have some nice banner to fly under, but in my experience, they all acted no different from any other bandit you'd meet on a road.
Sounds about right.
Really, there was no good side on Gallia. You had those idiots and then the fascist fucking government that hated anyone who wasn't one of the big three races. So there's that. Fun times.
Well, fun times. They didn't know the end of the world was coming for them, mate.
No, they did not. And I'm sure if they did, they probably wouldn't have kept their petty squabbling up. Not that it would have mattered, but...
When you say petty squabbling, you think back to walking through the streets of the Downs, seeing crazed street preachers talking about the end of the world, screaming it. You remember when you returned to see Sister Karen at the church again, and Towns was like, trying to hit on Sister Karen, and you remember crazy people outside there, having to pull Towns out of there, wondering maybe Towns isn't as crazy as some of these people.
Well, maybe some of them knew it was coming. Not that it mattered. Just, remembering back, talking about it's got memories jogging. There was some people, preaching on the roadside that the end was nigh, the dark times, but, who knows if that was legitimately knowing it's coming or just your standard crackpots, right?
Well, they turned out to be right, whether they knew it or not.
That they did, although I'm guessing it's a prophecy they wish they were wrong about.
Like, yeah, probably, considering the fact they all got eviscerated. Or eaten.
If they were lucky, yeah. I don't know. Not a fun place, although I will be fair, it got me the skills I needed to survive, I'll give it that.
Yeah, elven architecture is crazy. We found, well, I guess, what does Lorelei call it exactly? Curtis, high elven kind, even though you don't use that term, Ash. Don't ever call an elf not a high elf. Don't make yourself look like a full Ash, please. It's just elf.
No,
But there were different types of elves, so high elven kind looks like planet designation escapes me, but the planet we were on, grand structures built into nature. It looked like almost overrun by your buddy. What's that guy's name? Sword guy. Camus. His helmet's back at the apartment.
It is. Davine kept it as a trophy.
That's one hell of a trophy, Mike. That's.
The immortal cursed emperor of men? I'd say that's a hell of a trophy.
She's got the sword too.
Aye, that thing. I ain't a good magic user, but even I can feel the stupid amounts of magic coming off that.
Yeah. Lorelei, I think, is in some way related to high elven kind ancestry. Something special like that, mate. I don't know.
Makes sense. No, I knew there were different types of elves. I just, like I said, never got the privilege of being into any of the big cities. He's gonna kind of point to his ears. Half-elf, so given the way Gallia was, you can understand.
Oh, they didn't like you?
No, high elven cities, I believe half-elves were second from the bottom, just above non-elves.
No, that makes sense.
And the only one I can think of that may have been below us was Drow. And that's its own can of worms.
And Julius was there with you?
Not until the end. We met up through pure chance. Well, seemed like pure chance at the time, but may have been put together by Dale, but we both happened to be in a bar at the same time. Both got involved in a bar fight, and were thrust together trying to pay off legal bills.
Right. And his mother was there too?
She was a rat at the time.
Oh.
If not...
I'll ask on my own, mate. I don't want to pry. Actually, I probably won't ask. Just, do I have to show up dressed up to this rainfall breakfast thing? Is it like a suit and tie affair? Starts laughing, Colonel.
Nah, I don't think so. They don't seem the types for that. They never have been. Just go comfortably and be yourself. They like you. I can tell from what little I'm able to be around them.
That's good, because I don't actually own any suits or ties, or I actually don't even have a home. I stay on Gateway in the Ranger Barracks. The wife got the house in the divorce, so.
I'm sorry. It's not
Oh,
fun.
she can have it. It's fine. I don't even want to go back there.
Fair enough. Well, they hear you say that, and Pequod will probably be first in line to buy you a new home.
Oh my. Well, see, we didn't have any kids, mate, so no alimony payments, nothing like that. She can have the house. She has to assume the payments on it. God bless her.
That's for the better. I've heard of some men getting ruined by alimony.
Hey, you can say that again. Rainfall Lane.
Yeah, Rainfall Lane. I hope they enjoy that place. They've earned it.
You ain't gonna go anywhere near there, Mike, right?
No.
Okay.
Even if I wanted to, I know not to. At this point, I don't want to. It's not
That's
worth it.
good. That is good, mate. No, yeah, it's... You gotta... Your distance.
Keep your distance, keep it professional. That's all I can do.
Curtis, yeah, you're done on the Arcane Council team the second your OBJ's over.
It is what it is. Trust me, I'd prefer to, even with everything about them, I still would prefer to stay on the team with them, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah, well, you've been with them all a long time. Some less than others because different career choices, paths, responsibilities, but any transition like that is a hard one, no matter how awkward it is. Leaving my first Ranger squad was very difficult for me. And all we basically did was fight the UIR and then go back and, sit around Gateway and train and train and train. But yeah, when I became a frontiersman, it was difficult, for sure.
Makes sense. Well, if I end up on your squad, I'd appreciate the privilege of doing this full time. But if I do, I'm moving from one group of good people to another, so that makes the transition easier.
Yeah, just don't fucking make us hate you like you did them, yeah?
I'll do my damnedest, sir. No promises, though. I am a bit of a wanker.
Yeah, a fucking muppet.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He drinks his coffee. I mean, live and learn, but Jesus.
Live and learn. Just wish I'd learned sooner.
Yeah, I can understand, mate. I think that apartment is the most ridiculous fucking place in the universe. Big, you should see it. There's naked pictures of Malcolm hung up everywhere. Curtis started laughing. But beyond the weirdness of the place, and there's this Ketch's mask, but beyond the weirdness of the place, they all seem like lovely people. Which is why I will drive the point home to you that you are a fucking moron, mate.
You're telling me. You know, it's chaotic, loud, and weird in the apartment, but I bloody love it. It's different from being either somebody's belonging or alone for the rest of my life, you know? There's solace to be found alone on the frontier, but being around others, it changes things. It's something that's easy to forget.
Yeah, I can imagine, right? Being in that apartment, probably very nice. Nice people, good food, living luxurious like, beautiful women to look at. Curtis.
Yeah, although it is uncomfortable to have to walk past those posters of the General every day.
Yeah, I don't know how you get away with that, honestly. Colonel Curtis, I think the Rainfalls can get away with a lot. Not even the young. Yeah, he does that exactly. Julius. I am terrible with names when I haven't slept. Not even the young Julius, but I think she's quite fond of the Rainfalls. So.
She is, and they've earned it. And, yeah. They get a lot of leeway. I mean, I'm sure you heard about the Tomahawk incident.
They all start laughing. Yeah, well, Lorelei, I've known Lorelei a long time. Colonel Curtis sipping his coffee. When you're as old as her, or you've been around as long as her, and you watch people come and go, live and die, basically. Imagine how many people she's seen start young and then end. Gives you a lot of perspective, Ash. And I think if you could see people struggle, make mistakes, and she can see them come out on the other side, that is what she wants to see, not you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. There's an old saying that I heard an old dwarf say back on Gallia that mentions that. It's them talking about humans, and the saying was, you never make a friend with a grown human, because by the time you start getting to know him, he's dead. You need to wait for their grandchildren to actually have somebody who you can build something real with. And that must go double for someone like Lorelei, who's been alive for so long and gonna be alive for far longer.
Tal nods. Yeah, mate. Yeah. Yeah. That's why it doesn't matter how Julius started or whatever. I mean, I flunked out of school, mate. I just didn't like being there. It wasn't fun for me. So I was a troubled youth, but I've made a man out of myself, I'd say. So it doesn't matter how he started or this or that. It truly doesn't.
All that matters is what you did with it, becoming more than the sum of your parts.
Becoming a captain at his age is quite impressive.
Yes, it is.
His little sister, too? I mean, that's pretty young for both of them, if you think about it. Kelly, younger than me. Tal, me too.
I don't have to say it, but me too. No, I agree. It's a real achievement. For both of them, they were always destined for great things.
Colonel Curtis. Can I ask you something, Ash?
Yes, sir?
We came down to Gallia the first time. Or, well, the last time. At the Asinine Centaur village. You remember, right?
Yeah, we went there.
That's where I met you, briefly.
Yes, sir.
And the girl was with you, little one, Nicole, holding Julius's hand the whole time. Are they actually related? Because they look like each other. Maybe not facial structure, but
No, not to my knowledge, sir, unless they're hyper-distantly related, you know.
he's half elf,
Yeah.
she's human. It can't be, right? Like,
I don't believe they are. I'm gonna err on the side of caution and say no. But they may as well be with how close they are.
like stranger things have happened, I guess. Tal, are you sure I don't have to dress up?
Positive. I'm sure they'd be just fine if you showed up in your armor.
Okay. And do I offer to pay? Or Colonel Curtis?
I think they might take that as an insult.
Oh.
They invited you.
And then there's this like list of trigger words I have to learn, like have fun and all this stuff I can't say. Have fun? Like looking at
Have... Oh. Right. That's probably because one of the times they were leaving, I told them to have fun like 5 times in a conversation.
Curtis. What? Did you? Whatever. She
Can't
just
answer why, sir. Just don't know.
letting go is hard, Ash. Yeah.
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 Even if you know it's the right thing to do.
And you can't. I said have fun, and Sasha's face went white. You know that, right?
I'd assume so.
Okay. I'll try to learn all the trigger words.
Probably for the best. I might be able to give you a warning. Mum is probably on the list.
Yeah, I kind of fucking figured that. That was top number 1, right? Trust me, they both start laughing. I will never call any of them mum again. Or ever, I should say. Yeah.
Yeah, with how much they like you, you could probably get away with it.
Well, that's what I called my mother, my mum. So when I go to... That's what I'm going to use as an abbreviation, is mum. M-U-M. I'll have to unfucking learn it.
Sorry about that.
It's alright. I can understand why they have trigger words.
So can I. I mean, I am the cause of them, so I'd better understand.
Curtis, yeah, well, good thing you do understand. You show you understand by professional, keep your distance, and just let them do their thing.
Yes, sir. That's...
You know your job now on the squad.
Keep Icy safe, get the job done.
No matter the cost. So
No matter the cost. That's the easy part. I, always was the dumbass who ran face first into danger.
had a death wish, mate.
Not a death wish, just didn't care. If they live and I'm gone, then doesn't matter, at least they're alive, right? That was the way I thought about it.
Well, you should keep thinking that way now, partner.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, it's a privilege. How many men can run into battle, get shot 1,000 times, and have somebody behind them that's going to heal them? Sure, it hurts. You're in pain for months, but that's better than being lied up in a bed unable to eat for a year. Or in one of those dreaded water tanks. I hate those.
Oh, God, I agree. Oh, I spent well over a month in one on the Majestic on 2 occasions.
Colonel Curtis cocks his shotgun. Tell us on the way down the mountainside. We're done here.
Yes, sir. He's gonna start cleaning everything up, pick up his weapons, holster them, ready to go.
Alright, to the colony. We have a long hike down the mountainside. Hope you're up for some mountain climbing, Ash.
Sounds like a wonderful day. Beautiful day out for it, sir.
Curtis flipping a detonator in his hands, walking off, Lake following. Tal, alright, let's hit to it, mate. If you fall off the mountain and you lose your footing, your boots do have a thruster pack built in. They'll kick in an emergency, but they're not good enough to keep you... Don't fall, mate, please. Not that I really care what happens, but come on. I'll have to do the report, mate. He walks this way.
Will do. Trust me. Worse to have to do paperwork about me, as much as you feel about me.
Muppet. He's walking along with you as down at the room set. Everybody is getting everything set up. Icy holding Pierre. And you guys are all at the hors d'oeuvre table. Pequod's still fawning over that little tortoise thing. Hunk is gonna grab a soda, open it, and hand it to Davy.
Davine starts to drink it quickly, brings it down. All right. She turns around, looks at Icy. What's the first scene we have to film today?
Icy, She's gonna pull out the script with her free hand, hand it to Banksy. Banksy starts paging through. It is... Oh, Julius is gonna be smoking weed on the roof, and then Fredwick is going to be playing Peter, the psychologist, and Julius is gonna threaten to throw Peter off a roof.
Right. Fredwick said something about a scene that he was going to be playing in that he had to get ready for. She nods, turns around, picks up one of the hors d'oeuvres, and holds it up to Hunk.
Hunk's gonna take a bite of it. Soletta, watching Hunk, your arm is so defined. She comes.
Davine looks at Hunk. Oh, trust me, I have noticed it too.
Hunk, I've been working out more. Me and Banksy bonding thing. Julius, when he's up early enough, bonding, but I would like him to sleep in more. Glares at Julius.
Julia shrugs. Not on weekdays, just on weekends when I actually have time to rest and things that I don't need to do.
He nods. Yeah, true. We've all been working out just a little more. And he looks at Davine, you don't have to work out any extra.
Davine nods. Oh, well, yes. I would like to see you more, especially working out, but maybe more private lessons.
Hunk, we can work out in private time when the kids are asleep or something like that. As long as we're working out for the right reason. Not worrying about this. He's gonna put his hand on her stomach, her hips. Not worrying about how they look.
Davy nods. Honestly, I would just want to wake out to spend time with you.
Get all hot and sweaty. Prelude to the action. Pequod gags a little.
Ah, God. Julius sets down one of the hors d'oeuvres he was about to eat. I have lost my appetite somehow.
Pequod, I mean, give him to me. Icy hands the tortoise to Pequod. I watched Julius work out back in the Headhunters, tape his hands for him and stuff. We never really worked out together, but it was the prelude to our action.
Julius thinks for a second and nods, looks over at Pequod. You think that you would want to, work out? Maybe I could teach you a couple moves? Self-defense?
Yeah, I mean, we have to keep up appearances. She comes over here.
Yeah, I think we do. He puts an
Show
arm
which-
around her.
She lets you show which of a couple is number one. She glares over at Hunk and Davy.
It's us. It's obviously us. It's always been us.
Eat your heart out. He kisses Davy very passionately.
Julius grits his teeth and gives Pequod a kiss.
Hunk's gonna let the kiss go on Davine. You can be number one, you can be the first, but doesn't mean the best.
Davine looks over at Julius and Pequod shrugs. Wisdom does take precedence over youth.
Pequod glares at Davine. Uh-huh.
Wisdom, is that what you're calling it? Not old age? And Davine glares at Julius. Oh, shouldn't have said that.
Suletta, only 40-something, right?
Davine looks over at Suletta. Yeah, 45.
A grandmother of 3 at 45.
Don't remind me.
She starts laughing. I remember when I handed Laz to Davine the first time, trying to make her feel better. Remember, Mom? She looks up at Davine.
Oh, I remember. I was simultaneously happy, a bit scared, and in disbelief. It was a good moment, and it definitely helped cheer me up.
Hunk, what do you think about like a lakeside house, Nicole? Would you ever want something? No. Hunk,
Davine clears her throat, looks at Hunk. Julius just looks up and starts whistling.
Beach house for you and Banksy? No. Just looking up at Banksy playing with his helmet. Cabin? Nope.
Davine chuckles, shakes her head. There, it would be nice to have a... she just turns around and starts feeding Hunk hors d'oeuvres in nervousness.
Hunk, what about a desert ranch home? No thanks. Banksy picks her up. She takes the tortoise from Pequod. Pequod leads into you, Julius. What are they talking about this for?
Julius leans down on Pequod and says very quietly, they're trying to figure out what kind of present to get her.
Pequod, well, photo album from us.
Yeah, we should take pictures ourselves, fill it up with memories of everyone.
Pequod, like legit photos, like Polaroids.
Yeah, Polaroid camera, that kind of thing.
Pequod nods. I'll take care of getting the film for that. And a camera, we don't have to take hers.
Yeah, good idea. He rubs her shoulders for a second, looks over at Davine and Hunk and shrugs.
They heard everything Pequod was saying as Icy's just playing with the turtle and Banksy. So
Davine starts thinking, looks over at Hunk, stands on her tippy toes and whispers into his ear. What if I have like a private painting lesson with her, try and teach us something that I enjoy? Daughter mother time type thing?
Hunk's eyes widen for a second. You are the most intelligent elf woman, intelligent woman I've ever... Yeah. What if you go somewhere special to do it?
Davine nods. We'll have to think of that special place. Do you think she would want to paint those mana planes that Julius was talking about?
Hunk is gonna put his hand on her cheek and kiss her on the lips lightly. I'm glad you're the brains. and the brawn. I'm just along for the ride, honestly.
Damien grabs both of his biceps and starts squeezing them. Oh, I don't know about the brawn anymore, honey.
Yeah, well, gotta stay in shape. He flexes his arm so she can feel the muscle bulge.
She just lets out a ooh, and Julius scoffs, rolls his eyes.
They're gonna walk this way. Pequod, see, me and Julius had our gift under. Wraps her arms around Julius's waist. Control. Best couple.
Julius puts 2 thumbs up. You know it.
Hunk, she's not easy to shop for. It's always been an issue.
Oh, trust me, we know. He puts both of his hands on Pequod's. We're actually sort of worried about what we're going to get for her next year.
Suletta, why is it that big of a deal?
Because it's like the first year as a family, all of us together, so at least for me, I want it to be special for everyone. It was special for me, my first birthday with my family, so I want it to be equally special for her.
She nods her head. I understand. I do. Well said. Almost choked me up a little bit.
Davy nods and looks up at Hunk. Sometimes he has a way with words.
Kiss it for Mom. Suletta, she was Master Yen's, and Ebenezer trained her. I didn't, really get to know her until the past 5 or 6 years, but she has what she wants. Just relax and be there for her.
Julius nods. Honestly, thinking about it, all of us watching a show she enjoys, Attack on Titan with her, it's probably one of the better gifts we can get for her.
Suletta, exactly. Little things that count. Meaning, she has her boyfriend. They're destined. So, she has what she wants. There's nothing to worry about. She looks at Hunk and Hunk. It just seems weird. You get one a cabin and the other one, it's like, they don't. It's hard.
Davy nods. And I've never been good at giving gifts.
Suletta, she's over the hump. She snaps her finger together. Freak out incident. That, once you're over that, she's good to go. With your help. It happens to all of us. Some more traumatic than others. For me, I froze my room solid. And our cat. You see her just glare off at the wall. Poor Mr. Snuffles. So Pequod, Mr. Snuffles.
Julius looks down at his feet and covers his mouth to hide his snickering.
It's quite important. She whips around staring at Davine and then Hunk that spellcasters have a good family. And it's not making an excuse. But with the turmoil even between me and my sister back then, who we shall not name, it's very important for us growing up. Nobody told me that. Master Chance just said something like, "Here, you take her and train her." He wasn't fond of me.
Davine shakes her head. From what little I know of that man, I don't think he was fond of many people.
Suletta, yes. Well, he wanted originally Ebenezer to train her and Malcolm to train under. He said Malcolm didn't need any formal training. But then I think they wanted her to be more of a physical combatant and a spellcaster, so they gave her to you. And I'm very glad they did, but it was a learning curve, trust me.
Davine nods. I bet it was.
Suletta, she should have been allowed to stay at Sword Base, integrate, make more friends, but Master Chance.
Well, we hate Master Chance for many things, but at least he did give us Nicole. So there's that at least.
Shaletta nods her head. Oddly enough, he is the one that promoted her to captain.
Huh, I probably would have put my money on Yen.
Shaletta shakes her head. No. He promoted her. He wanted her to be a captain. He was quite fond of her up until she caught him in his little trap. And I wish I could have been there to see the look on his. You were there. She points at Pequod and Julia. Her and Ebenezer caught him in a snare.
Yeah, it was very funny.
Pequod, yeah, they took him away, shipped him off after Ash screamed at the council for an hour.
Julius nods. It was fun day. It was a fun day. At least Master Chance getting taken away.
Hunk, Mr. Snuffles looks over. She doesn't say anything.
Damien looks at Soletta. Do you want us to get you another cat and name it Mr. Snuffles for you?
She closes her eyes. No. It was quite interesting. My sister and I had so much turmoil going on back then that one day we got into an argument that ended poorly. She slammed the door of my room and rest in peace, Snuffles. Pequod, why didn't you just de-thaw him? Can't that work? Well, I froze my room over and then the adjacent 6 rooms, big house, and let out a shriek and it shattered Mr. Snuffles to pieces. Pequod, I'm sorry.
Oh God.
We need a good upbringing. Look at Master Ebenezer. He might not be the most powerful, but he's a well put together man, always has been, came from a good family. Only child, which helps, but still. Education, money, that type of stuff doesn't matter. A good, loving family that can help you through your hard times and be there for you, which is exactly why I'm circling the orbit here, remembering Mr. Snuffles. This is the first time I've thought of him in years. He was a black cat. Here, I have a picture. She shows you a picture of it. Anyway, what I was trying to say is she already has what she wants. So stop worrying and just think of more outside the box gift.
Julius nods, and Davine nods too. Looks up at Hunk. We have to get better at thinking outside the box.
Hunk, well, yeah. We got her birthday's coming up in a month, and then we'll start thinking a day after. And he was a cute looking cat. And we'll definitely, that poor cat.
Julius just staring at the picture.
He's big, fat cat. Cute little chunky guy.
Oh. He rubs the back of his neck. Poor guy.
Pequod, good thing you didn't freeze any of your family members. So that no, but my mother had an exotic bird collection 2 rooms down. That there were many casualties that day, though I did not care for those birds. That cat was mine.
Davine pats Soletta's shoulder.
Pequod, before Davy could say anything, Pequod, do you have anything left of him? Any remains? Maybe we could get him cloned by Monkey Boy. Soletta, no, I buried him the next day. Pequod. Sorry, Davy. Pequod, stop talking.
No, I was going to say the same thing, actually.
Hug, why don't we just get him resurrected? No, it's fine. I've moved on. I don't like cats anymore.
Davy nods. Of course, dear. She just keeps on patting Soletta's shoulder.
Tommy shows up. Hello, everybody! Down here, Soletta sees him and groans and walks off out here to go take her position. And Pequod, so we're going to get her a cat for her birthday.
Yeah. We'll have to ask. I see if she doesn't actually like cats anymore.
Tommy walks up. How you guys doing? And Pequod, I think we can pull a string with Lorelei and Icy and have Snuffles resurrected. Did it through Ollie.
Julius nods, then looks at Tommy. We're doing well, Tommy. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Doing excellent. Very excellent, Julius. He puts his right hand gesturing this way. And down here, you see Carter sitting on Memory Ann's lap holding the book. He's just pounding the book with his hand, and she's reading it to him aloud with Sasha just holding Laz there. Excellent one, Kotsai.
Julius looks at that scene down at Pequod, then up at Tommy. Speaking of the kids, me and Pequod have a favor to ask you.
Yeah, anything for you. He puts his hand up again. Carter pounding the book with his hand. Memory Ann kisses him on the head, and he immediately relaxes and starts letting her read the book. As you are saying, Julius?
Julius's mouth is wide open when he sees that. Have you ever managed to get him to calm down that quickly, Pequod?
She's staring at it, this scene unfolding. No. Not even. No.
He rubs his neck, looks over at Tommy. Would you mind keeping an eye out, giving advice, basically what you did for me when everything was going down in my romantic life? Would you mind keeping an eye on the kids like that?
Hunk. Yeah, I don't know if Nicole can have one yet. Spellcasters, it's up there. Tommy, I know. Don't worry. And me and Davine actually would like to have one, Tommy. Tommy, yes, I know. And of course, it's not even a question. Don't even ask, Julius. I will watch over them for you. All of them. Even the ones that aren't born yet.
Julius nods. Thank you. Thank you very much. He puts his hand out to shake Tommy's hand.
Tommy shakes your hand, and he gestures with his eye over here. As Carter's just reading the book, turning the pages for her. She turned the page, tells him to turn the page, and he does.
Julius swings a couple times. That is... Does he listen to you like that? He looks down at Pequod and then back at Davine and Hunk.
Pequod, no, he's usually pretty rebellious for his age. I mean, let me get a better look at this. He's gonna put Davine over here. They look adorable.
Oh, look how cute that is. He's turning the pages for her.
Oh, she's gonna be a good big sister. Tommy, yeah, big sister. Keep telling yourself that. Watch this. What?
Davine looks at Tommy, a little confused, and then up at Hunk.
Hunk's gonna look back at Julius and Pequod. Pequod.
Yeah, so, I don't know if it's gonna be like a big sister, little brother thing between the two of them.
Tommy coming over here, hand on Scar's shoulders, rubbing them. Tommy, and don't worry, aquarium already being built. Pequod, the aquarium?
Julia shrugs. I never asked for one.
Tommy just ignores what you said, goes back to rubbing Scar's shoulders. Hunk. Aquarium. Probably for him. Points to the tortoise.
Yes, for the water tortoise, even though Blaze said it didn't need one to live.
Tommy coming back here to greet Brandon. Keep telling yourself baby face. Saying to Julius from all the way over.
Julius looks at Tommy. Am I really, denying something that I shouldn't be denying? He looks at Pequod.
Pequod looking over at Mebriette and Carter. I wonder. He's never lied to us unless it was about, his exploits as some type of NFL player or something stupid.
Julius nods. He hasn't. but he also hasn't outright told us that that is fact.
Hunk turns around. What are you guys talking about?
Julius looks at Hunk. We think Marianne and Carter are going to be a thing when they grow up.
Hunk looks back at the kids, then Davine. Well, that would probably make Suletta extremely happy.
Damien nods. I think it would, as long as Carter is a respectful, mature young man and fit for her daughter. I think she'll be ecstatic.
Hunk nods. I think Tommy has a way with things.
Yeah, I think so too.
Pequod's gonna, come on, Julius, and lead you over to over here. You guys go over there. Hunk, you mind if I sit up with you, the director, or you want me in the back, honey?
Oh, you want to see me while I work? Well, come on, Daddy.
He's gonna take her off her feet, carry her over, set her in her chair. Or, hey, Davy.
Hello, Scar. How are you today?
Doing well now that I don't smell like a wet cat. Anyway, have you been briefed on the scene?
Yes, the rooftop scene with Julius, Fredwick as Peter, and Julius is smoking weed, correct?
Yes. Don't worry, he's not smoking real weed, but yeah. And then from there, we gotta go. Well, I assume you'll be at the commissary table. I'll take care of the sex scene, Davine.
Davine pats Scar's hand. Thank you, Scar. Your sacrifice is noted.
And then don't worry, we're gonna have another dialogue scene between Tommy and Julius on the roof, and that's probably where we're gonna spend the majority of our day. Then we're doing the final scene of the movie where Tommy shoots himself, which I am greatly looking forward to. Let us start laughing.
I honestly wonder how that one's gonna go.
That would probably be pretty good. Blaze holding the prop pistol. Yes, racks the slide on the prop pistol as Pequod takes you up to Sasha. She's holding Laz. Pequod, have they been like that all day? Sasha looks down at Marianne and Carter and, since you guys came back, I guess, yeah. Zanzibar dropped them off here.
Julius just nods. Right.
Pequod's got some grapes from the commissary table, holds one up to Laz. Looking at Laz and looks at Sasha, Auntie Sasha's favorite. Sasha, well, she tightens her grip on Laz. Godmom Auntie wanted to be here when she was born, but chose poorly. So, we've got some making up to do. Pequod smiles up at her.
Julius nods, smiles at Sasha. You know, this is a really weird question, but, you haven't asked Tommy to make you an aquarium, have you?
Sasha, no. Why would I?
Right, yeah. Just had to ask.
I try
What's-
not to ask from Tommy because then I'm owed to him and I end up, well, what you're about to do.
Yeah. He looks back at the scene and back at her. Why, you don't want to act in Rainfall Productions, especially on a Tommy Wiseau film?
Sasha, he did want me to be in the sex scene, but I made Nightfall do it. So,
Oh. He rubs the back of his neck. Yeah. Yeah, good on you for that choice.
she gestures back. Here, you see old lady Denaria and Tommy, even though he's not scheduled to be in a scene for the first couple of scenes, getting makeup done. More spry, Jennifer, more spry. My name's Sonny. More spry, Jennifer.
Julius stifles a laugh, looks back at Sasha. You sure you don't want to act with that?
Sasha, not on your life.
Oh, God. Sure you don't want to be polymorphed and take my scenes for me? Banksy won't do it.
Sasha, I don't blame him. As you see down here, Carter is starting to cry a little bit. He's crying for mommy or somebody. Marianne kisses him on the head and he stops immediately. And she puts his pinky in his mouth for him.
Julius just looks down at the two of them. You two saw that, right?
Sasha, yeah. She's got good maternal instincts for her age.
Yeah, well... Pequod, I've never been able to make him calm down like that, and I'm willing to bet some money that you haven't either.
Pequod's soul is like, she snaps her fingers like this with Icy. Icy just holds her and talks to her and calms her down. So maybe Memory Hand's just like that for Carter. Imprinting or something like that? Yes, if that's what you think. We're back.
Julius looks back at Ptolemy, looks at Pequod. It wouldn't make sense for right now. I mean, maybe it is like when Icy gave me the stick of gum. Yeah, she imprinted on me. Maybe it's like that kind of imprinting and not our kind of imprinting.
Pequod, yeah, comes over, smiles at Memory Hand, picks Carter up, walks this way, and he starts to cry, reaching back at Memory Hand. Pequod's eyes go wide. Just standing there frozen.
Julius looks over at Sasha.
She's watching this. He's attached to her. It's adorable, actually, Julius. She tightens her grip on Laz. Tommy gets up. Time to film. Give baby back to Memory Hand. Yes, imprinting magic, whatever, put you to bed at night, Julius. He comes and sits down.
Julius looks back at Tommy.
Whatever puts him to bed at night, and you too. He keeps crying. Set him down, please. You will see. She sets him down, stops crying, puts the book back on his lap. Whatever. And she walks back. Sasha's gonna follow her.
He looks at the two of them for a couple more seconds, then walks up next to Fledwick. Fledwick looks over at Julius. How about my points? Hey, Fledwick. You ready for this? You know all your lines and everything? Yes, I was told last night that I would be doing this scene, and I stayed up until the dreaded Waldo Tortoise started the bombardment on the Armory folk. I spent all last night learning my lines for this amazing scene. Right. Okay, good. And, you understand everything, the scene direction. Davine's gonna tell us what she wants out of the scene. You know all that? Yes. Yes, I do. I am thrilled that I have been given a scene in this film. Hopefully it is just the first of many. Julius looks at Fredwick. Alright, well, you know what they say in the business, break a leg and all that. He pats Fredwick on the back and then walks over, gets into position.
I see clapping for you as you come in front of the camera, holding the tortoise.
Davine reads over the script for a couple seconds. Alright, so let's just have a run through of the scene real quick. We'll be rolling, so, don't let that intimidate you at all, son. We're going to be rolling. Let's just have a run through of the scene. If anything comes up, I'll stop it, and then we'll look over the footage, and I'll pick out anything that I would want to change with it, okay? And Julius nods. Alright. Rubs his head. Alright, quite on set. Rolling. Action. As Fledwick comes out of the little shed and walks up to Julius. Oh, hi, Julius. What's happening? Hi, Peter. There's a lull in the conversation. This is a good place to think, huh? As Julius takes out a little piece of rolled up paper and lights it. What, you want to put me on the clock or something, Peter? What's that, Julius? He points at the rolled up piece of paper. Oh, it's nothing. You want some? No, man. You know I don't smoke that stuff. You look depressed. I expect better from a prince. And Davine puts her hand up. Cut! Frederick, Julius is not a prince right now, okay? He's playing a character and you have to act like he is that character, okay? His name is Julius or Mark. Whatever it said in the script, it said both like a lot of times, my queen. I know, dear. But whatever you think seems right, be it Julius or Mark, okay? And Frederick nods. I will do my best, my queen. She nods. All right, let's pick it up from there. You want some, and Mark offers Peter the joint line, okay? Right on set. Rolling action. As Julius offers the joint to Peter. You want some? No, man. You know I don't smoke that stuff. You look depressed. As Julius pushes himself up, shakes his head, cracks his neck. I just got this sick feeling in my stomach. I did something awful, man. I just can't forgive myself. Why don't you tell me about it, Julius? Well, I feel like I've been running, or killing myself. Something crazy like that. Why are you smoking that crap? No wonder you can't think straight. That stuff will mess up your brain, Julius. Anyway, it's none of your business. Why are you so nosy? As Julius walks up to Frederick, gets face to face with him. You think you know everything. You don't know shit. Just a minute, as Frederick puts his hands onto Julius's chest and pushes him back slightly. Who do you think you are? You're acting like a kid, Julius. Grow up. Julius throws the joint down, smashes it out with the shoe. Who are you calling a kid? Fuck you. As Frederick grabs Julius's arm, pulls him in close, about 6 inches away from each other's faces, and Julius recoils a bit, looking genuinely freaked out. Do it, Mark. I'm just trying to help you. I know you're having an affair with Denaria. Am I wrong? As Julius, not seeming like he's acting, just pulls away on instinct from him and pushes Frederick back a couple spaces as Julius takes a step back. God, what do you mean, man? What do you know about that? Frederick walks back up to Julius. You know exactly what I mean by that. I've seen how the two of you look at each other. Denaria constantly looking like she'll ravage you. Julius shakes his head. You don't know anything, man. You don't know anything. And Frederick puts both of his hands on Julius' shoulder, spins him around to face him. Look at me and tell me you are. As Julius grabs Frederick's arms, pulls him over to the ledge, and starts to act like he's pushing Frederick over the ledge. And Frederick starts screaming, Oh no! No! No, please don't, Mark! Please! Please! And Julius pulls him back. Sorry, man, I wasn't actually gonna do it. You know I wasn't. And Frederick looks at Julius takes a step back from him. It's okay, Mark. I understand. That stuff will mess with your brain. I would recommend not smoking any more of it. Understood? Julius nods. Yeah. Clears his throat. You want to head back down? I don't feel like being up here right now. And Frederick nods. Yes, what us? Do you wish to hold my hand? Julius rears back. No, I'm good. Thanks. And he starts to head towards the shed. And Davy calls cut.
Tommy immediately starts clapping along with Suletta, Icy, Pequod, everybody. Excellent scene, Julius Frederick. Excellent. Raw motion. What do you think, Davey? Was that first take, first try?
Davy nods. If you don't count that little cut we had in the middle, yeah, I think so.
That was absolutely wonderful. Time on Mickey Malcolm sets has done you well, Julius.
Julius looks over at Tommy and nods. Thank you, Tommy.
That was amazing. Come over here, Julius. Come, Frederick, go get lost. Go do something else.
I will go over to St. Gay Routine in town, see if they need anything. He bows to all of them and walks over to towns as Julius walks up to Tommy.
That was great, Julius. Excellent. Treat yourself to something from the table. A sex scene coming up. We don't need to do a retake. You happy with that, Davian? Absolutely.
Davian watching the monitor, looking over the footage. No, I'm actually quite happy with all of that.
Hug gives you a thumbs up. Good.
She looks over at Julius. Good job. And Julius looks down at the script. He wasn't supposed to ask me to hold his hand, was he? And Davian sort of shrugs. We can cut that out in post, don't worry.
Krellin scanning the page. Suletta comes over. Yeah, no, he just wanted to hold your hand.
Davian chuckles. I think so. Maybe you make him feel safe, Julius. And Julius chuckles. Yeah, maybe.
Twins. Pequod speaks up, waving you over.
Julius will walk over to her. Yeah.
Pequod trying to fight back laughter at poor Frederick's attempt at act.
No, go ahead. Laugh.
It's the lisp, Julius. I'm sorry. It gets me every time as Icy hands you the tortoise. I think he wants Uncle Julie.
He'll hold him up to him.
Pequod, oh, the two cutest things in the galaxy.
He winks over at Pequod, looks over at Icy. Yeah. You know, if you ever did a scene with him, I'm sure he'll accidentally call you princess a few times.
Icy, I would prefer princess over baby face. As Tommy babifies.
Julius looks over at Tommy. Yeah, what's up?
It's time for a sex scene. I have to go get naked.
Okay, you should probably grab the kids, right?
Tommy, no worries. Walks over here, pulls a curtain up. I can't see anything. I have planned for all of this, Julius. The curtain goes down this way, horizontal. Well, it'll be vertical on the map, but yeah.
Oh? Well, good. Thank you, Tommy.
Hey, Devin, you don't have to worry about directing this scene. As I have said, I know you don't want to see me naked. Actually, Devin, he looks down at Hunk. You have been working out more. You're very ripped, very defined. Would you like to be Tommy's stunt double? Hunk, I don't have the hair. Tommy, that's okay. We just depends on how Scar and Davian want to shoot it. Hunk looks at Davian. That's up to the wife.
Davian looks over at Hunk and starts smiling.
Lorelai and her guards appear, coming through the curtain.
Davian's still staring at him for a couple seconds, realizes who just cleared her throat, and turns around. General! Hello!
Hunk, she did say she was gonna be here, honey. Grabbing Davian's wrist.
She did say that, didn't she?
Zanzibar, looking at her, standing out of the way so she can see everybody. Hi, General Lorelei, what can I do for you on this fine day? You come to... why you're here? She walks up. I've come to make sure everything is copacetic with the sex scene. Tommy, everything will be fine. Children won't see anything. Nightfall is ready to go. She in her armor underneath the polymorph of old lady Denaria. It's okay. And private parts will be covered, so everything is fine. General Lorelei, yes. So who's going to be... are you going to be playing yourself in the sex scene, Tommy? Tommy, well, it's up to the director. If that ain't my hunk, then it should be hung. Maybe we could find a wig. She pulls out a wig. Wow, that looks like my hair. Tommy looking at it shocked.
Damien looks at it shocked. Why do I feel like she had this planned?
Sasha, I told you she had it under her breath.
That you did. I can't believe I didn't believe you.
How was dinner at the restaurant? Pequot, Julia?
It was delicious, ma'am. Thank you very much for the tickets.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You should take the whole family there. Now on to pressing matters. She pitches the wig underhanded. It hits Julius right in the face.
Julius grabs the wig, looks at it, looks up at her. Oh.
She pitches a sack to you to cover up your private part.
Oh. Julius looks around at everyone.
Hunk, I mean, he's got the blood hunter right tattoos. That Tommy doesn't have those. General Lorelei snaps her fingers and they disappear from your body. Not anymore.
Julius looks down. I'd have to okay with it with my wife, isn't that right, dear?
Pequod looks at Davine. Maybe I can assist Scar directing this one?
Yes, dear, of course you can. She stands up. The director's seat is yours for this one.
Yeah, that's fine. She sits down. Scar, you'll do great, don't worry. As General Lorelei pushes her way through to sit right next to me. Blaze, watching, very confused. Walks this way.
Davine laughs, pats Blaze on the shoulder. Told you Lorelei liked him.
Yes, he's gonna walk so Lorelei can't hear. I've heard, I've seen, but I didn't think it was this strong.
Trust me, you should see her when she's looking at Julius in Jurassic Galaxy.
You four, well, three plus the turtle will walk this way as Pequod, go get undressed, Julius. And Lorelei, I concur.
Yes, ma'am. Where should I do this at?
Oh, just right behind Nightfall. Jennifer and Sunny. Walk over here.
Of course. He walks over behind Nightfall.
Brandon! She snaps her fingers, Brandon Law. Right! Julius.
Julius turns around and points at Brandon. Do not film this.
I mean, she's the executive producer.
Julius inhales. Starts laughing, inhales deeply and exhales. For her and my wife's eyes only. Understood? You make sure you tell people that.
You got it, partner, as he's zooming the camera in, watching you get ready to get undressed. Tommy, whoa! I'd say I am out of the equation on this one. Come on, Sasha, take the child out of here. Old Lady Denaria is nude. Polymorphed to look like nude old Lady Denaria walks past you, Julius, getting ready to go on set.
Julius has to stifle a gag as he looks at old Lady Denaria.
As you're getting undressed, Lorelei's dictating orders how she would like the scene lit. They're changing around the lighting. You can see Banksy fighting back, gagging in his mask.
Julius looks up at Zanzibar, then at Brendan Law as he's finishing up, getting undressed. This is something I never thought I'd have to do.
Brandon, you knew it was coming. Come on. This is what you get for punting me out of the damn convention. Zanzibar. Watching just confused.
Oh yeah, this is what I get. This is my karmic justice, Brandon.
Yes, it is. Flex the hips a little bit for the behind the scene.
He looks at Brandon. Fine. He does it.
Zanzibar comes over, starts poking you in the back, in the butt, wondering why you're getting undressed. He's just trying to ask you what you're doing.
Julius pats Zanzibar on his hand. I'm doing a favor for Tommy that my wife and General Lorelei would very much like to see me do.
He picks you up by your shoulders like a little baby and cradles you out this. You are right behind Pequod in Zanzibar's arms, naked with the little cover over the private parts. This guard, Christ. This guy laughing at you.
Julius looks down, grits his teeth. This is certainly a day of days.
Zanzibar comes behind Lorelei. Yes, yes, set him down, go away. He just sets Julius down and goes back to watch the kid. Okay, Julius. Get on the bed.
Yes, ma'am. He will walk over.
Milka.
Look at old lady Denaria.
Nude old lady Denaria sprawled out on the bed.
God, I really hoped I'd never see that again.
Do we really need a boom mic for this if there's no dialogue? Lorelei, no, you're relieved. Thank God. Runs over this way. Scar, yeah, do I have to be here? I mean, really, I think you two could take it from here, right? Krellin, don't see big deal. See many nude people. All time. General Lorelei, will be your assistant directing credit. If you want the Oscar, you should be here. Scar, I can win an Oscar? Looking at Laura. Pequod, yeah, whatever, Scar. Just watching Julius. Turn around, Julius. Let's see the behind.
He turns around for him.
General Lorelei, excellent shot. Turn around again. Let's see the front.
Turns around.
Tense your abdominal muscles.
He looks down for a second and then does it.
Put the hand to your neck. Define your arm.
Does it?
Well, I think we're good to go, Pequod. What do you think? Pequod, bend over, Julius. Touch your toes with your hand. Scar, this is fucking disgusting.
He looks at Scar. I'm sorry, man. He bends down and touches his toes.
Oh, Malcolm. Malcolm.
Not
Pequod.
helping, Nightfall.
She chuckles. Pequod, does he really need the wig on? If we shoot it the right way, Scar, we could shoot it in a way that we never show his head. General Lorelei, take the wig off.
He'll reach up, take the wig off.
Copulation scene. Krellin reading through the script. Says here, Mark Julius, Tommy need be on top of old lady. General Lorelei, and a lucky old lady she is. Get on the bed.
Yes, ma'am. He gets on the bed.
Pequod, Scar, these lights really produce a lot of heat. Scar, you're not under any of the lights. Pequod, yeah, that's true. Looks back at Scar, starts fixing the camera. As the scene begins to shoot over at the commissary table, Tommy pops open a soda and starts drinking it. Well, all's well that ends well, if you ask me.
Davy nods. Looks over at Hunk. I would have liked to direct you like that, though.
Hunk, the next movie.
Yes, it will have to be. She does like the little stick figure person running up his chest.
Icy watching, imitates it, doing it to Banksy. Sasha. Hug, yeah, it's quite seductive.
Davy nods. It's always the little things that you pick up that will work wonders.
Icy nods her head, keeps doing it to Banksy with the turtle in one hand. Tommy, well, I feel bad for Julius, but at the same time, I was quite nervous about doing this thing.
I bet you were. In concerning your next scene, you have everything prepared, correct? You know all your lines by heart this time?
And don't worry, Tommy has taken care of everything.
Very good, Tommy. Very good.
Dialogue scene between me and Julius on roof, everything will go fine. One
She-
take.
She nods. I very much hope so.
Well, we don't have time to waste. Have to get movie done by tomorrow, and then we have 2 days of post-production, Blaze. Blaze, I'll have it done in 2 days. Trust me. And then into theaters. Minimum 2 weeks, Oscar requirement, Davey. Here's your tickets. He starts handing out tickets to the Oscar.
She looks at the tickets, looks over at Hunk. Do you think there's any chance I'm gonna get nominated?
Hunk, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, hopefully. Hopefully. She reads the ticket, puts it into her pocket.
You will get nominated, trust me. Just being nominated is a award in and of itself. I can't tell if you'll win anything or not. It is cloudy future.
Davine looks at him for a couple seconds. So tell me, how far can you see into the future?
Oh, give or take 25 years. What? Yes. That's why I built aquarium.
What is the aquarium for? Do aquariums have like a resurgence in popularity in the future or something?
No, neither one here on Gateway to house animal. I see Pierre holding him. No, not him. He is yours. He need be by your side all time. He is your child now. Talking about other animal, dolphin to be more precise. Banksy, dolphin, huh? Tommy, yes, dolphin.
Davine nods. Someone a fan of dolphins that's close to you?
Suletta holding something in her hand and puts it away in her pocket.
Davine looks over at her. What was that?
She pulls it out. Just a gift I got for Soul. Dolphin pendant. Tommy.
Davine looks at it, looks over at Tommy, and then back at the pendant.
People are very strange these days, David.
She looks up at Salada. That is a bit freaky, isn't it?
Coincidence. Blaze looking at the pendant. I'd say so. Whatever you tell yourselves at night, people.
Davine keeps staring at the pendant. Did you buy that on a whim, or were you planning on it or something?
Suletta, they were my favorite animals growing up. It was Nicole's idea. I see. Shrugs.
Davine looks over at Tommy. Right.
I see. We got her these. Pulls them out of her pockets. Just, she's too young to wear them. But dolphin earrings, kind of cute. Hands them to Davine so she can look at them.
She holds them up, looks at them. They are absolutely adorable.
Suletta, and this pendant was mine when I was a child, so figured it'd go good with the earrings. I see. Yeah. Not a birthday, just a gift for her.
A wonderful idea, you two. She'll hand the earrings back to AC. An odd coincidence.
Tommy cracks open a soda and hands it to Hunk. He drinks a little bit, hands it to Davy, and Tommy looking over at Sasha as she's just picking away at the hors d'oeuvre plate, feeding some to Lass. She will make a good mother, don't you think? just...
Davine takes a sip of the soda, looks over at Sasha. I think she'll do great in whatever she sets her mind to, including being a mother.
She's on the right track now, prioritizing people, the right people. She doesn't hear anything because she's just eating, feeding lads. Probably raised a very good son, if you know what I mean, David. He just, excuse me, have to go use the restroom. Disappear. Hung. Watching him walk away. Read his mind, points at Icy, and Icy, it's just a clapping monkey.
I feel recently I've been more confused. Each and every time I've talked to Tommy, then I've gotten answers from him.
Would you like Sasha? Banksy speaks up. If you and Towns have a kid. Sasha, I don't want that many kids. Just one. I'd prefer a boy. Banksy. Oh. Give me the turtle. He takes it from Icy and just starts whistling.
Davine also starts whistling, looking around. Tommy, he's a real funny guy, isn't he?
Looking back at the bathroom he walked into. Yeah. I don't know if funny is the way I'd put it.
How would you put it?
An enigma.
Better usage of terms, yes.
Yeah. If he starts talking cryptically about our daughter, we listen, yeah?
Yes.
Son, whatever we have. I would prefer a girl. I know you would prefer one. But, we listen. Take notes.
Yes, I agree. Very much so. And if he starts talking about JJ in some way, we have to listen too. Yes?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. At least he bought the water company now. Damn,
Yeah.
200 credits per bottle.
Well, luckily now we have a lifetime supply.
Hug feeds David some grapes as out here the sex scene is going on. And thrust your pelvis more, Julius. Put your back into it. You're a ranger.
Julius grits his teeth, shakes his head, and then starts doing it.
The blanket is up too high. Pequod, yeah, we can't see anything, Julius. Guard. Do I? Oh, he comes up, pulls the blanket down, stands out of the way. You got a good enough view there, ma'am? General Lorelei, lower, down to about his knees. Actually, just pull it off the bed. He rips the blanket off the bed and walks this way. Proceed, Julius.
Julius shakes his head, come on, man. And he starts going again.
Milk.
God. He just keeps shaking his head as he keeps going.
Pequod, tense your back muscles up, Julius. Define your lower back and upper back. Let's see the pecs. Shoulder blades.
He starts to tense his back.
Krellin, fine specimen of young man. General Lorelei, I concur. She's drenched in sweat. Look over your shoulder and her. It looks like she just stuck her head under the shower for 30 seconds.
He looks back for a second, then back down at old lady Denaria. You know what, I'm just gonna close my eyes.
Don't close them, baby.
Oh, God.
Julius taught me how to fight.
Nightfall.
She starts under her breath laughing. I think you're aiming a little high, Julius.
Would you want me to aim lower?
She chuckles slightly. Scar, okay, I think we're good here, right? I mean, we just got this long shot of him groping up on her and a little bit of the foreplay getting onto the bed. Lorelei, no, let's do another take. Julius, get off the bed. Start over.
He gets off the bed, looks at Lorelei and Pequod. Are you sure, ma'am? I felt like the scene.
Pequod, no, we need another take, Julius. At least 5, maybe 6.
Julius looks down and sighs. Yes,
General
ma'am.
Lorelei, you could be dressed up in drag, or you could be doing this Take your pick.
Yes, ma'am. Kid, get on the bed, Nightfall.
Of course, baby. She crawls on the bed, old lady booty Denaria, crawling seductively across the bed.
Julius gags for a second. She said, "Alright."
Action. Strut seductively over to the bed this time. I want you to grab the pole that, holds up the curtains on the bed and spin yourself around onto the bed.
He walks over, does what she says.
He's fabulous, Pequod. You've trained him well. Pequod, I know. Watching, adjusting the focus. Scar, I'm gonna be fucking sick if we do another take of this. I'm already fighting back gagging. Kralin, puke into this. Hands him a and we cut to the frontier. Ash and company have climbed down the mountain. Ash, you're still climbing down.
Okay, he's gonna continue to make his way down.
Slow, Ash.
Yes, sir. Slowly, bit at a time.
Slow and steady wins the race. You break a leg out here, we gotta carry you back.
Understood, sir. That would not be ideal. And there.
You get down, look up.
He's gonna look up.
You see the gigantic mountain face you've scaled down. Not bad, huh?
Not bad at all. God, that's a lot.
Sure is. As Tal, who's very far away, you hear him whistling.
Everything alright?
Found ourselves a graveyard, mates. Colonel Curtis, what? Turns around because they were too busy watching you, waiting for you. If you fell, he'd hit you with slow fall to protect you.
A graveyard?
Sure looks that way, mate. Come on up here.
He's gonna make his way up with the group. That's a mobile suit.
Sure looks that way. Dilapidated beyond all hell.
Yeah, how long? Looking at it, it's gotta have been out here for a very, very long time if it's that overgrown.
Lake drinking from his canteen. Wipes his mouth because he's got his mask off. I don't know anything about these things. Curtis, looks like the wing.
The Wing? I think I've heard of that one. I haven't done as much research into them as I probably should have, but I've heard the name.
Went missing. He's sliding down the rock face, trying to land on its shoulder without killing himself. Slides down. It went missing! He slides, catches himself. I should use my grappling hook more. Looking at his wrist. It went missing early into the Calamity thing. War, incursion, massacre.
One sec. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. It broke up for a sec.
It went missing during the Calamity War, incursion, massacre.
Well, looks like we just found it.
Tal, this is like the one you got back at the apartment in your little private hangar.
This is similar, but different. I suppose each one is.
Colonel Curtis, it's classified. Let me pull it up on my wrist computer.
Yes, sir?
This thing got hit by some type of slip space weapon in orbit around what was a lowly Chinese refueling station, which became Tal Gateway Station, right? Got hit by some type of slip space weapon and never recovered. Look, there's a ship. He points down here.
Yes, there is. He's gonna start making his way down. Slip space weapon, that means it got punched through space, right?
Tal's going to go down this way. You guys are talking over radio comms. Yeah.
Well, good thing we know where it is now, I suppose.
This is an old ass ship. He's walking right up to the ship. Colonel Curtis from atop the shoulder. 600 plus! Skybus.
Dear gods. Is he gonna make his way up to it and just look up at it. They really, even looking like this, they really are magnificent, aren't they?
That's probably the pilot down there, mate. He's just pointing down.
Gods, poor guy.
Like, maybe they got stranded here, hit with a slip space weapon right into orbit, threw them off their trajectory, landed here.
Makes sense, and I assume at the time this was even further out on the frontier.
Oh, nothing out there was charted. I mean, this is the frontier. Out back then, nobody even knew places like this existed. Nobody knew what was beyond the veil of the Milky Way.
So they were
Think about that, kid. He's up out here looking down at you.
Such a change compared to today. So these poor souls were stranded here with no chance of getting back home. And gods know what a slip space weapon like that does to someone in transit.
Probably makes them sick, disoriented.
It's a shame. What should we do about this, sir? I don't think this is something you've briefed me on.
He's scaling the sides of it, inspecting it. Do you know how to open a cockpit on one of these things?
Yes, sir. I can do that.
Climb.
He's gonna start making his way up slowly. Slowly make his way up to him.
Lake's looking around. It looks like they were trying to set up. This looks like a really old lean-to. Probably trying to set up, hoping somebody would find them.
He's gonna get up and try to open the cockpit.
It opens. It looks completely dilapidated inside. Colonel Curtis, operable or no?
I'm assuming you said dilapidated, so no. Doesn't...
Curtis looks at you. How do these things work?
Well, in my experience, he's gonna pick up the helmet. You put the helmet on, get the controls, and then once you've interfaced with it, assuming you've got the, I guess, willpower to work with them, it's a bit of give and take with the suit itself. I've described it as a dance together before, but it just... The suit has a will of its own. You have to work with it, right?
You have to wear that helmet?
Yes, sir.
Take your helmet off and put it on. Let's see if it's operable at all.
Yes, sir. He'll take his helmet off and put it on.
Completely dead.
Nothing, sir. I, again, don't know much about the upkeep of them. That wasn't what I was learning. I don't know, maybe if we put a new core in, but I doubt it. I have no clue. But it's been out here for how many hundreds of years?
6+100.
It doesn't matter how tough something is, I'd assume. That long out in the harsh elements... It's probably going to be bloody hard to fix the poor thing.
Surprised no scavengers or colonists came across it, but given its location in the horrendous mountainside, yeah.
Well, there's a chance if any did, they would have had to get through our friends back up there.
Well, I can't say I've stumbled across many suits like this out on the frontier in my time, but SOP is to destroy it. Don't want it falling into anybody's hands, even if it is looks up at the helmet, the face, glorified paperweight.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Oh, I got plastic explosives left.
Will do. It's a shame, poor thing. Poor thing should be in a museum, not rotting into the ground.
We have to report this back to Lorelei.
Understood, sir. Assuming I should stop making my way down.
And Tal starts climbing up. Curtis, we'll just put explosives on all the joints and a fuck ton in the cockpit. They're powered by what exactly?
Some kind of reactor. I'm not positive exactly. Zap was the one who did most of the work with that.
It'd probably still go hot after all these years. If it's like a fusion core reactor. Radiation. Curtis, maybe we wait to blow this one up until we're at safe distance.
I think that's a good idea, sir.
Tal, we'll probably blow another hole in the mountainside if any lichens are under this place or in the mountain back there. Might bring down the whole. He looks over the thing's head. Whole mountain. It's
Might be for the best with the lichens as well. Get rid of them. Get rid of this thing before anyone can get his hands on him.
gonna. Alright, mate, go ahead. Displace. I'll place the explosive.
Understood. He's gonna slowly make his way down.
They're just inspecting what's left of the skeletal remains of the place. Explosion should take out all the unfortunate souls.
Understood, sir. Guessing there's no way to recover the names of anyone here.
Colonel Curtis, Skybus points over there. This is a civilian ship. They used to take them from Earth to Mars.
So most of these people are probably civvies.
Unfortunately, yeah. Probably got caught in the crossfire.
War. Not fun. Well, it's a shame that they ended up here. Can't imagine what that would be like, dropped on a planet, not knowing if you'll ever get anyone to there to rescue you, and really no real chance.
Oh, we didn't start coming out to the frontier till about 100 years after these events. And they were doomed.
Best case would have been starting over and building something new on your own, and, well, yeah, you can see how hard that is.
And the lake's been going around to all the skeletal remains. Come here, Ash.
Yes, sir. He's gonna come over.
He's not picking the bones out of the snow and dirt. He just points down. What does that look like on his forearm? Looks like bite mark,
Yes, it does.
but not large incisors, like a canine.
Ash is gonna take a careful look and see what he thinks they look like.
Scan his teeth with your wrist of your
Yes, sir. He's going to.
Colonel Curtis, Donner Party 2.0.
Cannibalism.
Tell Jesus Christ, they were desperate, scaling this thing, placing the explosives everywhere.
We'll do crazy things to survive, won't we? People, I mean, not necessarily us.
Probably ran out of food, mate. He's up here. Sky bus like that probably had storage for 2-3 weeks at the most.
And he's gonna look around. There's a cliff face to one side, and it doesn't look like the most plentiful place in terms of food.
The colonel, I mean, if you don't have prereq training, whether military or civilian, scaling mountains, mountain climbing, you're not getting off this place. We still got 8 miles down the cliff face this ways.
Right, so they were stranded no matter what, in a place with no food.
And not to mention they didn't have any climbing equipment, even if they knew how to use it.
Yeah. Sounds like hell to me. What could be worse than knowing that death is coming for you and all you can do is try to stave it off and pray someone finds you?
Well, I'm glad we found it, mate. Would rather this not fall into Max Tech hands.
No, I agree with that. If they could make those rays with a prototype, I'd shudder to think what they could do with one even in the condition he's in.
He's finished placing the explosives. This is going to be a huge fucking explosion. If the colonists didn't know we were coming, they're going to know now.
Well, hell of an entrance, right?
Ha! Chuckles to himself. Curtis, I've seen this on the frontier. Cannibalism before. Definitely not a mobile suit, though.
I heard stories of it back at Gallia. Was lucky enough not to see it firsthand, but that's my experience with it.
Tal, I've seen it too. Like, unfortunately, yeah.
Well, we can chalk that down to a new experience,
People get stranded, they hit their distress beacon, we get there in a week, 2 weeks, and they've already resorted.
Sounds right. There was the story I heard was, it was a couple of larger families that were moving across to one of the other big cities, and the wagon went off a ravine and they got trapped there for, oh god, 2-3 weeks. By the time other people got there to try and help, it was, I think 30 people went down, 8 were left, and a lot of bones polished by the inside of a pot were found around the camp.
That's pretty sick, mate.
It's fucked is what it was. Happy I didn't see it firsthand, but the gentleman who told it to me, you saw the dog in the house, Tal? Honey, I think they're calling him.
Yeah.
He had eyes like the dog when he told it.
That dog looked like he's been through. Well, it looks like somebody raped him.
Yeah, it does.
Poor thing. I saw he had a scarf on too. Is that like the scarf thing? Is like some type of like the Queen knighting you, Colonel Curtis?
Not too far from the truth, I mean, they are calling Davine the Queen of Earthgov now, so yeah, I'd say that. Allowing you into the elite ranks of the Rainfalls.
Curtis is kneeling down, looking at the guy's skeleton. Yeah. Queen knighting you. Queen of Earthgov. Sounds good to me.
She's earned it.
Right, so when I get the scarf, do I kneel? Is that what you're supposed to do? He's looking at you. Like, Ash wouldn't know, trust me.
I wouldn't, from my understanding, the others didn't, but they'd probably like it if you did. I don't know.
Get down on one knee like I'm being knighted by Queen Elizabeth or something like that. You sound nervous, Curtis.
There's no need to be. If they choose to give you one, it means they really like you.
Have you seen that woman? He turns to Colonel Curtis and yes, I've fought alongside Suletta Rainfall now. So yes.
You fought alongside, huh?
Yeah, I have. Long time ago.
She's something else in battle, isn't she?
She wasn't in the suit, she was on the ground with us, but yeah.
I've only had the privilege of seeing her in the suit, but watching her tear through those blokes back then it was something else.
I mean, she looks like this. He does the hourglass thing with his hand. Colonel Curtis.
Yes, and she very much likes you.
Just keep insulting Ash. Yeah, that's all the advice you guys keep giving me. Like, because it works.
It does. I tried to keep my distance, but, I mean, even I hear her talking about how much she enjoyed it.
Well, I'll keep doing it. It's the illustrious Rainfall Club. I didn't think a lowly ranger like me would be invited along.
I believe she called you a Marlboro man.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Some old world cigarette brand, best I can look up.
Colonel Curtis, rough. You're tough. You're a soldier, you're professional. Yeah.
Sounds about right.
You're a gentleman, not a scholar, as he walks over this way. Yeah, well, I never claimed to be.
Aye. And if that's what she likes, then who are we to say anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a little nervous.
I mean, it's fair enough, I understand. I was nervous around Ceres. It's the same thing for me.
Curtis, walking on top of the ship, lets out a whistle looking at the length of the sky bus, lake climbing up. Curtis, nervous?
Sir?
I mean, you were nervous back then?
Oh, yeah. Dreadfully nervous. I basically had to have Julius and Lazuli talk me into doing it. Julius made me promise that I'd if I told Suletta, he'd tell Pequod.
Tal's climbing up on the sky bus. How did that all start, mate? Because that ain't in your file.
Me and Saris?
Yeah.
Well, I've mentioned the mission where I let her drink me, right? She got hurt, and it was a little bit after I'd been smitten with her from when I first saw her. I mean, she's beautiful and strong, nice, anything a man could ask for. And she left me a gift. It was a thank you, I suppose. I may have misread the signal, but it was a gift of two Dragon's Breath rounds. And after that, I wanted to get her something as well. I went to Pequod, asked her what Saris liked, got the answer, and then came to the realization I didn't know how to use a wrist computer to order things. I ended up telling Lazuli about that lack in knowledge, and she insisted on ordering it for me. Got extravagant gifts for her. I gave her the gifts, and it kind of blossomed from there.
Colonel Curtis, so how was... I knew Saris. When I knew her, she was career-oriented, and people change over time. How's she handling life outside of the military? Because the Saris I knew was pretty attached to the cause and the Rangers, and she was a lot like Sasha. She shrugs. It can be a really shitty transition going from this to the civilian theater. I can't say I know. I've never tried, but we all know a friend or two who tell, and it's very difficult, extremely, walking this way.
Well, I think she's handling it well, but to be honest, I don't know how hard she's having it because she hasn't told me. Like you guys said too, I've been giving her her space at the moment, so I don't know how hard it is for her right now.
And you can't pick up anything, the way she acts, anything like that.
She's been a bit distant, which is fair.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna try to force her to tell me.
Yeah. That's a rock in a hard place.
Yeah. It's my fault, so I mean I don't really get to complain, right?
Colonel Curtis, I can't imagine being in those shoes. I mean, look at what we do. He gestures back up to the gigantic suit, dilapidated, and then slams his foot down here. Imagine one day this is all gone. Of course, this is the extreme example, you know what I'm saying? But since we're out here doing this, but I can't imagine. I don't know how. That's part of the reason why I don't have any plans of retiring anytime soon. What the fuck am I gonna do after? He chuckles and walks this way.
No, I can't imagine it all being gone. I mean, in a large sense. In terms of actually having something to do with life, this is all I've really known.
Tal, and you train and you train and you train to fight, to put these skills to the test, to make a difference. He's walking this way, and then one day it's gone. That's why blokes don't even hang around to train. It's like it's difficult. She didn't want to hang around to train. Colonel Curtis, no.
No, she didn't.
And train the next generation. I can understand why. But had she gotten in shape, back into, she probably could have went back on deployment. Colonel Curtis, yeah, absolutely, but we all know why. The awkwardness, stuff like that, but yeah.
Yeah, she didn't want to. Didn't feel comfortable doing it because of the awkwardness.
She could get back on Gateway anytime, mate. Lorelei let her back on, civilian or not.
She will. If Saris wants to. I just at this point think she isn't going to for a long time.
Colonel Curtis looking in the cockpit, seeing more skeletons hanging there and pieces all over the place. Yeah. He's just staring in.
You know, there's a question you always get asked. If you could go back, what would you do different? I'd do a hell of a lot different.
Like what, mate?
Not being a Muppet?
Yeah, they're all walking this way. That might help. Yeah.
Honestly, given how bad I fucked up, there are times I can't help but think that maybe I shouldn't have pursued her. Think that she might be better off if I hadn't.
Tal, I've never been or met a woman or involved with a woman in that way that I came to that conclusion. Colonel Curtis, same. Blake shrugs.
Well, that's because the three of you aren't Muppets, so there's that. No, I love her dearly. I'm gonna do what I can, everything I can, to make sure she has everything she deserves, but... Well, you know, when you fuck up badly enough, it's gonna eat at you, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't be, yeah. If it wasn't bothering you, mate, that'd be an issue. How's the old lady doing? Integra.
As well as can be expected, but she, without getting too much into it, she spends a lot of her time just alone watching TV.
Right. He looks down at the hull of the ship, kind of kicks some snow and foliage mixed together off of it.
She, those little ones gave her a lot of meaning, and it feels like it's been stripped away, I would assume.
I never got to meet him, mate. No headhunters for me. Basic, into the ranges. That's what I wanted to do.
She was incredible. Much like Curtis here, she was a phenomenal leader, a good mentor, and a good mother. She's incredible.
Colonel Curtis, I never got to meet her either, actually. So I heard of her, I knew of her, but no headhunters for me. Or him. He slaps Kelly on the shoulder, who laughs.
You would have loved her. She, well, if you ever do meet her, you'll love her then. She's smart as a whip, she's compassionate, and she just knows what to say. Every time. The big thing was she always had a knack of just drawing out what people could be. It's such a special talent. She just knew what to do to get the best out of you.
That's one of my biggest regrets, actually. When it, somewhat off topic, but in the same vein, mate. When my mom, I tried to say mom. Oh, Christ. He grew. When my mother got ill, mate, we had to put her in a home. I was out here. Should have been back home. Lorelai would have gave me leave. But I was out here. I wanted to make the money. And my mother went downhill so quick once they put her in that home. And it was an extravagant place, mate. It wasn't she was being treated like a queen, as best as a queen of her age could be treated. And it was 7 months she died in that place. She fell, she broke her hip, couple months in the hospital, could not really walk afterwards, and we had to put her in the home, mate. 7 months dead.
I'm so sorry. That,
Is that why I say it is once you lose the will to live, you're done.
yeah.
Kelly, studies suggest when you go into places like that, older people, regardless of the, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you. I hope to the gods that that isn't where she is right now. I really do.
Yeah, mate, well, I would keep my distance from Julius and Pequod, but at the end of the day, maybe maybe I could on this rainfall thing I get to go on. I'll, as long as you're not involved, I think they'd probably like to bring their kids down to see her. So maybe I could help out there.
If you do that for me, sir, I would be eternally grateful. I don't know how
Yeah.
I'd be able to pay you back.
Roll me a cigarette.
Right now? I'll get that for
Yeah. I'll mention it in passing, mate, but you know, you gotta be out here or far, far away, mate.
you. As he's rolling it, if it means the best for Ceres and Mum, I'll stay away as long as I have to.
Colonel Curtis is gonna toss his final plastic explosive in the cockpit. Not a bad idea, Tal. Tal, yeah, well, you know, I got invited onto the illustrious. He fixes his tie. Rainfall Breakfast Club. Is there a club for every meal, mate?
That I'm not sure of. Not if really allowed near any of the clubs, right?
Jesus Christ, if I pick up the wrong fork, I don't know if it's going to trigger them, remembering some memory of you threatening to kill one of them with a fork. Curtis!
Luckily for you, I don't do much in the way of cutlery. I still don't know the right fork to use for the right foods. A fork is a fork, right?
I can see it now, Colonel. He goes into his little mess kit, pulls out a spork. I could kill you, Mum. And he aims it at Curtis.
Luckily, I wasn't that much of a muppet. Close, but not quite.
I pick up my fucking soup spoon at Tommy's restaurant and it triggers Davine to have post-traumatic stress. Kelly.
Well, she might get it, but not from me.
Well, good. Curtis, alright, let's blow it. We gotta get at least down the cliff face and then we're blowing this place. Rest in peace. He looks down at the skeletons.
May they find peace in the next life.
It's going to be a huge fucking explosion. Like the whole goddamn mountainside, Colonel. 10 clicks down the mountain then. Come on.
Understood, sir. Given how long they've been here, they deserve to go out with a bang.
Back here on set, the sex scene filming has finished. Julius, you're closed back here with Pequod.
Julius has his arms crossed over his chest. That was an experience.
Hug, how'd you do?
Well, I think given the way the general looks like she just stepped out of the shower with all her clothes on, I think I did pretty well.
Tommy coming out of the bathroom. He's been in the bathroom for quite a while, fixing his hair. Wow, Julius, nice to see you clothed again.
Good to be clothed again, Tommy.
I see. They're watching. Look, Julius, they're watching the replays, pointing out to Pequod and Lorelei who are fighting for space, looking at the monitor.
Yeah, I could see that. He shakes his head. It really didn't help that Nightfall was constantly going, Malcolm, Ravage me.
I see squeezing Pierre, his shell glowing. I did not tell her to do that.
I think she's just getting into the character. It's fine.
She laughs, Tommy. Well, Julius, our scene is next on the rooftop. I have great standards to live up to, given your performance with Frederick.
Tommy, I'm sure you'll do just fine.
I've been studying lines in bathroom, Julius.
Oh, then I'm sure we're gonna do great. You got all your lines prepared?
Yes, I am ready to go. He walks over here, starts rubbing Banksy's shoulders. Banksy looks really confused.
Julie's keeping an eye on him. Oh, yeah. Once the two temporary directors are done watching their scene over again and everything's fixed up for the set, we'll get right on it. He turns to Davian and she nods.
Unk holding up a carrot with some ranch dressing to Davy.
She'll take a bite.
Suletta, was it that horrible? Hooligan.
Julius turns around.
Where's the wig? She looks at you.
They made me take off the wig.
Tommy, wow. They just wanted to see our body, huh?
Yeah, my body moving over naked old lady Denaria. Ugh.
If
Pick
Pequod
up
and
the soda.
Lorelei come in, good.
picks up a soda and starts chugging it.
Pequod wiping her hair is wet, very wet. Lorelai, come here. Points to the floor after pointing at Julie.
He puts the soda down, walks up to her. Yes, ma'am.
For services rendered. She hands you a key card.
He looks at the key card.
That will get you in the back door of the restaurant. You may go any night. Bring the whole family. They prepare the spread every night. Gondor and I only go Tuesdays. So any night but Tuesday, the Rainfalls may go down and enjoy a meal. For services rendered.
Looks down at the card and then up at her. Thank you, ma'am. This is a great gift. Thank you.
She pats your cheek. Good job, booby. Let's go.
He turns around, looks at Icy. Did you just call me
Booby?
fucking booby?
What? Pequod coming over, stroking your chin.
He turns to look at her. Did you like it?
I loved it. Hunk booby, I think is what she said. Booby? To let us snicker.
Davy thinks about it. Yeah, it's not any elfish word I know.
I've heard people say that. I don't even know what it means. Tommy, I just meant she'll action like a Julius. That's what.
Ah, well, I don't think that's been a secret for very long.
How many times did Scar throw up? Pequod, only twice.
Oh, hey, a new record for Scar.
Right. Davy and Hunk take him some sodas to wash down the vomit.
Davy nods, picks up a couple sodas, starts walking over to Scar.
Comes with her. How you doing, buddy? Scar. Oh, God. That was fucking terrible.
She rubs his back. You're a real soldier. Opens up one of the sodas for him and hands it to him.
Oh, thank you, David. He starts chugging it. Krellin me soda.
She'll hand Krellin one of the sodas.
Good scene. Many young girls like very much.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Pequod still stroking Julius's chin.
It'll be one of those scenes that actually sells the movie.
Hunk, yeah. Yep, I think Mr. Wiseau made a very good decision not to have him do the scene.
Davy nods. Julius holds Pequod's hand. This, lunch might be coming up soon. Break for lunch.
She looks at you. Yeah. You still gotta film your rooftop scene with Tommy, but during the kill scene, I don't think we necessarily need to be here. Right? Tommy, no, you don't need to be here. If you want to go back to apartment to have some fun, then that will be the opportune time.
Julius nods. Looks over at Pequod. Have to, keep a note of that.
Because, so when are we gonna start filming the rooftop scene, Tommy? Tommy, right now! Watch this.
Julius sighs. Looks over at Pequod. Wish me luck.
Come on. She's gonna walk you out, fixing your hair on set. Suletta's gonna come out with Sasha and Lad. I'm sitting down next to Davey and... Alright, let's get this show on the road, dear.
Davy nods. Yes, let's. She cracks her knuckles. Looks at everyone. Tommy, you know what you have to do? Everything like that?
Yes, ma'am. Scar, so this is a direct pickup from the I did not hit her, it's not true, you throw the bottle. For some reason. Pequod, please get off set. She's stroking Julius's abs under his shirt. Pequod, right? Comes and sits down behind. Stay in the chair, please. She fixes herself in the chair. So, Julius, you're sitting there in the chair and you've got a football, okay?
He holds up the football he was given and sits down.
Boom mic up. Banksy puts the boom mic up. You're ready to go here, Tommy? Yes, I'm absolutely ready.
Alright. Take one, quiet on set. Action!
That's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. He's motioning with his hands to help lead you into the scene. I did not. Oh, hi, Julius.
Hey, Tommy. Johnny, what's up with you?
Hot! You what?
Julius laughs, pinches the bridge of his nose, and pushes his hair back.
And you say you worry about me messing up, David? Tommy turns to Dave.
Davian shrugs. You sure you're good, Julius? And he nods. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Raw emotion, Julius. Take us to the next level. Ready?
Ready, Tommy, ready.
On your call, David.
Alright. Take two, quiet on set. Rolling and action.
I did not hit her. It's not true. Motioning with his hand. Motion. Oh, hi, Julius.
Oh, hi, Johnny. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I have a problem with Denaria. She says that I hit her.
What? She said something like that?
Yes, and it's not true. Don't even ask, Julius.
He puts his hands up. I wasn't gonna.
Anyway, what's new with you, Julius?
Not much, Johnny. I'm just sitting here thinking about life. Hey,
What are you thinking about?
he looks down at the football, spins it around in his hand and stands up. I wonder if girls like to cheat like guys do.
What makes you say that, Julius?
Tosses the ball over to Johnny.
Catches.
I'm just thinking, you know.
I don't have to worry about that. Denaria is loyal to me.
Julius shakes his head, turns around, leans on the wall. I mean, you never know. People are pretty strange these days. Used to know this girl. We had a dozen guys. One of them found out about it, beat her up, and she ended up in a hospital.
Ha ha ha. What a story, Julius.
Davian, just 1 second.
Yeah? He looks over at Davey. Icy and Pequods, everybody eyes wide at the laughter. Scar, what the heck? Why is he laughing, Davey?
Davian's looking at the script. I don't know, it seems like a serious story, right?
Strange response. Person hurt in hospital? Haha. What story, Julius?
Davian looks up at Tommy. Tommy, can I ask, was it just a spur of the moment thing that you decided to laugh at that?
Oh, well, you know, people do crazy things, Davey. Human behavior.
Oh, okay, of course. She looks at the script and over at Scar. How about we try to get one without the laughter? Maybe a more serious response to it? Like
Scar nodding his head at Davey.
maybe more of a, wow, what a story, instead of a, ha ha ha, what a story type thing. Okay?
Okay. Julius, take it from the line about hospital. We pick up from that.
And Julius nods.
He leans back in the chair, hands on his head.
Yeah, Julius leans back on the wall. Alright, rolling, quite on set, action. You never know. People are very strange these days. You know, I used to know a girl who had a dozen guys. One of them found out about it, beat her up, and she ended up in hospital.
Ha ha ha. What a story, Julius.
No, cut, please, cut.
Yeah? He looks at Dave.
Tommy, I had a more serious response, not laughter, please.
Human behavior, David.
I-
Still at a human behavior?
Davey looks over at Hunk and then at Scar. Do you know what that means?
Scar, why don't you just not laugh? Tommy, people do crazy things, Scar. You'll have to laugh. Scar just looks at Davey.
Davey shrugs. Okay, yeah, sure, but let's try a bit of an off-the-wall thing and not laugh at this line, okay? This line in particular.
Okay, I'll give it a try, but no promises.
So, she rubs her face. Okay. All right. Are we ready? In positions?
Gosh. Gets a really serious look on his face while leaning back. Scar, I think he's in the mode now.
Yes, this seems promising. She leans forward. Rolling, white on set. Action. You know, you never know. People are very strange these days. I used to know a girl who had a dozen guys. One of them found out about it, beat her up, and she ended up in a hospital on Guerrero Street.
Ha ha ha! What a story, Julius. What the fuck? There's...
Vivian shakes her head. God,
Yeah?
Tommy, you said that with a completely serious look on your face, and you laughed.
Yes, well, it was serious. Raw emotion, baby. In the face. It was good. It was good delivery, I think. Check gate!
No, don't check Kate yet. Let's... She looks over at Scar. Should we just let it go? Because otherwise I think this is going to take all day again.
Give him one more.
She nods. Looks over at Tommy. One more, okay?
You got it, David. Anything for you. Leans back in the chair.
Okay. Serious look on the face?
Yeah, here it is. Ready to go.
I see it. Serious in the response. No laughter this time, please. Alright. Right on set. Rolling. Action. You never know. People are very strange these days. I used to know a girl who had a dozen guys. One of them found out about it, beat her up, and she ended up in a hospital on Guerrero Street.
What a story, Julius.
Vivian just shakes her head and does a hand motion to keep going with the scene. You can say that again, Johnny.
Well, maybe you should have a girl, Julius. Remember Betty? That her name?
Yeah, Betty. We don't see each other anymore. Besides, she wasn't any good in bed. She was beautiful, but we had too many arguments.
That's too bad. My Denario is great when I can get it.
Julius looks over at Tommy, not breaking eye contact as he slowly backs away to the middle of the roof. I just can't figure women out. Sometimes they're smart, sometimes they're dumb, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, sometimes they're nice, sometimes they're not nice. They're evil, seductive, hostile, and he just sort of shakes his head and rolls his eyes almost like, what?
Tommy will pitch the football to you, walk over to you. It seems to me like you're the expert, Julius.
Julius laughs. No, I'm definitely not an expert.
What's bothering you, Julius?
Nothing, man. Forget it. Julius walks up.
Do you have some secrets? Tommy stands in front of you trying to grab your arms. Is there some secrets? Come on, come tell me, Julius. Taking the football from you.
Nah, forget it, man. I'll talk to you later.
There's some secrets? Come on, come tell me. As Julius walks off set. Well, whatever, Julius. Flips the football in the air and catches it.
Davine looks over at Scar. Cut. Check the gate.
I mean, it looks good. But you can't make chicken salad out of chicken. He gestures over his head at Tommy's shirt.
Davy nods. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Excellent scene, Julius. How does it look?
Davine looks at the monitor. It looks amazing. Tommy, you did a wonderful job.
It's human behavior, David.
Davy nods. Human behavior. Indeed.
I'm going to prepare for kill scene. Okay? I'll be right back. I have to get into character. Everybody relax. Just give me about 10-15 minutes.
Davine shakes her head. What the hell does human behavior even mean?
Pequod, making Julius sit down, plopping on his lap. Hunk, scratching his forehead. I hope to God this movie is advertised as a comedy.
So do I. So do I, especially if we're going to be submitting this to the Oscars.
Ha ha ha. What story, Mark?
Julius looks over at Krellin. That's a pretty good impression you got there, Krellin.
Sasha, who laughs at somebody being beat up, abused, and thrown in the hospital?
Apparently that's human behavior, Sasha. I suppose you wouldn't get it.
You see, I don't get it.
Davian chuckles. I don't think any of us get it.
Pequod, what does the kill scene involve exactly? Scar, he's gotta trash his damn bedroom, yell and scream, and then shoot himself. That's all it says in stage direction. Pequod looks back at Julius. I kinda want to stay to see this.
Julius bites his lip. Yeah, I don't think a recording will do it justice.
See it live to see Scar and Davian's reaction. She's whispering in you.
Julius nods.
Look at Dad. He points over to Hunk, who's just hand over his mouth, stroking his chin, trying to figure out what he just witnessed.
Julius shakes his head. I don't think any of us really know what just happened.
Scar, well, Davian, it looks good. So maybe you have a chance.
Davy nods, and she nudges him a bit. Maybe we'll get an Oscar for cinematography.
Scar, that would be wonderful. I would very much so. You know, I know what the Razzies are. He starts pointing around. My brains might have been scrambled after I got back from that planet, but I found out what they were. I will not be accepting those awards because
Julius looks up to the sky and whistles. Davian pats his hand. You don't have to if you don't want to.
I see. Scar, your acting in most Malcolm movies was the best part for the most part. Scar, thank you.
Julius nods. It was probably the funniest part of most of those movies. I was actually a big fan of your role in Tropic Thunder. Or Colonel Thunder, it would be called.
Scar nods. I see. My favorite was Uncle Ben. You were trying to sabotage the scene, right? Scar, no. Oh. He just goes back to holding the turtle, kisses it on the...
Davian starts playing the drums on her knees as she watches the monitor, not looking at Scar.
Pequod, I thought you were intentionally trying to make the scene bad. Scar, no, it was like Tommy said, raw emotion, right? Krellin, great scene. Been shot, supposed to be dead, keeps groaning. Peter.
Julius covers his mouth as Davian snickers a bit, looks up at Banksy. Banksy, darling, you can put the boom mic down now.
He sets it down, comes over, sits next to Hug. Hug, yeah, I'm not a fan of Malcolm movies, but you did great in those movies, Scar. So, especially when you got blown out of the statue of Davian and the scream was real and it just... Scar, that's because it was. Remember? I legit thought I was going to die. Oh, sorry. Looks down at the ground, grabs Davian's hand, kisses it.
Davian pats Scar on the shoulder. You did wonderfully, darling.
Krellin, have seen movie. Excellent scene. Wah! Splat.
A very apt description of that scene, Krellin.
Let us grab it, both hands over her mouth.
Julius covers his mouth for a second and shakes his head and looks forward. Yeah.
Well, you had other good roles in seeing Scar, and yeah. You gave it your all. I mean, Chance Men, you ad-libbed a lot of lines. Right? I see. I thought you were ad-libbing them to make the movie worse. Scar, no, I was trying to impress Gonzalez. You remember her, Julius? The hot Mexican babe?
Julius nods. You did mention Gonzalez a lot during that movie.
Well, I was trying to impress her. I even got to stroke her chin, and the dickwad blew me out of the statue. I see.
Damien chuckles. Well, with ad-libbing, that's some of the hardest things that an actor can do, so I'm sure she was impressed.
Sasha's gonna change seats, lean into Julius and Pequod. I really thought he was intentionally trying to make the movies worse.
Julius nods. Yeah, so did I.
I was giving it my all. I heard that. Points over to Sasha and Julius.
Yeah. He just looks away. Yeah.
Some people consider Razzies an honor, Scar. Scar, I am not accepting those. Nor did I need that teleprompter. Thank you.
Julius shrugs.
Pequod, yeah, you can see the teleprompter in the reflection of the car window in Spider.
You were forgetting your lines quite a bit, Scar.
Well, it's not like I was eating.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Those were stressful times, Julia.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand.
Suletta, you were horrible. Laughing and finally breaking my heart. Scar, well, some of us are meant to be behind the camera, not in front of it.
Davine nods. Looks over at Suletta, and I wouldn't be laughing. You are going to be in front of camera in one of these movies, so help me.
She looks over at Davine. Fine. Fixes her hair. I'll do it.
Good. Then we'll get to see who's the better actor, you or Scar.
Oh, it will be me, trust me. Scar, at the very least, I helped Ash get nominated for a goddamn Oscar. His reaction to me getting blown off the fucking building. Sorry. He looks over and laughs.
Julius chuckles.
Wah! Splat. Scar, stop that. Look at you, girl! I've watched many times your facial expression. Very good. Very convincing. Scar, yes.
It was good, but it was really good.
Favorite is Golden Kernels. Dressed in drag, do again. Shut up. Scar just goes back to fixing the camera.
We're not talking about Golden Kernels right now, okay, Krellin?
Thank for being Ash. Shoot Ash with machine gun. Back again. I see.
Oh god, he knows the theme song. Or you know what, I think he actually made his own.
Put bomb in TV, give to pal and confidant. Boom, 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 boom. Blow Ash up at party. Everybody, all the girls are laughing at it.
He shakes his head. Yep, he made his own.
You are like a fucking 2-year-old. Krellin, don't understand what me.
He means that, as Fredwick walks up behind Krellin, he means that you are the wisest one here, Krellin. With youth comes wisdom, you understand.
Krellin looks up at Fredwick. I see and understand. Think it's shame you don't have Scarf.
I do too. He puts a hand on his heart. But I'm sure it will happen one of these days. As Damien stands up. Actually, Fredwick. She walks over to him. I have a gift for you. Yes, my queen, a gift for your measly servant. Yes, a gift. She pulls out the scarf and Fredwick, the scarf of ages. The most mystical item to ever grace the eyes of this measly little servant. The gift for me, Twilly, as he starts to tear up. Yes, darling, I'm just gonna wrap it around your neck. As he immediately drops to one knee, right hand over his heart, head bowed to her. Thank you, my queen. Now I shall truly be a knight of the great Queen Davine. Yes, darling. Yes. She looks around for a second. I hereby name you Sir Fredwick of the Rainfall Clan. As you can audibly hear Fredwick start to cry as he stands up, right hand still over his heart, as he wipes one of his tears away with his left hand. This is the greatest day of my short life yet. As he bows to them all, I shall protect you with the help of the great Archmage Quewin, wisdom of a 2-year-old.
He looks up at Frederick. I've been thinking we build big cannon, shoot ash if come near Rainfall Lane, disintegrate.
What if we make a cannon that can shoot ash out of it?
Good idea. Launch into orbit, then fall, kill.
I agree, Quellen. We shall get on it as soon as we are finished filming The Room.
Look forward to. We make plans when back at apartment. I give you chips.
Agreed. I, as an android, am not able to fully digest food, but I am able to partake in it if I so wish. So thank you for this kind gesture.
Good. Share just with you. And be ready Wednesday. Days always end in Y. Ash come back. Scar, every day on our calendar ends with Y. We've told you this. Every day. It has nothing to do with that dumbass Ash coming back to the apartment. That's what you think. He just glares at Scar.
Fludwick looks over at Scar, then up at Krellin. We shall speak when we are in more private quarters, when wingering ears are not around.
I agree. Krellin puts his finger. All days end with Y, Frederick. He leans into Frederick.
All days do end with Y, Quellen, as he does like a little ET thing with Krellin's extended finger.
Talons comes over, sits down next to Sasha. Playing on Towns has been just watching a movie on and on. Boom. And his wrist computer, he turns up the volume to drown out Frederick and Krellin talking about dealing with Ash. Go ahead now. Can't hear you, Nick.
I don't know why that was muted. We cut to Malcolm standing next to a satellite dish. Come in, come in. I need to see what you're doing on the ground, Colonel Chance. Cuts to the man on the ground. Yes, Sergeant Chance. We're undergoing heavy fire. You need to call back up to JSOC. You need to get us reinforcements, or at least a medevac. We've got many injured. Cuts back up to him next to the dish. Understood, Colonel Chance. I'm going to route in to General Chance. Routes into now him standing with everyone else in a in a command center. This is General Chance here. I'm afraid that the LZ is too hot. They need to clear out a more suitable amount of space before I can risk another bird. Over. Cuts back to him there. I'll call the convoy to see where they are. Cuts to Malcolm riding on the back of a Humvee. No, we're far too far out to be able to get there anytime soon. They're gonna have to hold out for at least another 30 minutes. Cuts back to Malcolm next to the dish. I'm sorry, Colonel Chance, you heard that, right? They're not getting there anytime soon. Well, what am I going to do? There's so many wounded. We'll clear out the LZ, but you bastards better be here. And that's the scene.
Sasha looking in shock down at his wrist computer. He just keeps watching.
Davine has slowly turned around, staring at Towns' wrist computer.
He looks up at her.
Where did you get that, Towns?
He looks down. It's free on YouTube. It's some Malcolm movie that bombed, so they put it out for free. I've just been watching it between takes. It's called Colonel Hawk Down. What? Colonel Hawk Down?
Julius leans back a bit. Uh-oh. As Davian's eye twitches a bit. I thought all copies of that film were destroyed.
Towns looks up at Davian. I don't know where they got it. I'll turn it off. He turns his computer.
Davian puts a hand on Towns' shoulder. If you enjoy it, please go ahead and watch it. As Davian goes back over to the director's seat, sits down, and she just starts watching the monitor.
Hunk's gonna put his arm around her. What's wrong?
Davian looks over at him. The room and the backstory zone weren't my first directorial adventures, let's call them.
You directed that movie too? Icy looking at Davian. She starts going through the credits. Daywin stops talking.
Davian curls up her lips a bit. Yes. Relaxes them. I wanted to be the assistant director on that movie, and I was. Until I realized it was going to turn to crap after one scene where I had this cool idea where I would put night vision.
Scar pulls it up. He's pulling it up. I've seen this movie, David. It was on one of the movie channels back at the apartment that we don't have to pay for, lucky enough. And why the hell is Malcolm playing literally everybody? And then Ash is playing like 18 different dudes. I don't remember. I just remember he like spray painted me black. I think I blocked out most of it because he ended up shooting a truck I was in with an actual rocket, and I got like a 3rd-degree concussion. What the hell happened? It's all a blank.
Julius leans back. In the movie it's based off of, it's Army Delta Squad Rangers. And he rubs his head. It's based off of a movie in the early 2000s. They go in, they have to take these hostages so something doesn't go down, and then everything goes to shit. And there's like 50 dudes in the movie at basically every point that people have to play, and Malcolm, me, Ash, I think Rolly and Snarf played a couple of them. We all played all of them.
Scar, why the hell did he paint me black? Icy reading Scar's mind. No reason. And Scar, there is this amazing shot. And it cuts to this scene, monologue Malcolm playing this guy as you see the night vision goggles on the camera, then it cuts to this. Go ahead.
You see Malcolm lean... No, sorry, not Malcolm. You see, first, what looks like night vision through the goggles of it as it leans around the corner looking at Scar on the back of a Jeep shooting a gun.
Hey, there I am. You thought of this shot, Davey? Scar watching?
We then...
Dave.
Oh, sorry, you go.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, it then cuts to the first picture, Malcolm standing there with the night vision goggles on as he slowly lifts up and takes them off, revealing his shocked face. Scar, Jean. And then he looks at his radio. I'm in the flanking position. I'll be taking them out any second now, Captain Chance. And that's the scene.
Scar, wait a minute. Fast forwards the scene. That's me. I kind of remember this. Is this where he shoots me with the Scar screen?
Get it?
So that's where he forget it. That's where he shot me with the rocket?
Yes, that's where he did.
I don't remember any of this stupid fucking movie. He closes the scene. But that was your idea. That was a great shot, Davey.
Thank you. And then the next shot was Malcolm wearing the night vision goggles, and I realized the movie was going to be shit. So I used my elvish name.
Smart thinking, honey. I'll pull a string or two and have your name taken off the credits completely.
Thank you, dear. She pats him on the thigh and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Pequod, so what? Did Malcolm just give himself all the heroic roles?
Julius nods. Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
Sasha, me and Lorelai watched an interview Malcolm gave to some frontier news station where he claimed that movie was like based off real events, and he took place in the real events. He lost. There's no such thing as Delta Force. But apparently they lost 2 dropships, and Malcolm spent the entire night running back and forth between both crashes, defending them by himself.
Julius shakes his head. Like I said, it was based off of a movie that was based off of a book that was based off an actual event that took place in late 20th century.
Motherfucker shot me with a rocket launcher. That's live ordnance. He's watching it back with the sound muted.
Yeah, he did. A lot of that movie had live ordnance. A lot of colonists had live ordnance.
Scar, that's one movie I'm actually glad I don't remember. As Tommy is making his way back. What you talking about?
Oh, nothing, Tommy. Just one of my... Fredwick looks over at Tommy. One of the Queen's old directorial attempts in a Malcolm movie, sir.
Mickey Malcolm stuff.
Mickey Malcolm stuff indeed, Mr. Tommy Wiseau.
Oh, I see. Don't worry about it, David. Don't worry. It is in the past. No Mickey Malcolm stuff here. This, Oscar stuff. He points down the script. We pick up scene here. I trashed the room downstairs. We film that later. This me coming upstairs and then do whole kill scene, okay?
Yes, Tommy. She looks at the scene, reads it over for a second. Alright, just get in place whenever you're ready.
Okay, and just so you know, we are done filming for the day. We have shot many good scenes. We pick everything else up tomorrow, and we are on schedule. Don't worry about it, okay?
Davine looks at the shot list, then up at Tommy. Alright, Tommy, I'll trust you on this.
We'll be fine. Trust me. He comes here, goes down the stairs, and kneels down. Okay, set.
Alright. Right on set. Rolling action.
He walks up the stairs, lifts his arm up. Screw that whole world! Throws his arm, knocking everything off the cabinet. Ah! Grabs each drawer in the cabinet, pulls them out, and throws them across the room. Why? Why is this happening to me? Why? Sits down in front of the bed, grabs the dress Denaria was wearing during the... Or should I say it was implied she was wearing... Oops. During the sex scene. And he's gonna start... balling it up in his hands, just screaming. Groaning as everybody is staring at Tommy wide-eyed. Even Krellin's eyes are about as wide as they can get. What does Fredwick do?
Fredwick is looking down at the script, looking up at Tommy, just sort of shaking his head as his eyes start to widen too.
It's over. God, forgive me. Tommy pulls out the prop gun, puts it in his mouth, takes his thumb off the hammer so there's a slight click, and then, falls backwards, throwing himself onto the blanket and the floor, lying there. Scar under his breath. What the hell? That was ridiculous. Ah! As Tommy starts to get back.
Davy leans back. Wait, Tommy, cut!
He grabs the dress and puts it on his crotch. Ah!
Tommy, what are you doing? Cut!
No! He says, why you cut, Devin? This is great. This is real acting.
Yes, it's phenomenal acting, but you should have done it before you shot yourself.
Oh, I disagree, David. We do it here. We do it. Real acting. Ready? Keep rolling. Go. Ah! Thrusting the dress into his mouth.
Julius is reaching over, covering Laz's eyes.
The old lady Denaria Nightfall. I wanted to keep that dress.
Davy looks behind her. There's no way. You can now, honey. We'll get you a new one.
Oh, Tommy sits back up. Okay, now we do kill part again. Puts the gun in his mouth. Gonna calm down, baby.
Hey, kill pot again. Let's 3, 2, 1, bang.
Click. Oh, falls backwards and just lies there.
Davy waits a couple seconds. All right, and cut.
Tommy sits up. What'd you think? You've never seen Stiletta's eye. She looks stunned at what she's just. Usually the stoic reaction she has, demeanor, is just completely broken.
Julius's mouth is wide open.
Well, shall we do another take? Tommy, here, I can do it again if you want. Scar,
No.
please, Davey, no, please.
No, it's perfect. Check the gate. Check the gate. It was.
Looks amazing. Scar hasn't even looked at the.
There we go. It was amazing. First take, Tommy. That's your nickname on this set.
Ha! Vargo diving. He's gonna come over here, snap his fingers in front of Hunk, who's just staring back at what he just saw. What's wrong with him?
He's in shock by your amazing acting.
Wow, it was very good. Doesn't even need the boom mic. Bakesy's just staring at Tommy in awe. We are done filming for the day. I want you to go have at least one day rainfall weekend where you can relax more than 2 hours on bedtime. Does that make sense?
Julius nods, still covering Laz's eyes.
We'll be back here 8 a.m. All we have is dialogue scenes to finish. Some scenes. Everybody's good to go. We're not messing up on too many things now. We'll be done tomorrow.
Yes, of course, Tommy. Davy stands up. Wonderful work, everyone. We're breaking for the day.
Tommy hands Davy the dress. Here you go.
She grabs it with her index and thumb, pinching it.
Well, I heard that Nightfall would like to keep it. So you give it to her, it is hers. Tommy does not need it back. No charge.
Thank you, Tommy.
Tommy's gonna look at Icy and Julius. Keep your noses clean, baby faces.
Right on, Tommy.
Icy holding the turtle. Yeah, baby face. Baby face. I'll see everybody tomorrow. He walks over here, removes the curtain so the kids can be seen, and you see Carter, Marianne's holding him, and they're sleeping together. And Tommy looks down at them, nods his head, and walks out.
What the fuck?
Towns threw up in my helmet. Sasha starts laughing.
Davy just keeps blinking, looking over at the monitor. Looks at the draft.
Ah!
Julius starts to laugh. Davy looks over at Nightfall. Do you want me to burn this for you?
Please and thank you. I am not putting that on my body.
Julius reaches out. Here, hand it to me. Davy hands it to him, and he'll stand up, walk over here, and just light it up.
Icy's clapping, watching. Peacock. Was that impressive or disturbing? She's looking around, holding, looking at Lad.
Fledwick. It was disturbing, I think.
Some type of pre-copulation ritual? Krillin starts looking around. Blaze, no. I don't think so, Krellin.
Wedwig shakes his head. I too do not think so. I think I'm gonna be sick.
Scar looks down at the script. I mean, at least he's on his game. He's got the lines, and to hell with it. If he laughs at awkward times, who cares at this point? We got a slog of a day tomorrow, but we can get through it. Considering the fact it's not taking 60 plus takes for one line like it was the first day.
Davy nods. Thank God it didn't.
Hunk, what the fuck was that all about? He's finally snapped back to reality.
Finally caught up to the rest of us, did you?
I just saw him thrusting the dress onto his crotch. I thought it was going great, actually, when he destroyed the dresser, and why is this happening to me? I was captivated, and then the dress.
Julius looks down at the now burnt dress. Yeah, I don't know, man. Tommy is, he is an enigma.
Pequod, he wrote this script. Do you think this is based off his real life? Did say he had a wife at one time who cheated on him. I see. Oh God. Looking at Pequod.
Davy looks up, looks at the script. Oh my, maybe it is.
Scar, that would explain the raw emotion, I guess, as he likes to call it.
Didn't he also say at one point that he had a best friend named Mark?
Pequod, who is probably far better looking and more intelligent than him.
Davy starts to bite her lip. Oh my God, this is a biopic.
Sasha, truth tends to be stranger than fiction, General Lorelei always said.
Yeah, and this is definitely one of those cases.
Zanzibar coming out, talking to old Lady Denaria. What is he saying? Looking back at Icy. Icy, oh, he's asking why you look like that. Nightfall, oh, one more day of this. Meow.
Julius chuckles a bit. You know what would really scare some UIR people?
Old Lady Denaria running at them nude.
Yeah, it scared me. It scared me, that's for sure.
Last thing they'd expect is Spartan armor. She taps her chest under this polymorph. They shoot me and I don't go down.
Yeah, and then imagine you still like booking it towards them and then plowing through them with a shoulder check.
She starts laughing. Zanzibar looks at you, Julius. And he's gesturing with his.
Julius looks over at Icy.
Zanzibar. She's looking at him nervously. Zanzibar hits your chest with his hand, puts his big claw hand on the top of your head, and turns it to look at memory.
He tilts his head. Yeah, it's Marianne and Carter. They're sleeping next to each other.
I see. All he's saying is they look good together in his own way.
Julius nods. That they do. They look very cute together.
He's gonna come start picking up the kid and taking them back to the apartment. Disappearing. Jesus Christ.
Julius looks over at Jennifer, Sunny, and Zap. And so, what do you think of that acting?
Jennifer, it's something I'll never be able to unsee. Sonny, if a boy did that with my dress, that would be disturbing.
Julius nods. Well, I'm happy to see you both have your priorities in check.
Just let us stop looking. That
Maybe.
noise, that moan, it struck a chord with me. It was like tragedy.
Real human emotion, Letty.
These events probably played out in real life at some point or another, hundreds of years ago.
Davy nods. Looks at the set. You don't think that was his actual reaction to everything, right?
Suletta, it seemed like it was to me. Thank God. Oh God. Try to put myself in people's shoes. If I lost you, I don't think I'd do the dress thing, but I don't know what I'd do. He looks right in David's eye.
Davian's eyes start to sparkle a bit as she gives him a kiss.
What point would I have? I'd still have the kids, but I see. Oh, so let us stop it. Looking at.
Julius covers his mouth. It's only like the dress thing that I'm confused about. He looks at the set.
Pequod, not the fact he shot himself, then got up and started doing it again.
No, that part I'm a bit concerned about. Everything else, the destroying of the room, that kind of thing. He looks down at Pequod. If I lost you again,
He shakes her
that
head.
would be.
Never gonna happen.
He smiles down at her and gives her a kiss.
Huck's gonna give David a kiss. Oh, well. I hope he didn't try to kill himself at one time or something.
That would be terrible. She leans back in her chair. I really hope he didn't, too.
Krellin, script is script. Stay same. Scar, maybe that's why he's so attached to the material. Maybe he had a friend like Denny, somebody who looked up to him. He looks over at Guillotine. You see, say Guillotine, and leave.
Julius nods. A friend like Peter.
And then a friend like Mark who betrayed him. Maybe that's why it's Julius / Mark.
Yeah. I've never betrayed him, so maybe there's some kind of disconnect with the character there.
Pequod, he did say this was based off his real life. Remember? Months and months ago, we were there with Ash when he was first trying to get Ash signed on board to do it for him.
Oh, right, he did. Oh, God. He leans back in his chair, bites his lip. Jeez.
Pequod that's actually really sad. He's such a nice guy. Poor Tommy. And Davian hears, poor Tommy what? As he's come back to us.
Davian jumps, turns around. Oh, Tommy hasn't partaken in the beautiful and delicious catering table.
Nah, it's just for you. Just to make sure you all are fed and happy. Anyway, bumped into a friend here on my way. I forgot I asked him to come for second day of filming. You see Icy's jaw drop. Even Suletta. He did tell the truth. I refuse to believe, but that's JJ fucking cool, Jay. She's whispering to Dave.
Davy nods. That's actually him. Julie showed me picture evidence and everything. I honestly didn't really believe it.
Jennifer and Sunny start fawning over him. Tommy, JJ, come to see the family. You are all like family to me.
Thank you, Tommy.
JJ is handing out autographed merchandise to these two. Towns, who's this guy? Sasha, a star. Towns, nice. Looking at him, he'll stand out of the way. Mama Lynn, oh JJ, I'm such a fan of yours. Zap surrounding him. Tommy, you'll say I told you. Tommy never lied, Julius. Never.
Yeah, I can see that as Julius leans over and elbows Icy lightly, nods over to JJ.
She blinks. This is awesome. I already got my tickets, but we get to meet him. What? Yeah, looking at
I'm sorry, you got tickets already?
Yeah. Front row seats. Well, we pitched in for her and Banksy. Cost a lot of money. We had to basically buy him scalped. Tommy, what? Looking back at...
Julius covers his face and just lets out a long fuck.
Pequod, and you didn't tell us you got the ticket? I see. Well, there is no backing out of the room. Would you do that to Tommy? Pequod starts biting her lip.
Julius starts inhaling and exhaling heavily.
After everything he's done for us? I see whispering to you holding the tortoise.
No, I wouldn't. God damn it, Banksy, for being a good boyfriend.
Tommy, JJ, I'd like you to come meet somebody. Come over here, come meet Julius Rainfall. He's gonna make his way over, shaking Sasha's hand, who's gonna make room. Pleasure to meet you, JJ. What's up, home slice? Puts his hand out to Julius.
He stands up, shakes his hand. JJ, it's very nice to meet you.
Pleasure. Always wanted to meet General Rico's daughter. Puts his hand out, Pequod, awestruck by this guy. And your little sister I'm supposed to meet. Which one? There's so many girls down here, homie.
This redheaded individual right here.
She comes up, gives JJ a hug. Nightfall has to hold the tortoise. He gives her a hug back. And I got you, Tommy, pull some strings for the fam. Box seats to my concert here on Gateway. AC takes the tickets. Nice. Now we can all go. Wait, there's like 20 here. JJ, one for everybody in the apartment. Except Ash. I'll tell him none for Ash. Unless you have a problem with it, Julius.
Julius shakes his head.
Vargla. Soletta just staring at JJ. How long have you two known one another, JJ? All my life. He comes over to Tommy, puts his arm around his shoulder. He gave me my start, my big break, man. I was working at his jeans shop. 555 Levi Jeans, Julius, down in Hollywood. You remember?
I do, Tommy. I do.
Those were hard times for me. He's rubbing Tommy's shoulder. I was a young, aspiring artist in the rapping field. Tommy was the one who helped me get my first start. Paid for my mixtapes, got my name out there, and then my hit song, Deepest Bluest, just skyrocketed me from there. And I never forgot where I started. Then apparently somebody tried to make a spoof of it. It's so what where he's splashing in the fucking tub. Looking at
Damien starts to giggle, and Julius, yeah, someone did. I remember it was like Cool M or something like that. Even spoofed your name.
Mickey Malcolm. He's dead now. Don't worry about him, JJ. You are the star. Anyway, all VIP access tickets. You take your scalp tickets and give them somebody else. I see. Okay. Tommy. The VIP, we will all go out to dinner after the concert. Have a wonderful time. How about that? Even General Lorelai invited. JJ, yeah, I'd love to meet her.
And I'm sure she'd love to meet you, JJ.
Icy's still awestruck by this guy. He looks down at her. She always like this.
When she's particularly awestruck with someone.
She gives him another hug. He pats her on the head. You seem like nice people. Tommy said you're the best of friends to him, family. Yeah.
And we appreciate Tommy for saying that. He's helped us all out with many things in our lives.
Whose kid is the one with the silver hair? JJ lifting his hat up. He's bald but gesturing. She was carrying this cute little kid, blonde hair.
Oh, that's Memory Ann and Carter. Suletta over there's and me and Pequod's daughter and son.
Oh, so they're like brother and sister. Tommy, oh well, you can say that, JJ. Come now, I'll tell you all about it. Maybe you could be there at need you for some things 20 years from now. He puts his arm around JJ and they walk out. It was a pleasure to meet you all, and I'll see you at the concert VIP after party. We'll get you backstage, honey. He points down to Icy, and you can have a blast with your family. And they even you hear Tommy, how would you feel about performing our wedding, JJ? They disappear.
Julius blinks a couple times. Why does he get to know and not us?
Did he say perform at wedding? I see, taking the turtle back from Nightfall.
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Suletta. Who is he talking about?
Oh, Julius looks over at Soletta. I think he was talking about Marianne and Carter.
She looks the direction they walked away. She shrugs.
Julius nods, looks over at Pequod and shrugs.
She gets her big sister instincts from me. I attempted to take care of my sister when she was younger like that, but to no avail. Blaze pats her on the shoulder. Come, old lady, Nightfall. We'll get you out of that. Icy snaps her fingers. The polymorph starts to fade. We'll get you back to the apartment and get you something to eat and a replacement dress. Nightfall sounds good, Blaze. And they leave with a rolling. Sasha's gonna turn to you guys. You guys go to the beach house cabin?
Planning on going to the cabin this week.
She nods her head. Have fun. We'll see you back here in the morning for the rest of this slog.
Yeah, see you then.
Towns will wave at you guys. You hear Zap. I can't believe I got to meet JJ Cool J. We got to a concert. Quellen, Frederick, need help. Come with me. Back to apartment.
Of course. We shall walk arms and skip all the way there.
Want to watch movie? Colonel Hawk down. He locks arms with Frederick.
Frederick starts to lead him to
He
the
starts
apartment.
skipping away. Scar, that's a sight I never thought I'd see. Demon-looking freak and short bus android.
Julius shakes his head, looks down at Icy.
That's awesome. She's just looking at JJ.
7 years ago, I never thought my life would be like this.
She looks up at you, Julius. No, I thought my life would be miserable. I'd be alone, either living in an apartment or on a ship. This is great. Just watching them skip away.
Yeah. And I seriously never thought I'd see a Star Child and an android doing that.
A special android. Uncle. She hands the turtle to you, Julia.
He holds the tortoise up. Yep, Uncle Julius.
We have to keep him away from Krellin. She pats him on the head. Otherwise, he'll raise him to hate Ash. And I don't want this thing... These things can do a lot of damage, Julius. Looking at the door. But you saw a big one when you went to get the egg?
Yeah, I was sleeping, then I think it woke up right as we were leaving.
It's gonna get very Insuletta, much bigger than the one you saw planetside being around her.
Julius looks at it. So yeah, it could do a lot of damage.
Luckily, they age quite slow. She starts stroking its head with her fingers.
Yeah. He strokes its head with his fingers and gives it a kiss on the head.
Pequod, give it to me. Comes over here, handing Suletta, or holding Laz and the turtle. Let's go prep this ship and get out of here.
Yes, ma'am.
The Rainfall children will leave. Scar's gonna look at David, Banksy following Icy, and you guys. Good job today, David. One more day and we're out of it. Done and over with.
Damien gives Scar a fist bump. You did just as well, Scar. Couldn't have done it without you.
He's gonna fist bump her back. I really wasn't trying to sabotage the Malcolm movie. I was trying my best to let him.
I know, dear. I, on the other hand, was trying to sabotage it.
Scar, maybe I should have actively tried to let it know you accomplished your goal even if you weren't trying. Scar, yeah. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow morning. You're taking that turtle with you, right?
Yes, we will.
He acts up without, I guess, a spellcaster around. He walks off. Hunk. Trying to imitate Tom.
Davy looks at him. Honey, there are many things you can't do, but leave the imitations to Banksy.
He nods his head. Suletta, I was thinking, well, we witnessed that horrendous scene. You said go on the planet and paint the mana plane.
Yes, give her a lesson or two on painting, a bit of mother-daughter time.
Looks down at Davine. Teaching her the craft in which she has no talent would be. My mother used to do things like that with me. And they're some of the best memories I have left of her.
Davy nods.
She didn't teach me how to paint, but she taught me yoga, many things.
Davy smiles at her. Those sound like beautiful memories.
She taught me how to sew. That was probably the most endearing.
Really? You know how to sew?
She nods her head. Old school machine, yes.
So if I ever get a couple cuts in my coat, I could just hand it to you and they'll be spick and span?
Just get me the machine. I don't have one anymore. My sister destroyed it in a fit of rage when we were having an argument.
Oh! What a bitch.
My thoughts exactly. She's gonna start walking off because she wants to leave for the weekend. Hunk, we're getting her the cat. And we'll get her a sewing machine. We'll have the kids cover the cat, Nicole res the cat, Mr. Snuffles.
Oh, that poor kitty.
We'll get Mr. Snuffles back, chunky and fat as ever. And then I'll find an antique sewing machine.
Davy nods, and I'll pitch in for it. Gives him a kiss on the cheek. Now pick me up.
He picks her up. Let's go. Gonna carry Davine off. Oh, back out on the frontier. You guys have made it. You're down the mountainside, and you find a large place, a home.
Sir, is this where we were headed?
Colonel Curtis is just looking around. Wondering if the place is occupied. Wood cabin, wood stables. Doesn't look old.
No, it doesn't, but this isn't too far from the Lycan Den.
Tal looks up at the mountainside. Yeah, well, if we blow that mobile suit and the castle, this place is in safe distance. But we don't know if the Lycans are gonna go running about the countryside, the survivors, if there are any. You think there's anybody home? He's squinting at the building, leaning his head.
I'm not sure, but pardon me if I'm overstepping, sir, but wouldn't it be good to make sure, just in case?
Colonel Curtis, yeah. And you're gonna do it. Looks back at you.
Me, sir?
He comes over here, leans up against the tree. Tal, yeah, go ahead. Like, points to the door.
Understood, sir.
You ever knock on a door before, Ash? Colonel Curtis imitates knocking.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna go up, knock, tell the man the situation. Tell him it may or may not be safe here. We can't ensure his safety. Inform him of everything we found, with the exception of the mobile suit and the ship, because that's classified. And inform him of the Lycan threat that may be looming. As a professional soldier does, Mike.
Understood, sir. I'll do it.
And if he wants transport back to the colony, we will accompany him. And if he needs anything to eat or drink, or if he's got a wound or needs medication, bacteria infection, you have a med kit.
Yes, sir. Will do.
He's gonna lean up against the tree with Curtis, like, sits down and starts typing on his wrist computer.
Ash will make his way up. Slowly. Gun, over his shoulder like he was told, and he's gonna knock on the door.
You hear ruffling from inside.
He'll wait a bit and knock again.
You see a guy with a fucked up bandaged eye come to the door. Huh?
Sir, are you alright?
Squinting with his one good eye. Yeah. Who are you?
Lieutenant Asharion Valorius of the Frontier Rangers, sir.
Lieutenant Valori. He staggers out of the building. Hello?
Sir, you're in a rough way. Can I get you any medical attention?
Uh, he leans up against the side of the building, sits down, slides down the wall. 207, what is my number? He starts mumbling to himself.
You're a member of the militia, I'd assume?
That's right.
Alright, he's gonna get his med kit out and start tending to him. Well, then you know why we're here already. We're coming to see if anyone's in here before we blow part of the mountain we found where the Lycan's nest is.
Oh, no. There's nobody left in here. Ambushed by you said a lichen? I never even saw it hit me.
Lycans. Big scary bastards, sir.
Ambushed. I think I got dumped here by my squad.
Well, he's gonna take a look at the wound and start doing what he can to help her.
I can't even remember my name, honestly. He grabs his head.
I'm guessing.
Huge claw marks down the side of his face. Eye fucked up.
Oh, I can imagine, aside from your eye, you probably got badly concussed, sir. We're heading back to the main colony now.
Where's the rest of the squad?
My squad? Back a little ways back.
No,
Security.
my squad. Or the
Yours?
guys.
Yours? As far as we know, the casualties are near complete for the militia.
Oh, Christ.
I'm very sorry, sir.
You said lichens. Like werewolf?
Very close, sir, yes. I'd say.
It's not a storybook tale?
No, they are not, sir. No, they are not.
We're making our way to Bubon. It's a castle.
That's where their den is, sir.
Oh.
That's what we're going to blow. We need to get anyone out here. Well, letting you know, anyone out here, there's a chance that there may be lichens that survive the explosion and they may run the countryside, so it won't exactly be safe. Although with your injuries, if you're willing, I'd like to see if we can get you back to the colony where you can get more attention.
Yeah. You know which direction. You see him start looking around, dazed and confused. The colony is?
Yes, we do, sir. We can get you there. Just let us help you, please.
No, he puts his arm out. I'll take the help. Trust me. You don't gotta ask, please.
Alright, you need anything to eat, drink, anything?
Let me go. He wobbles around, points at you. Let me go gather my stuff.
Alright. Go right ahead, sir.
Gather my stuff. I still got a weapon somewhere in there. We got hit, blacked out, woke up here. Been trying to radio ever since, but...
Again, I'm very sorry, but it doesn't look like there were many, if any, survivors.
Oh, shit. You know, most of those guys were married. Or at least had girlfriends.
I did not, sir. I'm very sorry for your loss and for theirs.
He staggers his way into the building.
Ash is gonna turn and wave the others over.
Colonel Curtis waves back.
He'll get over the radio. Member of the militia. He's injured. Looks like his squad dumped him here after they got jumped in the night. He's accepting help to walk him back to the colony.
Right. He nods his head.
He's going in to get his stuff.
What's his injury look like? Can't see from here.
Bad claw marks down the side of the face. Looks like damage to the eye. He's dazed, so I'd assume a concussion.
I can take care of it. Lake speaks up, besides the concussion.
Understood. Aside from that, I didn't get to look over much else of him. I was trying to do my best with the pressing injury, sir.
Take care of it.
Thank you, sir.
Lake will go in the building, try to talk to this guy.
He's, not in a good way. He can't even remember his own name, sir.
Sure looks that way. Curtis watching you, studying you very closely.
sir.
What?
Looks like he's going to be alright, especially with the lake in there. Is there anything else you need of me, sir?
Negative. I mean, I, this is somebody's home. Don't want to sweep the place. Or was somebody's home.
Yeah. He said he doesn't know how he got here. Blacked out after the injury and woke up basically just now.
I'll go check to see if there's any livestock still left, sir. I think we'd hear them, but meh. And Tal's gonna go in here. Curtis takes Tal's position. Alright.
He's gonna take permission to go inside and check on them, sir?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'll cover our 6. He gestures down this way.
Thank you, sir. He'll walk in. Everything alright in here?
Tending to his wound, healing him. It's not like Icy's healing, but it's slow and steady. This is gonna take a minute.
Understood. Anything other than the wound on your face, sir?
Besides the fact I couldn't tell you my name?
Besides that, yes.
No. Bleeding headache. Like, yeah, you're gonna have it for a while.
Yeah. Probably, like I said, badly concussed. Honestly, you're lucky. A wound like that, I've seen worse happen with cuts to the head.
Don't even know whose home this is. Like, looking around, yeah, probably one of the colonists. They probably got him if they were living out here alone.
Probably. Should I take a look around the house, see if I can find any sign of anyone, sir?
Like, look for tracks, I guess, outside, maybe around the place, in the back.
Yes, sir. Understood. He'll walk out and move around this way, and I'm guessing I should roll, like, investigation or perception?
Yeah. You hear Tal over the radio. Well, bloody livestock pens, so I think we know what happened to the chickens and the hens. It looks like pigs.
That's a 21.
Oh, you find it. You don't find footprints, but you find a claw.
Looking at it, assuming it's lichen.
Into the wall. It's into the...
Looking for tracks, sir. Found a big claw in the side of the wall. Looks
Like sharks, Ash. Their claws fall out. They regrow new ones.
I did not know that. That would explain the claws we've been finding.
Yes, sir.
Looks like whoever was here, well, probably isn't alive anymore, sir.
I should think not. We'll leave the place untouched. Maybe the colonists will want this place. I don't think you see them looking around. I don't know if it'll necessarily be safe.
I don't think so, but we can cross that bridge when we inform them of what's going on.
We destroy their den, even if there's a few of them wandering around. Figure out where they go. Usually we try to hit them with tracking rounds, mate. He pulls one out, tag them, see where the den is, nuke them.
This time we got lucky enough to find where the den is ahead of time.
Oh, this time we were bunking up right above their bunks.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't have gone well if we hadn't killed the Prime first.
Which makes you wonder what else you've slept above.
Oh, gods, don't try to give me nightmares like that, please.
Colonel Curtis chuckles.
So we're gonna bring him along with us. It's gonna be rough going. He's not all there. But we'll be fine.
Well, I'm sure they have a med bay or something at their colony. And a bar, God willing.
Gods, I could go for that right now.
Nice tall cold one.
After the last couple days, that sounds so very welcome.
When we get into town, we gotta talk to whoever's in charge, mate. He's looking at you. Ask them if they want to join up. The whole song and dance. Have rangers come out here, protect the colony. In an emergency like this, the Ranger General will get rangers out here to defend the place. We ain't staying. We'll stay till reinforcements arrive.
Understood, sir. I hope they take us up on that, because given what we're seeing, there's no guarantee what we're doing here is gonna work.
Colonel Curtis No, there's not actually. You're right. Don't even know how those lichens reproduce, if they do. So, that's the problem with a lot of these void creatures, freaks. Don't know anything about them.
No? And I'm assuming they don't work like the lichens I heard stories about, where it was a curse passed on through scratching or biting, because if it was, then I think things would be a lot worse.
Tal, if you beat this thing, this monster, whatever it is, classified crap, do you think all this stuff will go away? The frontier would be a much safer place, mate. Think about it.
You kind of see him shift and put his hand where, the chin would be on his mask. I'm not sure. I mean,
Like, would Dudley just disappear? And the other sides, and things like lichens.
I honestly don't know. I mean, I would hope they would. My understanding is void energy comes from that thing, or at least was created by it, so if you remove the source, maybe they'd all vanish. I mean, that'd be for the best. But as much as what little I know is very little in the long run. It's hard to theorize about. It's hard to theorize about magic in general, but void magic, it's a whole different ballgame.
When you were out on the frontier with Malcolm, when you weren't on the ship, you always stayed near the colonies. You never went out on the sticks.
Not unless he was filming a movie.
Yeah, alright. Lucky you, I guess.
If you can call it that. Remember, I was still on a film set with Malcolm Chance. I told you how many times I got shot filming bloody Chance's platoon.
How many times?
Over 30.
He ditched you, mate? Is that what happened?
He shot me in the knee and then ditched me in front of the colonists who were revolting.
Colonel Curtis, I wish I could laugh. But those colonists are hostile to all outside sources. They basically become feudal with automatic weapons. AKs, actually. At least from some SIS drone reports suggest.
If it's the weapons he gave them, it'd be AKs. Ugh, bloody.
And they shot you, mate, because they was trying to kill you, not thinking they had blanks in the mag.
Oh, they were trying to kill me, and they technically did. If it weren't for, Master Ebenezer and Dr. Eloquin, I would not be in front of you today. The two of them worked really hard to restart my heart and keep it beating long enough for her to save me.
Was it like the actual movie where you was running down a field getting shot at?
Yes, it was. It was.
I don't suppose you watched that on movie night.
No, it's one of the few I asked not to watch.
I could see why.
Yeah, that one, and really wish I hadn't watched some of the others.
Like what? He just starts rolling up a cigarette, walking over to Curtis.
He'll kind of make his way over. Chancinator 2.
He nuked a colony.
I didn't know that until the time we watched it. Really makes me not finishing the job there sting all the more.
Now remember what I told you.
Can't change the past.
No, you can't. It just happens, mate. You beat that man near death and he got back up. Some type of curse or something that we don't understand. And we don't need to understand. You leave that stuff to people like Little Sister.
Yes, sir. But, yeah, you're right. Gods, do I just wish I'd aimed a couple inches higher. Could have popped his head. Like you said, it is what it is. To be fair, I'm sure everyone has those moments where they wish they'd aimed a few inches to the right or done something slightly differently.
Colonel Curtis, yeah, the difference is we don't let it rule us.
No, that's fair. And, I'm done letting it rule me.
Frontier's not so bad. Gestures around minus the killer gigantic dogs. And quite a lot of other things you're gonna see.
No, it's not. You know, it may sound like a cop out, but it reminds me of the good parts of the time I was on my own in Gallia. Freedom, for one, but just you get to see a lot of beauty in nature. Even with the lichens. Running through the forest last night, it was beautiful, even if it was terrifying.
Starting to get a little addicted.
Maybe a little bit. It's nice. And, well, even the lichens were less stressful than being in the apartment right now.
Yeah, I bet, mate. Those lichens don't hold a candle to some of those people. They probably... some of those women, to be more precise.
Yeah. We've
I
got...
saw the clip of General Rico's daughter beating up this beautiful blonde little girl at some type of cartoon festival. Colonel Curtis, video game convention, something stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, she did put her in the hospital. Then there's Davine, one of the most skilled warriors I've ever had the privilege of seeing in combat. Miss Suletta is one of the most powerful ice wizards to live, and then you've got little sister Icy, who is probably at her peak the most powerful being in existence.
Colonel Curtis, best to stay in their good graces. What's left of them.
Yes, sir, and that's not getting into how skilled and strong Sasha is.
Yeah, knee to the face or two.
Eh. She does have a wicked knee.
Yeah, mate, well. Everybody has their problems and regret.
Just gotta move past them and learn from them.
And not get thrown in prison.
Preferably not get thrown in prison.
And put you next to Master Chance. Colonel Curtis.
Master Chance.
I hear you're gonna decide what happens soon.
Yes, I am.
Put a hit out on your estranged wife.
Yes, he did. And whether or not things are rough right now, yeah. All because he hated me.
Probably the guy who, she got beat up. Down Earthside, her and Sasha going around having a jaunt of the town buying girl stuff. And these hoodlums come and beat the crap out of her. Vampire, anti-vampire or something.
That was Denaria.
Who? Who's Denaria?
You know the old bat who you see in footage on the Majestic?
Oh, she didn't like your wife.
She was jealous that I had a wife and was not interested in her, even when she wasn't cursed and turned into an old woman.
Grandmom had the hots for you, mate.
Yes, she did. Sadly. Julius and I both. From my understanding, she was trying to organize the same thing for Pequod, but ran into the snag of General Rico's daughter.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen. Even Cyrus is a stretch, right?
Yeah. No, Master Chance, I'm still torn on what to do with him. On one hand, I really want to put a bullet in his head. But on the other, being stripped of magic and locked away in a dark pit forever seems like a fate worse than death for him.
Colonel Curtis nods. Yeah. Chances are pretty much toast at this point now that, yeah.
Yeah, and the more that comes out about Malcolm and Master Chance, because to my understanding, Master Ebenezer said that, there's a lot of dirty laundry that Master Chance had that didn't pertain to Malcolm.
Probably covering up shit for Malcolm since he was a child.
Given the murders before he was cursed, I would assume so. Or murder before he was cursed, I would assume so.
Colonel Curtis, the chances are a disgrace line, whether you like it or not. But there was one decent chance. His name was Jeff Chance.
Really?
Yeah, his nickname was Tessum.
What happened to him?
Yeah, he died. He died somewhere in Panama. this is before my time, before EarthGov's time. He was some type of some continental U.S. government military unit, Green Beret, I think they called them. I don't know. I'm no military historian.
I think I've
Curtis, but he was apparently a good man, well loved by his men. He only ever made it to, I think, lieutenant, but they gave him something called, well, the Medal of Honor, like we have today. And just like today, they don't hand that out pretty easily, you know.
No, they don't.
He died saving a school bus that was like on a bridge. It was like some type of, I don't know. I saw a documentary on it a long time ago. I thought it was a lie because it was produced by the Chance family, but it was actually true. Yeah, but they considered him a disgrace because he only made it to lieutenant. So the chances.
Bloody idiots. Well, I suppose each family line has to put out at least one good man. It's a shame that Malcolm and the rest couldn't have been half the man that he was, if what I'm hearing about him is true.
I guess he never got a chance to reproduce. Colonel Curtis, it's been a long time since I've seen the documentary. It's called The Disgraced Chance. That's what it's actually called. But he was actually a good person. And they try to paint him in a bad light, but you can see it just comes off more as like a weird comedy, actually.
A parody, right?
Yeah, but he actually was beloved by his men. So, strange.
Strange indeed. Posed before swine, right?
I don't think he ever got a chance. I don't think he was married or anything like that. So probably was that's probably why the rest of the chances turned out to be fucks.
That makes sense. If he had kids, he probably would have raised them right, not however the hell Malcolm was raised.
What the fuck was his nickname? Tessin. Good Tessin, mate.
Good Tessin indeed. Gods. And to think a family that rotten to the core was such a fixture of damn politics for so long.
The chances have been ruthless. Colonel Curtis looking at you. Come here.
He'll come on over.
They've been ruthless since the inception, whenever they took the name, whatever the hell, however it hell happened. But here, he pulls up his wrist computer. Look at this. They draw, I think it's called drawn and quartered. They drawn and quartered some kid back in the 1800s. Only thing they found of him was his beanie.
Gods. Oof. I've read about it, but they actually did it.
Yeah, it couldn't have been more than 20 years old, 25 maybe at the most.
That's despicable. They
Yeah.
always were.
He didn't clean the bathrooms at their estate good enough.
For such a petty reason. Well, I mean, if they're willing to do that, it's not too far of a cry to, cover for your insane grandson at the cost of thousands of lives.
Probably more than that, mate. Nuke the colony.
That's
Boom.
It's true. Millions of lives, if not tens of millions.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I can see and understand the attraction to Julius's mom. She is one of the most beautiful women I think I've ever had the privilege to lay eyes on, mate. But I see women, and I'm like, I have no chance. How did Fatso ever think he had a chance with that? Colonel Curtis?
Because he was a chance in his mind. He legitimately told me that. I told him one day, Malcolm, you know you have no shot with her, and she's told you as such. And his reply was, Mash, you don't know anything. I am both a colonel and a chance. There's not a woman alive who would say no to me. Davine is privileged to have me after her. So yeah.
Tell, like with Sula, I don't get it. I don't know what she sees in me. I see a woman like that, I think I have no chance. So, and I'm not going to pursue them unless they pursue me, because why bother at that point?
Fair enough.
He was cursed. Colonel Curtis speaking.
He was cursed, but he also was pompous and arrogant before the curse, so I can't imagine it helped with that.
Like, shouldering this guy, carrying him out. He doesn't remember anything. It's not coming back to him. His head's just down. He's bobbing in and out of consciousness.
So it means we should get back to the colony fast.
Like, he's fine. He's stabilized. He'll be okay, but, yeah, we need to get him somewhere, rest, relax. He needs an IV drip, dehydrated. Fucker can't even find his own canteen. You see, he holds up a canteen that's still full, pitches it to you.
I'll keep that on me for him. Poor guy.
We'll get him back to the colony, then we're going to the bar. Tal, Lake, when we get to the colony, round up whoever's in charge, bring him to the bar. Got it. Copy.
Understood, sir.
Alright. 2 miles south. Let's go get our drink. We've earned it tonight.
Thank you, sir. And
Oh, I hope they have something to eat there. He starts walking.
I hope so too. And Tal, if I may,
Yeah.
I think there's plenty about you that she can see and take a liking to.
Well, I hope so, mate. Just don't want to make a fool of myself on rainfall weekend or breakfast. Do they call everything? He turns around. Do they call everything rainfall something? Is it like if they go to play footy, do they call it rainfall footy?
Pretty much, yeah. If you want some advice, don't say have fun, don't call any of them mum, and don't threaten to kill anyone, and you should be right as rain.
Right. Okay. Is it customary you show up with food and stuff like that?
Not that I know of, no. Just
Okay.
show up. Be calm, be yourself. They like who you are, that's why they invited you, right?
Right, yeah. I look forward to it. Beats the hell out of dealing with you. He starts chuckling and walking this way.
I'll take that as a compliment, sir.
Curtis will take the guy's other arm. Go ahead, Lake. Lake will walk this way.
Would you like some help with that, sir? I'm happy to help.
Yeah, take his arm.
Yes, sir. He'll come over.
We'll carry him back.
Understood, sir.
You guys will make your way back to the colony as the Rainfalls are in transit on their way to the cabin. Banksy has made smoothies for Icy, Davine, Suletta. Julius is holding one that was for Pequod, but Pequod's too busy fawning over the turtle.
Julius looks down at her holding the turtle, looks over at Icy. Who knew she would like it this much?
Icy sipping out of the straw. He is cute.
Julius looks down at it. Little Pierre. A fitting name, in fact. Looks like a little gentleman. You should get him a top hat like Zanzibar's, just not with an alternate dimension in it.
That's a great idea. Icy looks back at him when he's a little bigger. Or we get him a tiny one right now.
I mean, a tiny turtle with a tiny little hat might give Pequod a heart attack.
Pequod, he's just so adorable. I think the only things that are cuter were our kids.
Julius nods, pats her head. It is pretty damn cute.
And he's actually receptive to me. Unlike poor Scar.
Oh, poor Scar. Still smelled like wet cat while we were going up to the Nova.
Chiletta, to my understanding, they spent the whole night hiding in the armory from him pointing at him as it sprayed water. She starts laughing.
Yes, and apparently Fredwick was there protecting them.
Buffoon. Lovable oafs, but yes.
Yeah, they may be buffoons, but there are buffoons, especially you guys with your ODM Academy.
Chiletta nods. They'll make good staff. Fredwick Quallen protecting us from Asherion.
Julius laughs. Did you guys hear Frederick's idea about sticking Ash in a cannon and shooting him into orbit?
Chiletta, that seems a bit overkill, don't you think? Like, even for me, my hostility towards him will never completely wane due to how he treated Saris, and as I said, the spellcaster comments are one thing, but how long can one respectfully bite their tongue?
Davian shrugs. Oh, this is what we get when we put an impressionable young android with Krellin.
Pequod kiss the turtle on the head, scratches its shell, 2 peas in a pod.
Julius nods. They seem like they were always meant to be friends, almost.
Like they were made for each other, Icy. Sipping her smoothie.
Julius starts to laugh as he holds the smoothie up to Pequod's mouth. Mom and Dad always feed each other and make each other drink from their same cup.
That's true. We gotta. She looks over at Davy and blinks a couple times, starts drinking out of the smoothie. We gotta keep up.
No, we don't gotta keep up. We gotta surpass them. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, we're already past them. Icy, why do you even care?
It's
because we were the first.
And it's the principle of the matter.
Icy starts laughing.
Davine chuckles, looks over at Suletta. They'll never surpass us.
Suletta, no, I don't think so. No, I don't think so at all. She looks back at Pequod, just blinks a couple times and smirks at. Pequod, we set the precedent. We were first.
Davine shrugs. You may have been first, but we were better.
Pequod, last I checked, you don't have a vertebrate called the Love. You don't. Well, first of all, you don't have an APC. You don't have a vertebrate called Love, and then insert some endearing name here.
And you guys don't have an Escalade that is also called... What did we call it? The Love Ride? Something like that?
Yes. We need a boat. Love boat.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we should get on that.
And a shack. The Love Shack. I see you have a cabin.
Yeah, and at that cabin we do technically have a shack. It's just filled with stuff.
We just need we don't even need a space heater, actually.
Yeah, no. We got us.
Pequod, you really used Daywin Sulligan as a stage name? You were that embarrassed? Looking at Davine, I see Pat's Davine style.
I mean, would you not have been embarrassed?
Pequod, probably, especially if I came up with cool shot ideas and then every other scene Malcolm was just talking to himself.
Exactly, so I'm sure it would not have been Patricia Rico, it would have just been Pequod.
Was he just against hiring colonists to be actors? I see, seems that way, because everybody was playing multiple roles.
And most of the bad guys you see in the movie are colonists. He wasn't opposed to having colonists play bad guys, I guess. Just main characters, people with a lot of speaking lines, that kind of thing. He liked it to be majestic strong, as he put it at one point.
This is an in-house production, Julius.
Davine looks over at Icy. That's actually uncanny, he actually said that.
Wait, really? She looks up at Davine.
Davine nods. And you didn't read my mind to pick that out?
She shakes her head. I don't read without permission unless something bad would be going on.
Davine shakes her head. Well, you hit the nail on the nose right there, honey.
I see the movie premise is weird, but the fact he went on an interview and claimed it all happened. Here's the interview. And it's Malcolm giving just a brief snippet of the interview where Malcolm's claiming it was some man named Scar Freetooth. Go ahead.
Oh, you asked the question about what it was and who did it. It was horrible. A siege of my poor men, my Delta Force and my Rangers. It was done by an evil warlord named Scar Freetooth. He was taking the food supplies from the local areas given by EarthGov, and he was leaving the people to starve. We came in with our ships and he shot one out of the sky. I heroically fended off and killed hundreds, thousands of them. But it wasn't enough. We lost many good men that day. And that's
Icy stops the clip. That's stolen valor. Pequod, what a fucking. Oh.
Yeah, the most stolen of stolen valor.
It is not believable at all that that man ran between two crash sites 6 miles apart.
Davine shakes her head. It isn't believable that he ran. Period.
Icy, he probably vomited when he ran for more than like 10 seconds. Kind of like those streams he used to do where he was exercising.
Oh, the exercise bike streams.
Hopefully, this will impress Davine.
It didn't. Especially when he forced me to be in the room while he was doing those scenes.
Icy sighs. Hunk comes out, and he's got the first bowl just for Davine.
Davine looks up at him, smiles at him.
Different here. He takes the drink from her. Different taste. Try this.
She'll take a bite.
She tastes kiwis, and then warmth, and it's a little spicy. It has kick to it. And chicken and mutton.
She reels back a bit and looks up at him. What is this?
Kiwi, mutton, chicken, curry. Over rice.
Oh, look at you, my little chef. She'll start taking more bites of it.
He winks at her, passes out bowls to everybody else. I didn't want to wait to get back to the cabin. I was hungry. It was a long day on set. He's gonna come up and give Julius a bowl.
Julius nods at him. It was a long day on set.
Suletta, I always knew you were a good cook.
Yeah, I mean, you should have showed me up with some of your cooking.
Hanga needed the right motivation. Do you think you'd be a great cook if it wasn't for any gestures over?
Oh, I would have never picked up a cooking book.
Yeah, exactly. Same. I mean, I could cook what Mom taught. As of late, I've been broadening my horizons. Try to keep your mother well fed. He comes and stands behind Davy.
Davine eating the food, and I surely hope you keep me well fed, and you keep on branching out. You should, yeah, try it. She puts the fork up to his mouth.
He takes a bite. Pretty good. I'm horrible at portioning. I didn't have enough for me. Suletta, and just keeps eating her.
Davine shakes her head. Well, that won't do, will it? She puts the plate between the two of them. We could use the same fork, right?
Hunk, of course. Icy, why don't you sit here? And she'll stand up so Hunk can sit.
Davine will rest her head on his shoulder, put the plate in between them.
He starts eating. It's not bad.
I think it's delicious.
It's got, I think, a little too much spice to it. Indian food. It has a kick.
She nods. I quite enjoy it. I know I said I don't really prefer spice, but this is a good spice. There's a difference.
I think the mutton complements the spice. Pequod starts eating it. Oh my god. He does give your cooking a run for its money.
Julius starts eating it. I have to start practicing.
Pequod, they can think whatever they want. We're the first, we're the best.
Number one in every single way.
Pequod, it is really good though, Julius.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Pequod's gonna take a little bit on her hand and put it up to the tortoise who eats it, and she looks shocked. This thing eats meat? Icy, omnivore. She looks down at it. Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. I could have sworn that thing would be a vegetarian.
Meat, plants, and lots of water. You know, technically speaking, they produce the mana water. So anytime we wanted some, we could just have him, but then you'd be drinking it out of his mouth. Hug.
Like the weirdest water fountain out there.
Pequod, I'll just take the free water from Tommy's newly acquired business venture. Thank you.
Julius looks over at Icy. Looks at the turtle. Once we get down at the cabin, you won't drink some mana water. You won't.
Icy, I will.
Yeah. Out of the turtle's mouth?
I gave my last 2 bottles away this morning. Here, she gestures with her arms and it walks over to her. Thanks, what? She opens her mouth and it squirts some in. Suletta, I used to do the same with some of my creatures, yes.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh, and Davine shakes her head and starts to take a bite from the curry.
Too bad we can't bring him on combat missions. She starts rubbing his shell. I could just go for hours with this thing feeding me. Maybe when he's older.
It certainly would be useful. Imagine being a power armor fighter, seeing this little turtle thing walking up to you, and then boom, being blasted by a current of water.
Knock Zap on his ass. Makes he speaks. Suletta, oh, I wish there was cameras in the commissary room, the living quarters, to see poor Mr. Chirac get blasted by that creature.
It would be sort of funny to see.
Banksy,
Davine chuckles, looks at Hunk. See? Impressions.
yeah. I'll leave it to him.
Julius starts to chuckle, takes some of his food, and puts it up to Pequod's mouth.
She's gonna take a bite. Pequod, so she swallows the food. This food is excellent, notwithstanding this weekend, we've got the best out of it. We have to do something special for next weekend, because this weekend's trash. Hunk, yeah, I agree. Filming the movie is fun, getting to see you do your work, your craft is great, but we gotta really enjoy ourselves next weekend to make up for the fact this is how we're spending our weekend. Last night was great, Sasha Towns, but yeah.
Yes, please, God. We have to figure out something quite fun to do.
So let us, sky's the limit. We can go anywhere, do anything within reason. We could even go back and visit Graveyard or whatever his name is, see if he's still on the roof. Icy Junkyard. Suletta, whatever.
Nah, I think you only want to go back and visit there because you want to see if he really is dead or not.
Suletta, I hope he is. Icy starts. He was annoying. Just absolutely annoying.
Davine chuckles, shakes her head, and leans over to Hunk. I really hope Tal doesn't watch Junkyard.
Oh, there's no way, right? I mean, come on.
Davine shrugs. There's a chance for everything.
Turns out he's Junkyard's biggest fan.
Oh god, that relationship is over before it started.
Not necessarily. He gestures with his head, the MWF, and she wouldn't let him watch it, and now she lets him do what he wants. So.
Davine shrugs. I suppose that's true.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Well, let's just hope there doesn't need to be a will for a way. In this case...
I think if he came in with a shirt that said Ash's #1 fan, we'd have to start worrying.
I think we would have to break up a fight of some kind.
He starts chuckling. Ash buys it for him, gives it to him. Suletta finds out. What are you snickering about?
Oh, nothing. Just something that we're thinking of.
When is your birthday exactly, Auntie? Pequod speaks up. I don't really celebrate.
Well, okay. But when is your birthday?
He turns and looks at you. I didn't celebrate mine. Suletta, yeah, we don't really celebrate these things. looking at us.
Davine looks at Suletta. I haven't celebrated the first 45 birthdays of my life.
I see, yeah, same. Didn't celebrate one, really, except for Dad giving me gifts and Hunk. Right, well, now we're going to celebrate them. So when's the birthday? So that August.
Ooh, and the day?
3rd.
Okay, August 3rd.
Hunk, think about that. You got Julius's, then Nicole's, then Suletta's, back to back to back.
Julius nods. What a couple of summer children we are.
Suletta, well, maybe we could do something special.
Davine nods, pats her on the knee. I think we can.
Like trash my home again.
I don't know about you, but I think that sounds like fun.
It wasn't fun at all.
Oh, don't lie. I saw that look on your face. You had fun giving me a couple licks.
I hadn't thrown down in hand-to-hand combat in a long time. It was exhilarating to an extent, but I gave up when she gestures to Memory Ann sitting on the ground with Carter. She betrayed me.
Davine, ha ha ha.
She picked her auntie's side.
And what a side to pick. The correct side, in fact.
Called Tommy Wiseau, of all people. He's just glaring down at her.
She is a young lady who has her priorities straight, and she gives Marianne a little thumbs up.
She looks up at Davide and waves. Hunk, yep, the adult in the equation that night, probably.
Davine thinks for a second. Yeah, she was.
Well, he pats her thigh. It was my fault. So.
It was your fault. Well, if that's what you want to think, sure.
Yeah, it was. Thanks, bud.
Was it your fault, though?
It was my fault. I knew it when Zanzibar came to my door, blah, 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 with the hoodie. I just wanted to talk to poor Julius first. And you see, that's when I saw Julius naked, because I kicked in his bedroom door, and yeah. And then I proceeded to tell Julius a brief explanation of things. Pequod, yeah, fucking right. Looking back.
Brief? It took you 3 hours to get to 18 years old.
I see, we started before you were even conceived. You weren't there. I was outside the door the whole time, like wondering where Zanzibar was.
Julius shakes his head. And let me tell you, nothing is scarier than being in your bed with your wife, and suddenly your door gets busted open and your father is standing there in the doorway.
Beats the hell out of Arnaki standing there.
Oh, you know, I was scared when you knocked down my door. I would have been angry if Arnaki knocked down my door.
Pequod, oh god. Arnaki.
Davine hugs around Hunk's arm, gives his bicep a kiss, and leans her head on his chest.
He's gonna flex his arm a little bit. The muscle definition is extreme.
She could see him, or he can see her, getting redder and redder.
Having fun?
A blast!
You know, actually, I had my checkup with Contri. You gotta have it. You don't. You're a civilian. We have to. Yeah, he said I'm in better shape now than I have ever been, actually. She has access to my old records from SIS and the Headhunter days.
He sees her swallow hard. Oh, I bet you will. And he looks up at him and bites her lip.
Tonight.
Uh-huh.
Cabin's pretty cramped, but we can come back on the ship.
She just keeps nodding at him, and Julius shakes his head. Amateurs.
Suletta laughs at hearing amateur. The resemblance is uncanny. She puts her hand out.
Yeah, is it?
She nods her head.
I don't know. Just saying, I think we were always better at it.
In Pequod, we produced a lot of body heat back. You remember the vertibird used to fog up? You'd see Integra coming out looking in, what's going on in there? Oh! And she'd walk away.
Julius chuckles. It was pretty much the only way to warm up Raven Rock.
That poor woman, that was amazing. That vertibird's Earthcov property. Who left the heater on? Julius!
Julius starts to laugh. That's a phrase that I am gonna miss a little hearing. He tries to intimidate Integra's voice.
Pequod, poor Lorelei. Looked like she fell into a dunk tank, like the carnivals.
Yeah, honestly, I think she was a bit sweatier than you were.
Pequod, yeah. I mean, I guess she'd been planning this for months.
Which is a bit freaky to think about in hindsight.
And she left right after the sex scene. Hey, look at it this way. We can go back to the restaurant. We can bring Towns and Sasha.
Yeah, we can have a good time as a family.
And we can host, now that we have this card, we can host the Rainfall staff meetings there.
Rainfall staff meetings. Leans over to Pequod. Rainfall second and third dates. He points over to Suletta.
Suletta nods. Seeing you point, the first date for me will be at Tommy's.
Yeah, it's tradition at this point.
I see, it's very comforting.
Davy nods. Honestly, I would have probably ran out a lot sooner if I wasn't at Tommy's. It is a pretty comforting place.
Hunk, I think you would have ran out if our seats were changed. Because your back was to Tommy and Guillotine. They were watching us with binoculars the whole time.
Oh god, they were?
Yeah, mumbling about your body heat. I'm a good lip reader.
Yeah, I probably would have run out way quicker if our seats were changed.
Then Tommy kept looking up at the camera, gesturing as if somebody was watching.
Julius starts quickly eating his food.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't choke. Pequod looking
I'm not gonna choke. He coughs.
shrugging up at the camera.
Tommy does some weird things. He's an enigma.
Yeah, I see after seeing him writhe around on the floor with the dress. I mean, come on. Yeah, I guess. Looking at you.
Yeah. Does some odd things. Julius makes complete eye contact with Hunk.
Tables turned.
Julius smiles. Only a bit.
Oh, good son wanted to protect his mom.
Honestly, I had no clue that was happening. We were there for Sunny and Flavor.
Pequod, me, Saris, Sasha, and Icy kind of helped set it up. It was for the best. Clearly, she gestures over to these two.
Davy nods. It was for the best.
Hunk can't argue that point. He's gonna pull Davine onto his lap. You finish the curry and the rice. The whole bowl.
So she'll start finishing it off. As Julius, it just so happens that someone set it up at the same time that we set up Flavor and Sunny.
So that spying is a Rainfall family pastime. So.
Yeah, honestly, I was pretty surprised when you were one of the ones who came up to us and started to spy during the whole lighthouse thing.
Well, we look forward to Rainfall weekend all week. I get ditched in the house with poor Banksy. Banksy starts laughing, and the Drake, and the children, and you had been gone for hours. I wanted to. It was ridiculous, but fun at the same time. Even Mr. Freetooth was there. Hunk, why?
Yeah, I see. Why was Scar there?
I see Scar's a fan of the David and Hunk fanfic.
Davy nods. I have heard a bit of you and Scar talking about fanfiction about me and Hunk.
I see, like I keep saying, Scar's a nice guy. He felt really bad after that podcast episode, and yeah.
That was a difficult one to hear, but Scar is such a nice person to be around.
Isn't that right? She looks down at Pierre, and he just makes like a little bubble out of his mouth.
Julius looks at it. I honestly can't believe you actually drank out of its mouth, dude.
She looks over at you and opens her mouth and looks back at it into her mouth.
Julius starts to laugh.
Zuletta, animals from Anova, they look for their parents through. She gestures to her eyes, the mana plane, their external sensory organs, and their brain. That is her child. As Zanzibar was. Only he grew up to be an oaf. Zanzibar is looking down at Honey. Just looking at. Hunk Haven Drake's not known for intelligence, at least the males. Females, highly intelligent. Water tortoises, on the other hand, average intelligence.
So what you're saying is we're gonna have an even smarter Zanzibar going around.
Hunk, one that will grow slower. We have time. Tommy's making an aquarium for him or something. God even knows, actually, at this point.
Yeah. Julius turns around. Yeah. And he starts eating his food again. And Davin shrugs. I honestly don't know if the aquarium is for the Pierre or not.
I see, he'll stay by me like Zanzibar. He doesn't need an aquarium. He'll be with me. It'll be fine. Said dolphin or something. But who knows with Tommy? Mr. Grope's dress.
Dolphins. She looks over at Soletta, then at Soul, and then back down at her food, and she finishes off the last few bites.
Suletta, Nicole and I were perusing some shops on Gateway the other day, and Icy pulls out the dolphin earring she bought, and Suletta an old charm of a dolphin. We wanted to give these to Soul. When she's old enough to wear earrings, meh. Icy, yeah, holding the dolphin.
Oh yeah, I think that's a wonderful idea.
In the back of Julius's head, you remember, well, I will put you to sleep at night, baby face.
Julius starts tapping his foot. You know, maybe you should get her some more dolphin stuff. I think she'll like it.
I see, absolutely. Whatever she wants. So let us spare no expense.
Julius nods.
Except buying her a dolphin. I mean, that would be ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not asking you guys to do that. Maybe some dolphin plushies, that kind of thing. Nothing extravagant like that. We honestly probably wouldn't even have a place to put it.
Pequod, well, if it can live in mana water on Rainfall Lane, we're gonna have some of those.
Julius nods. That's true. It probably will be able to live in mana water.
They're cute, they grow up, they can help the Crimson Squad defend the premises. Banksy double mode. If you're gonna go double, you might as well go triple, kid. Banksy, fine, triple mode.
Triple mode of mana water, and instead of alligators, we have some water tortoises.
I see. Don't you think this is kind of overboard? Banksy, no.
Devian chuckles. Looks up at Hunk. It isn't overboard.
Hunk leans in. No, he's being a good boyfriend, protecting his family and his girlfriend.
Damien looks back and she just sees Julius nodding at Banksy.
Banksy pulls out the hard copy schematics of Rainfall Lane blueprints, and we already have the perimeter set up where we're gonna guard. We could put Nightfall here. That's 360-degree view of the whole place, infrared scope, stuff of that nature. I see. That is way overboard. What if somebody shows up near the place that vaguely looks like him? Banksy, then he's gonna get toasted.
Julius shakes his head. Yeah. Maybe your suits, do they come with DNA scanners or anything like that?
IFF targeting devices, but you never know. He's resourceful.
I'd say he even has a stealth suit.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll take care of that. Infrared sensors in the helmet and all across the property. And the academy, too. Be quiet. He's overprotective, just like him.
Julius chuckles. She really did marry Hunk.
Toasted? Looks up at Banksy. I see. Or in Banksy. Yeah. Toasted.
So does that mean you're just going to shoot him or burn him alive?
Incendiary rounds. Depleted
Oh.
uranium tips. He'll basically be immolated alive. What the fuck?
Oh, okay. That's wonderful, darling.
Banksy, honestly, I can't wait till he's gone. Suletta, good man.
Julius just nods a couple more times. Good man indeed.
What are you gonna do? Landmine the perimeter? You DNA signature landmines? Yeah. Laughing. Was I like this? He turns and looks around.
Julius looks over at him. Yes.
I never put landmines around somebody's house.
Well, no, but you did have me sneak in through the air ducts of the apartment and sneak into Icy's room.
Hunk, yes, I remember looking at Davine. I remember when Ash came up with that idea, not me.
Right. Ash came up with that idea. Not
It was
you.
me being stupid.
Yes, I know, dear. You're a bad liar sometimes.
Suletta, we all are.
Yeah. If anyone ever asks us to lie for them, I feel a bit sorry for them.
Pequod, I can put on a good show. I think I'm probably the most talented liar here, but not by much.
Sometimes when you lie, you get a certain look on your face. He impersonates the worried look she sometimes gets, and then you start sweating a lot. It's a pretty big tell, darling.
She looks at Julius. Icy or over-exaggerate, like single-handedly defeating a space hunter.
Julius nods. Yeah.
Pequod, I won that fight. I intimidated them. Well,
Yes,
I'll put you to sleep on that baby face.
Julius stifles a laugh. And Davine shakes her head. Don't worry, Pequod, I believe you.
Thank you, Mom.
No problem. She looks over at Suletta. No, don't.
Suletta, here, hands her a piece of paper. Are these all the trigger words we should tell Tal?
She looks down the list. Yes, I think that's everything.
Good. We'll have to catch him up to speed, educate him a bit.
That will be no problem. And then if he stays, well, after meeting the family and everything like that, I think he's the one, darling.
Suletta, yes, I think so. Playing with her hair.
She chuckles a bit and keeps looking down the list. You even put down right as rain, didn't you?
Suletta, well, maybe that was a bit of an over-exaggeration. As I said, as time goes on, I I don't care. A Sherion, he's gone and over with. Once the squad's over, but still.
She shrugs. We'll put a bit of a tentative trigger word on this. May change in the future.
Yes, I think time and space will do wonders for all of us, and he can go off and parade around the frontier.
Julius chuckles. Oh god, I heard that phrase so much. Don't worry, little sister. It'll be right as rain.
Banksy glares at Julius.
I was talking about Pequod as the little sister, not Icy.
Icy playing with the turtle hung. Yeah, some people might be a little scarred here.
Julius chuckles. Well, maybe around certain people. Don't put the tentative on it. And he points with his fork over to Banksy.
He nods his head. Pequod's nav computer goes off. Rest and relaxation time. Attack on Titan. She has the DVD box.
Davine nods. Apparently they're the Chronicles of Young Davine. And Julius groans.
Hunk. So you never knew? Anyway, wait. We'll get down there and talk about it. I'm interested to watch, actually. Like a cartoon, right? Icy anime.
Yeah, Japanese animation. Anime.
Is Suletta adult cartoon? If you can understand that. Hunk. Oh, okay. Yeah, we used to watch some, me and Nicole. Back when I was in charge of Alpha 9 a long time ago.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you did.
One of these days they'll make the Malcolm anime.
Oh god, I really hope not.
Pequod, you mean will make the Malcolm anime?
Yeah, where he's a bumbling buffoon every single place he goes, messes everything up. Oh.
She like when he tried to order Chinese food with.
Oh my god.
Anjon Shingang Kawawa.
He said koala. Davine shakes her head, and that was the last chance of food we had for that week.
Hug it. That's why you're eating good now. As the ship lands, he's looking Davine right in the eye.
Davine, and I have a man that feeds me well. She'll give him a big kiss.
Does a man's heart good to see his family and beautiful wife eating? He's gonna pick Davine up and carry her off the ship. This way, they disappear. And Suletta, well, I'd say they've outdone you again. Watching them walk off.
Julius looks over at Suletta. I'm sure they did you again. He walks over to Pequod as soon as you're done with the landing sequences and everything.
Yeah. She's glaring back at Suletta as Zanzibar is going to pick up some of the children, walk off, the dogs leave. Suletta stands up and Memoriad picks up Carter and walks off by herself with Carter. Suletta sees it and...
Julius looks back. Shakes his head. He really enjoys being around Memoriad.
Make an excellent big sister, I guess. I never seen her take to anybody like that before. She's quite aloof, like me.
Yeah, big sister.
Whatever. She's gonna take her smoothie and walk off the ship. I see. I don't think it's a big sister. She leaves with Banksy and the tortoise. Not at this point. She's always holding his hand. You know what that means. As they disappear down the elevator. Pequod, oh god.
Yeah.
Rainfall hands.
Yeah. And I guarantee you, Carter has that thing too with hands.
He's not even 2 and he's causing all these goddamn problems. Well, I guess they're not problems.
Yeah, just imagine. Just imagine when he's a teenager.
Can't believe JJ Cool J gets to know and we don't. As you guys leave the ship. Going back out to the frontier, Ash has made his way to the. Well, doesn't want to go. What's wrong with you? To the bar.
Alright.
It's pretty late at night. Nobody inside. Colonel Curtis is walking up this direction to the bar. There's this big orc guy behind the bar. Curtis is gonna sit down. He starts talking to the bartender nodding, gesturing towards his armor, and he goes to get some drinks.
Ash will quietly make his way up and sit down. Anything good you'd recommend on tap, sir?
Yeah, we're just getting the house. On the sticks, it's beggars can't be choosers. They only got one brew. It usually not too bad. I don't know about this place, but most small bars like this you find in colonies like this, it's usually not too bad.
Makes sense. Shouldn't be bad at all. Better than some slop I've had. He'll take his helmet off and set it down next to him.
After a day like today and last night, anything tastes good, really.
You can say that again. Never was big on beer until I got into the military, though.
How's that? Why is that?
Never liked the, back in Galia, a lot of it was very, hoppy. To the point that in some places brews were almost inedible.
Orphan?
Dwarven, some of it. I think the worst I ever had was probably those centaurs, though.
What, the donkey ones?
Yeah, their brew. I mean, I drank it. I didn't care. It was a long day, but gods, people say that'll put hair on your chest. That stuff will melt the hair off your chest.
Oh, I can imagine. They looked retarded.
Yeah, they seemed it. I think the worst alcohol I ever had, though, was... It was made by just some gnomes out in the middle of nowhere. They were having me watch a caravan, but it was mushroom vodka. And by the gods, it felt like it was melting your throat as it went down. It was horrid.
Sure it wasn't poison?
I didn't die, so I guess not.
Yeah, it's nothing against these people or this place, but you scan everything you eat from places like this with your wrist computer, Ash. Don't let them see you do it, because they'll think some people might take it as an insult, but you don't want to get laid up with, God knows, I don't know, cholera or something like that.
Or accidentally eat something you're allergic to.
Yeah, that could happen too.
Gotta be careful because, you've read the file, but I am deathly allergic to avocado.
How did you even find out you were allergic to something? Because there was no doctors telling you this back in Galia.
I found out while we were in the Headhunters. We had a successful mission, went out for dinner out as a celebration, and we went to a Mexican place. And I had guac on one of the things I ate, and, well, you can put two and two together for what happened next.
He's gonna slide 4 beers here, 2 for Lake and Tal when they get back, and he's gonna walk back, disappearing. Curtis, he's making food, some type of like pot roast, mashed potatoes. I just ordered whatever he had this late at night.
Honestly, something like that sounds great. Soul food, right?
Yeah. So wait, go back. I was looking at that guy. Back in the Headhunter.
We,
Avocado.
Yeah, we had a success.
Closes up your throat?
Oh, it closes my throat, swells pretty bad, swelling across the body. My eyes kind of swell shut depending on how much I've had. It's pretty bad. Just a small spoonful is enough to get me to the point that I needed urgent attention. I think I started carrying an EpiPen for a while because of it.
He takes a sip of his beer. Yeah. And then Malcolm, of course, tried to use that against you.
Oh, he did. I'll give it to him. He was inventive. He found a way to aerosolize it, make it into a gas. And he threw it into my room one day. Except it wasn't my room, it was Julius's room. According to Julius, his room smelled like avocado for the second half of the journey on the Majestic.
it never really went away, no matter how much he scrubbed it.
Yeah, some of the other Frontier Rangers that we hook up with, do ops with weeks you're not on, call you the Milkman because he poured milk on you in some type of video game story.
Yes, he did. The Milkman. I'll be fair, there are worse nicknames out there.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, when this lady gets here, a guy, whoever's in charge of this colony, you're going to do the talking to him.
Understood, sir. I can handle that.
So have a few sips of that beer, take the edge off, because, you know, you got, what's his name? The alien back at the...
Krellin.
Yeah. So it's very important. Whether he's an ABE or it's a human or it's somebody, you got to practice, kid. You have to practice. Just because you walk up to somebody and they don't agree with you or give you what you want doesn't mean you can get assertive. It's not going to get you anywhere. Have you ever... I'll tell you what, Ash, the best life lesson I can give you is always try to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, whether they wear shoes or not.
Understood, sir. It's good advice.
I'm not really privy to the conversation you guys had. I got the cliff notes, but I'd imagine that thing was probably pretty happy to see people. Lorelei told me there's some type of like connection between your Nicole. I want to say your captain, but now there's two of them. Nicole and that thing, and then you showed up and it was greeted with somebody who, when it said it didn't want to help,
I pushed
Yeah.
hard, like an idiot.
Yeah, life's not about getting what you want. It's about working to get what you want.
You're right there. I could say I could make an excuse and say I was desperate, but honestly, that doesn't excuse anything. I should have been more of an adult and not pushed so hard.
Yeah. You want to be an asset to Laura. Who knows when she's retiring? Lorelei, Sasha. You don't want to be a problem.
Yes, sir.
Right now, you're a problem, whether you like it or not. You're a big problem. A
Um,
problem people have stuck their necks out for, time and time again. So, anytime you encounter these type of situations, you're about to look at the person, take them in. Don't judge a book by its cover, but try to take everything in from the presentation standpoint of the person. In this case, we're lucky. This is just what I do when I have to do this, which is often. And you're going to have to do it often. But try to... We have the predisposed information of what happened to their militia, what's out there causing the problem, why there's going to be a huge, gigantic explosion in... He looks at his wrist computer and you hear the whole bar shakes, huge-ass explosion. Yeah. So, yeah.
really helps my case.
Well, it doesn't help your case getting what you want. It's just, you know, this person, you're going to be giving this person bad news. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which is never fun, but needs to be done. I hope I can convince them. It's my job.
Yeah, for their sake, though. Not for ours, not for EarthGov. I mean, in some ways, another colony is just another problem for EarthGov, but for their sake. Some of these people don't know any better.
And like we said earlier, there's no promise that that gets all the Lycans, and I'd hate for these people to be alone with no defense against something like that.
No. Even with the defense, they wouldn't have lasted.
No. And even if they still had their militia, not to insult anyone, but even if there's only a dozen or so of those things that survive that, that's a scary dozen creatures. I don't think the militia would fare well against them.
No, they wouldn't. They usually never do. Ever.
With what I saw of those, it seems like something that even if you outnumber them 4, 5, 6 to 1, they still are hard to kill.
Especially if you're unfortunate enough to engage them at night on their grounds, their terms. But
We got away because we know what we're doing, and he's gonna tap the helmet very well equipped. I don't think most of them are.
no, they're not. They are not. The headhunter days. Always talking about those. He was looking down at you taking a drink of beer. The good days now, huh?
Yes, sir.
Probably weren't considered that good of days, given the living situation and some of the extremities, but nowadays,
Yes, sir. In a lot of ways, they were. Some ways they weren't, but you know, I to an extent, miss learning, actually learning how this world worked and getting to learn from really skilled fighters. It was invigorating to actually be trained instead of having to figure it out on one's own.
yeah, well, as Tal and Lake come in, they're walking up to you guys. Colonel Curtis, part of being a good big brother or big sibling is letting the siblings grow up.
Yes, sir. And that's what I'm gonna have to do with them now. They might.
Tal sits down. You should have let him do it a long time ago, mate.
I should have. And they might not see me that way anymore. I've earned that, but I'll never stop seeing them that way.
Well, that's the right attitude to have, but yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But, in a way, being out here kind of reminds me of being in the Headhunters. Learning from, well, you three, really talented folks.
I'm starting to get a little addicted, I think. He looks at you, Colonel Curtis.
Maybe a little bit. I'd be lying if I said I didn't like it. Getting to do some good, getting to see and learn new things, I mean, it's not a bad racket you guys have out here.
It has its negatives. We have the highest divorce rate of any unit.
I can see why that might be the case.
And Tal, trust me, mate, if things work out over a period of time with Miss Suletta, my ass is retired. Colonel Curtis starts laughing. Good choice. Good choice.
Fair enough, although if it does work out, you probably won't have to retire. They'll get you a transfer for their academy.
And that would be wonderful. I am excellent at physical conditioning.
Excellent at physical conditioning and, in my opinion, a damn good teacher because I'm learning better under you than I have in years.
Good. Roll another cigarette for me then. And yourself.
He'll sit there and roll two of them, slide one over to him.
Colonel Curtis puts his hand down on the table. You should always plan for the worst, but not let it motivate you, not let it drive you. Anticipate a divorce.
I think so.
Especially at this point. He takes a sip of his beer.
Trust me, I don't want to, but plan for the worst, hope for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah. I fucked up. Good and well, I know that. Just, if that's what she wants, then I'll give it to her. Because really, at the end of the day, all I want is for her to be happy.
Yeah, then you'll be living at the barracks back on Gateway like me.
There are worse things in the world than the barracks on Gateway.
Yeah, that's true. Like the ship you were on, and yeah, I can see that.
Eh,
But it's nice to have your own place.
it is. It really is. But, I'll, like you said, better than the ship on Gateway, better than a shitty lean-to you made outside the capital city. There are very worse places to live.
Yeah. Curtis, looking at the bar, takes another drink. Just plan for the inevitability.
I will. I will. On a lighter note, I was meaning to ask, that grease gun you were using, why were you using that one?
Betty?
Yeah, I'm curious because I would have assumed you would have used something more like an MP5. I'm just wondering.
Something more modern, mate? Yeah. Probably should, but it's our lucky charm.
Lucky Charm, eh?
It shoots 45, so packs a punch. Brought up to modern standards, Buck and JD. But it's our lucky charm. We defended a colony from UIR, just the four of us. Small place. Colonel Curtis, 15, 16 people? Look like a glorified trailer park if you've ever seen one of those, Ash.
I have. So
Look like that.
4 of you defended a small colony with that gun, eh?
That's right, mate. Well, It was given to us as a gift after defending the colony. Some old geezer had it and they gave it to us as a token of appreciation. He was there fighting alongside us, so. And he took down a number of them with that little gun. It's antique now. You probably fetch a fair price with it, but it's our lucky charm. We probably shouldn't have walked away from that engagement. No walls, no cover, hiding in the trailers. Like, rough afternoon, Ash.
I can imagine that.
No casualties, Curtis speaks up, except for the UIR.
Then I'd say you did a damn fine job of doing it. You put in an impossible situation and got out scot-free. And you said its name was Betty?
Yeah, that's what we call him because that was his wife's name, and he named the gun, so we just carried it with us. And the story. Lucky charm.
Well, I can't say much about using outdated weapons. I mean, I have a Garand that I carry into battle.
Yeah, well, it has its place. You don't know what you're going into? Bring old Betty out. It packs a punch. 45 rounds, phased, but all things considered, the kick it has, the recoil issues, compared to modern guns, should probably just shoulder the AK. But when you gotta lug around, he points to the grenade launcher on his back. Yeah, Betty's beats the hell out of the AK.
I'd agree there. Better to carry something light that you can swap to quick than have to lug around, as nice as they are, an AK. And I think there's something to be said about something that's gotten you out of tough scrapes. I'm a bit of a superstitious idiot at times, and it's good to have a good luck charm.
That's ours. It's been ours for 12 years. Tal 13, I think. I don't know, it all blends together.
Well over a decade then.
Oh yeah.
That's something special. To me, if you've carried something like that around for that long, then it's basically part of you at that point.
Colonel gets to keep it when he retires. Colonel Curtis starts laughing. Yeah, it was given to me.
I'm sure she's gonna get a nice part of honor on a wall somewhere, isn't she?
Most likely, yeah, back home.
I'll drink to that. Take a nice long drink. Oh,
They start drinking.
curious, any other war stories, anything like that?
War stories, mate.
Just-
Look at us. We are walking war stories, mate.
Fair enough. Just
It was a
wondering.
long time ago. Defending Colonel Curtis. Oh, God. Which one? Take your pick. I mean, we've defended colonies. We've defended EarthGov Outpost, counterterrorism ops, hostage rescue. He gestures over to Tal. Professional soldiers. That's what you do.
Done it all, seen it all.
Yeah. You make it through Ranger selection, you're cut out for it.
Well,
Honestly, mate, you should go through selection. You should consider it. You have the rank. You can't, you're going to be kicked out if you fuck up, for sure, but you should just do it to try it. Like, yeah. It's not like it's going to go a long way with other Rangers. You're given the rank, they respect it, but a test for yourself, Ash. Tal, yeah. Not to prove something to yourself, mate, not anybody else. You know, you could tag along. I mean, we do training. We train. Sometimes we have to go back and train the candidates, the selection candidates, put them through the 6-month ropes, mate. You should go through it. Just try it. I'm sure Lorelei or Sasha would be glad to put you through that hell.
I think I will. Like I said, if only to prove to myself that I deserve to be here. Off of
Not
that.
even that, mate. Just prove to yourself that you're a professional soldier and a man now, not a child who runs his mouth.
Yes, sir.
Gobby fuck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Give it a try. Wait till you're booted off the squad. What else you gonna have to do?
Not much. Best case, the only thing I'll have to do is be out here with you lot.
You should give it a try. It'd be good for you. It is nothing like basic. Can't really talk about the particulars, but you'll see. Colonel Curtis, yeah, you'll see, Ash, trust me. But it'll probably be easy for you if you stick it out here on the frontier, because it'll just be like another day at the office. So,
Makes sense. No, I think I will. If nothing else, to say that I can. And that I am a professional fucking soldier. I think it'll be good.
yeah, please. Please do, for the love of God. God, when we heard we were getting you, oh God. Like, starts laughing. You get the communique. He puts his hand up, beautiful Ranger General's face. Sasha, beautiful, standing in the background, telling us, you're going to take this guy. It's Sherry on Valorius. I said, who's that, Mom? He said, don't worry about it, but you're going to get him. Train him, please do something with him. Here's a list of everything he's done. Then they started reading it off, and I wanted to shoot myself. Colonel Curtis starts laughing. Then they said the dossier. Oh, God.
I mean, I can't blame you. I've been a colossal fuck up over the past 2 years, let's say that much.
Ranger General. Beautiful face, the woman looking right into the camera on her machine, telling us, but he's good at filing field reports.
I've got to be good at something, sir.
Yeah, that's why you're gonna file all the after-action reports. Every single one. And you have one to file for the excursion last night. And why we used over, what was it? At least 400 pounds of plastic explosives.
Yes, sir. I don't have a problem with that. Field reports are honestly not that bad. It's the other reports you have to write that are the problem.
Which ones?
Just day-to-day. Armory Master reports. I've got to keep track. It's time-consuming. I have to keep track of how many bullets come in, how many go out. I have to keep track of everything we have. It's tedious, I suppose, is the word I could use. Good work, but tedious.
Colonel Curtis, tedious. I've never done it, but tedious. But yeah, cause there aren't armory masters at your age. Ash, there just are not. So.
Looks good on a resume, sir.
Oh, it looks great. I'm sure that's why little sister gave it to you. One, because she thought you were capable, and two, it looks really good. At your age, it's just not heard of.
Makes sense.
Especially with your background, coming from Gallia, your shooting scores and basics, probably having to be hand-fed a catch-up, basically a crash course in modern tech. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Probably didn't even know how to use the telly.
no, I did not. When I first got there.
Jesus Christ. Now every time Lorelai calls, I think she's gonna send it. I was like, last time she called, please don't tell me Ash has a brother, Mom. She just started laughing at me.
Well, luckily for you, I don't, although I think there was an instance of Malcolm ranting that I did.
You had a brother?
I didn't, he thought I did.
Why?
I don't know, he was watching some show, some cartoon show, an anime I think it was, with Julius, and he got into his mind that I was one of the antagonists and that other characters were my family members.
Like, yeah, you were, the Beast Titan. I've studied the reports, that's why you nuked your colony, or that colony.
I'm sorry, the Beast Titan. Isn't that...
Giant Monkey, I don't watch the show, but SIS, yeah.
He nuked... You see Ash kind of slump up, almost upset. He nuked a colony because he thought I was an anime character.
Well, you know. And that fact was probably reinforced in his mind when you somehow survived. He starts chuckling. So, given what was left of his mind, anyway.
That would explain why, right before when the ship was going down, he turned around and said that he'd kill me himself and make sure it got done before shooting me in the shoulder.
Like, not to get into it because we have company coming, as the door opens, but he called it the Chronicles of Young Davy Ash.
He's taking a drink and nearly chokes on it. Um, thank you for that, sir.
You see a woman standing here, elf, beautiful looking girl. Tal, there you go. There's the next in charge of the colony, mate.
Understood. Thank you,
Mind
sir.
you, mate, she's now in charge because the guy in charge he was one of those poor sobs, stuck to a tree or got ripped apart and made into hamburger meat or breakfast, so.
Understood. Alright, wish me luck, boys. He'll make his way down. Ma'am, my name is Lieutenant Asharian Valorius.
She's gonna put her hand out as you're walking up, Ranger.
Ma'am, he's gonna shake it. Letting you know, gonna fill you in on the rest of what happened. I assume you felt the explosion a few moments ago.
Saw, they're all dead?
Um,
Where do they even come from?
Under the castle, ma'am. There was a den.
I thought werewolves were myths.
Sadly not, ma'am. They, apparently do exist. There was a den underneath the castle. When the militia moved in and started using it as a staging point, it alerted them to your presence. As for if they're all dead, I cannot make any promises. To the best of our ability, those explosives should have collapsed the castle, the mountain around it, but we don't know what cave systems exist around that mountain or how far they stretch, so there's no promises that took them all out.
No survivors from the militia? Our mayor was the leader of the militia.
One survivor, ma'am. We found him on the way back. Bad claw mark across the side of the face, and what seems to be a bad concussion, but he seems to be stable now. Just can't remember his own name.
Wonderful. She's still shaking her hand nervously.
I'm sorry for your losses, ma'am. If you'd like, we can arrange to have EarthGov send some rangers down to do protection for your colony in the meantime.
At what cost?
None at all.
There's
Happy
got to
help.
be something. What, we're officially an EarthGov colony, which means taxes, what?
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, ma'am, I'm not positive. If you are an EarthGov colony, I'd think that may be a thing, but I would not know for sure. You would get the protection out of it, though. And,
Yeah.
like I said, I can't promise that there's none of those things left.
Oh. She looks down at her feet. I really don't want to be in charge.
Believe me, ma'am, I get it.
So, Rangers take over the place and they protect it and EarthGov enforces rule?
To my knowledge, yes.
How many Rangers would they send? Enough to deal with a werewolf? How many werewolves were there?
We didn't get an exact clock on how many, but quite a few. And yes, they'd send enough to deal with that threat should it arise again.
She sighed.
Like I said, ma'am, I'm not going to pressure you into anything. It is your choice. Whatever you prefer for your colony.
We'll have to. I don't know. Yeah. All the militia, one survivor.
Yes,
Are you guys? You guys will be here for the rest of the night?
we should be here for the rest of the night. Should you choose to get ranger support, we'll be here until reinforcements arrive.
We'll have to have a meeting. We'll have to convey and make a decision. It's a democracy. This is a farming colony. We only had the militia because we were afraid of UIR movement, not legends, urban legends.
Of course, ma'am. And whatever you decide, we'll hold to. Again, I'm very sorry for your loss.
Well, First Light, thank you. She looks at you. First Light, we always wake up, whole colony, farming colony, so sometime around 6 a.m. our time, planet side, we'll have a meeting. And then I'll give you your answer.
Understood, ma'am. Thank you.
I'll tell you, it'll most likely be a yes at this point. I mean, those were our able-bodied men, and I assume none of the equipment was recoverable, so we have no weapons.
Yeah, you'd be correct, ma'am. No recoverable equipment.
She nods, thank you, Ranger, and she leaves.
You're welcome, ma'am. He'll make his way back up.
So, Colonel Curtis sitting there, finishing his beer. So,
Well, they said that they'd have to take a meeting, being a democracy, but she said the answer's most likely going to be yes to getting Ranger protection and folding into Earthcuff.
Colonel Curtis, okay. Nods his head. Tal, I'll put in the request to the General. She'll send Rangers out here. And if they show up and they say no, then they'll leave. He shrugged. They'll be here probably shortly after their meeting. Expedite the process. Fast ship. Once she hears Lycans, pull no punches.
Understood. It's a shame. One survivor.
Yeah, lucky there's that.
He's a very lucky man that he got put in a place they'd already cleared out.
Yeah, most people don't walk away from scraps like that.
No, I can't imagine they do, given what we saw. And he's gonna look down at where his armor is scratched from being clawed at. And given what they did to this armor, I'd hate to be wearing anything less.
For everybody's sake, I hope to God once your squad finishes the job that all these things just out of existence.
I hope so too. Those things, those spiders, all those different monstrosities. If they could all just vanish, well, your job would be a hell of a lot easier.
Your job.
Our job, yes.
Is it really true they have hundreds of dragon eggs? Like,
Looks at Colonel Curtis.
yeah.
I'm fine to answer that.
No, yeah, they do. Yeah.
They do.
I can't wait to see those eggs hatching. Rico's little kid and Nicole running around frantically, panicking, trying to figure out what to do. I won't be there to see it in person, but I'm sure the Ranger General will fill me in.
Nicole and Patricia Rainfall, mothers of dragons.
Colonel Curtis takes a sip of beer as flashing to the Rainfall cabin. Rainfall's having a wonderful time. Zanzibar is watching the children. You guys are gathered around the television watching Attack on Titan. 1 second. And this scene is playing on Attack on Titan. First appearance of the Beast Titan.
Julius puts a hand over his mouth and just shakes his head.
Icy, why are we watching this one? We should watch them in order, Banksy, because this is the one that's... I've done my research. That's who he thought Ash was, right? Icy, yeah. Looking... I just wanted to see this episode, sorry.
It's okay. That's who he thought Ash was.
Pequod, what did he do when he saw this character come on screen again?
He gasped, almost jumped out of his seat that he was in, and yelled, "That must be Ash, a Beast Titan." And then he ran to Ash's room, did something to him. I think he punched him in the face, and then came back.
Laughing. One-armed Malcolm.
Yeah, one-armed Irvin Malcolm.
Banksy goes back to the main menu of the DVD and starts playing the first episode. So, Hunk, so why exactly did he think your mother... Come here. He's gonna pull Davine onto his lap. Why did he think, it was about you, exactly? I don't... Were you even aware he was watching this with Julius?
Davine shakes her head. I wasn't even aware the show existed. I did find it strange that for 2 weeks I was not bothered at all on the Majestic. an absolute time of bliss. Yeah, you're welcome. He was spending it with me watching this show.
Suletta snickering to herself.
Davine sighs, and I suppose this show will also explain why Malcolm at one point came up to my room with his arm tucked up into his sleeve to mimic him missing his forearm. And he said, I am the descendant of Irvin Smith, Davine. You fought with him, correct? Do I look ravishing to you or not?
Suletta, the fact he was pretending to be missing an arm is absurd.
Julius shakes his head. Oh, trust me, he did some absurd stuff when he watched this show.
You guys only got through the first 3 seasons, you said, when we were at the mall?
Oh, luckily. Luckily, only the first 3. He would have started cheering for Cyrus, which, let me tell you guys, is not something I ever want to hear happening.
Malcolm cheering for fucking Cyrus. Because
He would have started cheering for Cyrus, saying how Cyrus is a good man compared to me. He would have started saying a lot of stuff. How he was excited about Cyrus Sr. trying to kill Ash. He takes in a deep breath, lets it out. He would have said a lot of stuff.
I see, I still don't get it. Davine sort of resembles Mikasa.
Davine shrugs. Oh, I mean, when you're as crazy as Malcolm, you start seeing the similarities in the strangest of places.
Maybe it's the fact she uses swords like you, Mom, but I don't get it. Pequod, well, apparently walked into Julius's room, saw the show, and the Chronicles of Young David.
Yep, and then Armin became good Ash.
Good Ash, I see. It's laughing.
Aaron became Cyrus. Jean became Ash's cousin. You'll figure it all out. Don't worry.
Pequod, I mean, yeah, she's just watching the episode. Like, I'm shocked he was open-minded enough to even get into the story.
And once he saw Mikasa, it was all over. Yeah, as soon as he saw young Mikasa, he gestures over to young Mikasa on the screen. He immediately thought it was her. He gestures over to Davine. And then it just snowballed from there.
Hunk, did you ever try to tell him it was just an anime?
Multiple times. He would ask me things like, so, Julius, if you have access to airships and things of the sort, why wouldn't you just have a bombing run on all these disgusting-looking titans that are the spawn of Ash? And I would try to tell him that it's a show, that it wasn't based off of Gallia, that it wasn't Mom and Cyrus and all these people, and he just wouldn't listen.
Suletta watching the show. Father-son bonding time for the two of you.
Oh, don't even joke like that.
I see, at least he let you eat.
He did. A lot of avocado popcorn.
She grows.
Davine nods. I do remember him mashing up a lot of avocados and then using oil from them to make the popcorn.
The Chronicles of Young David. Pequod speaks Young David.
Yeah, honestly, if there was one character in any show or movie that I would compare her to, it's Mikasa, because she's just a badass. Other than when she screams Aaron constantly throughout the show.
Pequod, yeah, I'm surprised he could even stomach that, honestly. Like, Mikasa's attachment to Cyrus. Oh my god. Aaron. Pequod sliding onto your lap.
Trust me, he was quite bothered by it. I don't understand it, Julius. Why is Davine so obsessed with Cyrus? Isn't he supposed to become an alcoholic soon? When does he partake in the drink?
I see. Remember that scene? I don't know. It's in the first season where Commander Pixis gives Aaron a drink of wine and he spits it out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think he actually watched that scene.
Probably
Well-
too busy daydreaming about young Davy.
No.
Yeah.
No, you know what he was daydreaming about? So he thought Commander Pixis was somebody named Good Tessin.
Good Tessin? Suletta looking at you.
Julius looks over at Suletta. Not a damn clue.
Hunk. Huh. The name Tessin rings a bell. I don't know. I've heard it somewhere. He pulls Davine right into him and starts thinking. I don't know. Julia or Pequod, pull me into you like that.
Julius grabs her around the waist and pulls her in tightly to him.
Hunk, look at them. They're copying us. Into Davine's ear.
Well, the copy is never as good as the original. And Julius looks up. We're the original.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery. Hooligan. Suletta looking at you.
Julius looks over at Suletta. Then we should be absolutely flattered because they're just copying us. Or imitating us, as you so graciously put it.
She scoffs at you. Whatever you... What? Do it. We'll ever put you to bed in that baby face.
Julius looks over at Banksy. Oh, so you're on their side too?
Banksy shrugs. I'm on no sides. As Icy opens her mouth and the turtle squirts more water into it.
Julius chuckles, shakes his head.
Suletta meh opens her mouth, it turns and squirts water at her. Gets a little on her chin, but she cleans herself off. Hunk. Now I see why Ebenezer and Yen and the other members of the council suggested that species. I went to them and said, what is another gift I can get her for her birthday from Anova? Like, what would be a good guardian? And they said, water tortoise. What the hell is that? Okay. Then months later, there I am trudging through a swamp when somebody could have just flew over, got the egg, and... Yeah. I see what? Look at you.
Oh, we all sort of let Dad trudge through a swamp for a little while before we told him.
That
or
goddamn
reminded him.
MP5 Ash got me over my head, combat walking through the swamp. Look like an idiot.
Julius starts to snicker, and so does Davine.
I look like a fucking idiot in front of the woman I was very nervous to be around.
Davine
First woman ever that made me nervous, like that, in that type of way.
Davine looks up at him and gives him a kiss on the jaw. I didn't know, it was sort of cool.
I see you were trying to do something for your kid. It was probably attractive.
Davine nods.
I'm just
And-
like when I straddle the babies on my hip. I picked up on that. That's why I do that.
Davine lets out a whistle, and I'm glad you do.
Got halfway through the damn swamp, and then Goofus was like, I could just fly.
Julius starts to laugh. Well, I mean, I have flown around you for pretty much the entire time we've known each other, Dad.
Well, I'm sorry, Julius. I was a little bit more preoccupied about not getting ripped in half by an adult version. I was shown images from Master Yen and Ebenezer and the other members of the council. They told me they'd be very protective of their nest.
Julius nods. I mean, fair enough, but... Did we really have to remind you like that?
Hug. I was nervous, Julius.
Davine,
Not about the turtle, really. Your mother.
Davine shrugs. Honestly, it was sort of funny.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You're gonna put her or stroke her hair behind her ear.
Davy nods. Plus, it was cool seeing you combat walk throughout that swamp.
Felt like I was back in the Headhunters. Freezing cold water, Integra yelling at me from the shoreline. Get through the water!
Yep. Good old headhunters.
Well, you're gonna be in charge someday. He looks over at Julius. Maybe you can, send the students to wade through some type of water source and then tell them, oh, I could just fly.
Alright. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I might do that.
Pequod, yeah, you, Nicole, Sasha working hand in hand. It's gonna be fun. And given the fact you're gonna be a higher rank to do that job, you can come back down Earthside every day when you're done. Same with Nicole.
Oh, yeah, huh.
So that I no more 5 days a week on Gateway and then back home on the weekend.
Davy nods. Yes, and we could do the same with the ODM Academy if we put it close to Rainfall Lane.
Oh, absolutely. It's gonna be close. Banksy inspecting some blueprints. Yeah, that's not negotiable, Davey. Sorry.
Davy nods. Yes, sir.
It's going to be within bare minimum a half a click. Because this concrete wall, see here, it has to run all the way this way. He's showing her the blueprint.
Julius tilts his head. Do you just always have those blueprints on you, or?
Pequod looking at him. I showed him the blueprints for Rainfall Lane. He took them and said he'd handle it. I'm letting him do his thing.
So, fair enough. He seems like he's doing a good job.
That's not negotiable, Davy. I'm whispering to Davy.
Davy shrugs. I suppose not.
Besides that, if it's within one or half of a click, we'll have air defenses set up too, so we'll be good.
Davy blinks a couple times.
With satellite array, tracking coming projectiles. You know. I see like UFOs. I see, looks at her. Yes, sweetheart. And pats her on the head.
Right. I feel strangely safe right now. Thank you, Banksy.
No problem. Only authorized personnel are getting into Rainfall Lane and or the Academy. Don't need Krellin's help. Just goes back to looking at the schematic. Pequod, me, Krellin. Help build wall.
With good friend Fwedwick.
Fine. Be nice. Give Chip. He is like a baby. So let him...
That's what you think.
Says you.
Julius starts to chuckle.
So he's quite endearing, actually. I feel sympathy for him. The last of his kind. Horrid existence. Imagine being the last one of us. Ever. Anywhere.
Davy nods. It would be a terrible thought, but hopefully we're all preventing him from thinking too much on it, or as much as he has in the past however many years he was alone.
I see. He was really happy to see me, but I just didn't know really what to say to him. I was in shock. Good thing you were there. She looks over at David and smiles. Yeah, I had no clue what to say to that thing. Especially the way he was talking, gesturing around.
Julius nods. I couldn't think of anything. And Davine, I tried. I wonder if I did a good job, but I definitely tried.
I see. He asked for you when he came to Gateway. What did he say? Pequod, nice lady. Spiky hair. Elf?
Davine pats her hair. It is a bit spiky.
I like it that way.
Davine smiles, rests her head on his chest. But yes.
Pequod, Julius likes my hair this way. So.
I do. It looks beautiful on you. He pushes her hair behind her ears and gives one of her ears a kiss.
Hunk does the same to Davy.
Julius looks up at Hunk.
Honestly, why is the youngest couple the most mature? She points over to Banksy and Icy. He's looking at blueprints. She's sitting on his lap, just holding the torch.
Julius shakes his head. Honestly, being mature is sort of boring a lot of the time.
Hunk, now you're talking. Time off, no need to be mature. Hell, even on time on, sometimes if you can get away with it. We made poor Lanaya request a transfer.
Yeah, we've also thrown a tomahawk at Lorelai's office.
Hunk
And
looks
the-
at Davine. You want to throw something at Lorelai's window?
Damien thinks for a second. No, she doesn't like me as much as she likes Julius, so I don't think I can get away with it.
Yeah, fair. At worst, she would just... At this... Well, what would she do? I see. Probably at worst, she would just say, okay, Davine, now you have to give me the D pic of Julius. I know somebody in that apartment has it.
Julius groans. Yeah, I'm sure someone does. He
Or
looks down
she'd
at
say
people.
something like, you have to get me an up-to-date one. I see, look at Davine.
Oh, God. Davine chuckles. Looks at Hunk. Small price to pay?
Hunk, yeah, I mean, she's... I think we're her favorites, so I think we can get away with it.
What?
Yeah, I think everybody, the Rainfalls, I think. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
Suletta, you learned your lessons, individual or not worth repeating, not telling you you're proud of, because that word has been diminished to obscurity at this point. You learned your lessons, you came out better. That is... I even went through that phase with her. That is how she is. She just shrugs slightly.
Terrifying until she really isn't? Or, well, she still sort of is to me.
Not... She'll still be terrifying if you don't learn your lesson.
Yeah. Yeah, she can be.
The only one that gets off scot-free is Blueprint Boy. He's looking at them because he came along too late. Banksy, not true. She commended my restraint for not beating up Ash. Suletta, oh.
Well, there we go.
And she took us to a Nova to get this egg. Icy, shut up. What egg? Suletta looking around.
Julius shrugs. Davine looks at her computer and then looks out the window towards the kids. Oh, look at what they're doing.
Suletta looks out. Banksy, it was egg for beast that will protect Rainfall Line. She says she saw it with her foresight capabilities. Rainfall Line. You'll see. Suletta, oh, okay. They are cute out there. Look at them. He's looking out the window. Hug. Looking at Banksy shot.
Julius looks at Banksy and mouths so Suletta can't hear it. Really? That's all it takes? Tommy voice?
He nods his head. Suletta, would you look at that? She points outside. The kids are building a snowman being led by Memory Ann, since they're all a little too young to even understand what a snowman is. Carter's pounding the snow on the ground, not helping. Memory Ann's gonna come over and start teaching him how to pack it. Zanzibar, just watching. You see him scratch his head with the power ball.
Davine tilts her head. That is so cute. I really wish I had a camera on me. I would take a picture of this. And Julius leans back. It's not Polaroid, and he takes a picture with his wrist computer.
Memory Ann picks Carter up, brushes the snow off of his bum, and places him a little closer to where she was, so she can go back to building the snowman as he tries to pack snow for her.
Julius leans forward to Pequod. You notice how she didn't teach any of the other kids how, or at least try to teach them how to pack snow?
Pequod, yeah. I've noticed.
Yeah. He leans back, watching them again.
I see. Notice how she's holding his hand, walking around. That's not walking around.
Davine, you notice how she hasn't let go of his hand and she purposely moved him closer to where she was?
Banksy lowers the schematic. Huh? Looking out the window. Huh. Look like boyfriend and girlfriend or something. Goes back looking at the schematic. Set up. What? Turns around. They're just walking around. Waiting for the rest of the children to unsuccessfully pack snow as Zanzibar tries to help.
Julius shrugs. Honestly, yeah. They make sort of a cute couple right now.
They walk off on their own. Suletta, they're going a little too far. Zanzibar, Memory End turns around, shrugs at him, and comes back.
Zanzibar has got it.
Yeah, he's got it under control. And if not him, Monkey Boy.
Oh god, I wonder how Monkey Boy is when he tries to babysit the kids.
He's really fun. When he watches the kids now that Integra's gone, he lets Monkey Boy out. He entertains the children. I gave him a confetti gun. I shrug.
Julius chuckles. I wonder if the kids are gonna grow up knowing how to sign me eat orange, just reflexively.
I mean, there's worse things to learn. Think about these kids and any of the rest of the kids that come along. He looks at Icy and then Davine. They're gonna grow up with Uncle Krellin. Uncle Scar. Oh my god.
Uncle Fwedwick.
Young can't stop laughing. Pequod, I think it's sweet, not funny. Heck yeah, send Krellin to pick the kids up at school one day. That'll be great.
It totally won't scare the other children away, seeing a gigantic demon-looking figure approaching them, saying, "Me Krellin, sit on baby."
I see Uncle Tommy's the best though. Pequod, yeah. The ultra cool uncle who's kind of spooky.
Julius nods. He is a pretty cool dude.
Maybe he'll pick him up from school one day.
Oh, wow. He thinks about it for a second. Now, would that be more embarrassing or cool for them?
Pequod, well, like we were talking about at the restaurant, you get out of the car. You're walking out of school with your little backpacks on, trying to impress your friends. Bye-bye.
He sighs. Yep. Let's hope our kids have some thick skin.
Pequod, we're celebrating birthdays, whether you like it or not. She glares at Icy and Suletta, who both just look at her and shrug. And we are celebrating holidays. Tommy will dress up as Santa Claus at Christmas.
Julius starts to laugh and Davine thinks about it. Will you be able to get him to wear the beard and wig? Do you think he's going to come down in his normal, in like Santa Claus attire, but normal Tommy face?
Pequod, I've already asked him. He said he'll wear the beard. Hunk, yeah, but he's gonna talk like Tommy. Pequod, they won't know the difference. Not at their age.
Oh, hopefully not.
Ha ha ha, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Oh god. We're gonna be hearing that every single Christmas.
I come buying gifts for baby faces. All baby faces.
I could just imagine him now, standing up, pointing to all of us like friggin' Oprah. Babyface gets a gift. He points at Icy, and he points outside. Babyface gets a gift, and Babyface gets a gift.
Here, Scar, I bring you a call. What the fuck?
Oh god, poor Scar.
He stunk. He smelled so bad.
Yes, he did. Luckily, I don't know how it really works. He groomed himself, we'll say.
Suletta, I almost wish we had been at the apartment just to see it all unfold. Jesus Christ!
It would have been a goddamn sight to see.
Apparently, Mama Land grabbed a frying pan, ran outside, and got sprayed to the next century.
Davian covers her mouth and starts to snicker.
What's going on here? Blast! She's hanging around the apartment now. She officially retired from the. Well, I guess we can get her to go back with us to cook for us, but yeah, she's. Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Cool, but, interesting.
Well, it'd be nice to have her around.
Yeah, 2 zaps.
Yeah, female zap. One has tusks, one has curly hair, braided hair.
Sort of like Goldilocks hair, if you really think about it.
Oh, I'm so proud of Juliet.
Julia starts to laugh. Honestly, when we first went down there, I was a little scared when I suddenly heard that.
Like I said, I had been to that place more times than I can count. And then I met Zap. I was like, oh, he's a cool guy. All right. I never would have thought. I never saw her all the times I went down there. It was always kind of like, like self-serve. She'd cook, leave the stuff there. You'd go and get it, leave the credits. Always leave a good tip. Yeah, she was like this ignominious, or not wrong word, but enigmatic figure, Mama Land. It was like a mystery. That's why people would like to go there before it was an EarthGov settlement. Or, protected portion of the planet that a civilian owned. Nobody ever saw her. Sometimes you would just... Oh my god. Sometimes you would just hear... from the kitchen.
Davian laughs. And then you met Mama Lan, the apparent grandmother to your children, and she gestures over to Pequod and Julius.
Oh, the children do have my facial features.
And Julius looks at the children and nods. Yeah, they really, thankfully, don't take after her.
Oh, yeah, minus the cooking skills and the good attitude, yeah.
He chuckles. Yeah. I mean, if I don't have to teach my kids to not be like me when I was in a rebellious phase, let's say, thank God. I honestly don't know how you all dealt with me.
Pequod, it wasn't that bad.
Julius looks down at her. If you say so.
She looks up at you. I mean, it was difficult at times, but it really wasn't as terrible as I think. I think some of it's been, I don't know about over exaggerated, but all I had to do, I should have just told you to shape up.
Julius shrugs. I should have shaped up without you even having to tell me.
I see. I think I was more immature, honestly. You didn't call Ash a pervert. Ash, it's your job to protect her, Julius. Here you go. I'll fight the void dude or whatever this is. You pervert! Oh, give it. I could hear you.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, I also didn't call Ash a bad Clint Eastwood impersonator and me a bad Jackie Chan impersonator.
What? It's what?
Yeah, that's what she called us on our first mission together.
I see. It was just weird. You hand me off to some random dude who we just met. Julius was hot. Ash had the mask on, but Julius was really hot. Still is. She gestures and smiles, but... Ugh. Then he took off his helmet. It was just this old dude. Banksy. Yep. 4 modes. I see what? Nothing. Hunk, well, they protected you.
Julius nods, and now the four moats shall protect her too.
Fun mission, good times, make good friends, but just weird. I should have stayed to help you fight the Void guy. Hunk, I'll get
Honestly-
a chance to fight them, probably. Oh, go ahead.
Honestly, we all should have stayed to help you. But it makes sense. Split up, take out the Shrike when we could.
Hunk, yep. Almost had a heart attack. Well, I did technically suffer a light heart attack on that mission.
Yeah, I could still feel how you gripped my arm. That was back before I really had any kind of real muscle mass on any part of me. So you almost broke my arm that day.
Sorry, son. He's looking right at.
No, it's okay. You were having a heart attack. It's forgiven.
Pequod, meanwhile, I was back at Raven Rock crying. With Integra banging on my door. There's nothing to cry about. You can fly him on the next mission, Patricia. This doesn't mean he's cheating on you.
Julius nods, and we weren't even dating at that point.
No, we weren't. But it felt like we were, at least to me.
He chuckles. Honestly, yeah. I totally count the first time we went to Jupiter Falls as our first date, even though our relationship sort of started after that.
Pequod looks at you. You know, besides the ice cream and the memories we made there, I never really liked it there. I mean, it was cool to go there, get off the planet, get away from the... She salutes, the duty and stuff like that, but... When we watched movies, I preferred to go to my dad's place.
He nods. Honestly, I think we only found Jupiter Falls so cool because, well, we were at Raven Rock for a lot of the time, and even when we weren't at Raven Rock, we were at the bunker, and, you know, only seen two places for weeks and weeks on end. You suddenly see this brand new shiny place that's only available to officers. And it's bound to make you a bit starstruck.
I see. When you saw the apartment the first time, what did you think?
It's been a while. He thinks for a second. Holy shit, this is big?
Beats the bunker at Raven, or the barracks at Raven Rock. Pequod, that's what I thought when I first got sent up there.
Julius nods. Yeah, I could definitely see it. It definitely beat out the barracks.
Pequod, but we did have fun in those barracks, long before you two were a thing. She points at Hunk.
Yeah, remember. First. Number one.
Pequod, let me give you some advice. She looks over at Hunk and Davine. I never ignored my feelings for Julius. I didn't try to hide them or pretend they didn't exist, unlike the two of you. Hunk glares at Pequod.
Davine raises her eyebrow. And to my knowledge, Julius wasn't a married man. So you had to hide them. It would
Pequod,
have...
fair point.
Do you realize how awkward it would have been if I just up and jumped into his arms and started kissing him? She looks back at Hunk, which, trust me, at times I wanted to do.
Hunk, oh god, I felt so ashamed of myself when I saw you for the first time and there I was with my beer belly. I didn't even know you. I just felt ashamed.
Davine chuckles.
The first thing I thought of was like, oh my god, my beer belly is almost touching this woman's pelvis. I see, it wasn't that big. It felt big.
Davine shrugs. I'll never forget having dinner with General Rico and you reaching for seconds and me having to slap your hand away each time.
Hunk, yeah, the tables have turned. Now I'm making sure you eat second.
Davine chuckles, and I'm glad you are.
Pequod, well, married man notwithstanding. Me and Julius hit it off right from the get-go. Strokes Julius's cheek.
Julius nods. Yep, yes we did.
Huck, there is some subconscious stuff going on there. Found myself standing in front of Davine, pulling her away from things.
Davy nods, and on my part too. Remember when I had to get my marriage with Malcolm annulled, and I specifically asked for you?
Huck, yeah, I asked if you would marry me. If things were different.
And I said yes. And trust me, that is very true. That actually got me quite excited when you said that. I had to temper my resolve. If you noticed, I stopped for quite a few seconds and didn't say anything. I didn't look at you.
Soletta's head's just bouncing between the two parties. Pequod, our love story, twisting Julius's collar on his shirt is better.
Oh yes, I'm sure it is.
Hunk, do they write Pequod Julius fanfic? Or Mark and Davine fanfic?
You know for a fact the only reason they write Mark and Davine fanfic is because you're the parents, and that's something she always wanted.
I see. That's a fair point. Looking at Hunk. And Hunk still, notwithstanding. There's fanfic about us, not you two.
He grits his teeth. Huh. He leans back. Our love story's totally better than yours.
Soletta watching, just the head bouncing back and forth. Hunk, I don't know, pulls Davine closer. I think ours is better.
I think you're wrong. And he pulls Pequod in closer.
Soletta, really? Just looking at both parties?
Yes, Letty, really.
She groans, looking right at Davine. I suppose theirs is far more interesting, just given the events that played out and the fight that ensued at my home, and yes.
Julius grits his teeth. Well, you know what? At least neither of us have ever given their loved one a concussion by shaking them so hard that their brains scrambled.
Soletta, the concussion isn't confirmed.
So, I'm not sure about that. He looked pretty wobbly walking away. I think if I asked his name, he wouldn't have even been able to tell me.
Soletta blinks at Davine. I'm on your side in this.
What, do you think I'm going to give up a chance to make fun of you?
Ha ha ha.
Julius shrugs, and Davine chuckles at Soletta.
Soletta, then just the ensuing weekends. The purple scarf. The coming to rainfall weekend. The lovey-dovey talk on the couch that led to us spying on them at the lighthouse. I see, very fun.
It was a fun time. You know, if we really fix up that treehouse thing you guys set up, that might be a good treehouse for the kids.
I see, can be done. Scar's good with a hammer and nails.
Daving nods. Can you imagine all of them out there? She points to all the kids, climbing up and down the treehouse, just hanging out their own little place.
Pequod, we could get them one for Rainfall Lane too. I plan to have some type of trees planted. Banksy, yeah, but the tree can't grow past the wall. Sorry. Pequod looks at him. It's okay. What if it gets... Trees grow big, kid. He looks at her, tilts his head. What if it gets really big? Then we'll just raise the wall. And he goes back to looking at the blueprint.
Julius nods. Good thing, and we'll just raise the wall.
Pequod, is Rainfall Lane going to be more protected than Gateway Station?
I think Gateway Station, the ODM Academy, the Marauder Academy, all of them combined, I think it's going to be more protected.
Well, it makes me feel safe.
Julius nods. Yeah,
How's he gonna get the money for this stuff, though, Julius? Looking at you.
Well, he thinks I'm willing to pitch in quite a bit, and I'm sure he leans in. Icywood is willing to steal most of the materials he needs.
Siletta hearing you whispering, "Where do you plan to get the funds, Spartan?" General Rico's already approved them.
He leans back. Nothing?
Pequod, Dad already approved. You walked up to my dad and talked to him yourself? Yep. He just goes back to reading the script.
Julius nods. Good man.
Siletta shrugs and smiles.
Davine chuckles, shakes her head. Very good, Banksy. I am proud of you.
He looks over at Davy, he'll lift the helmet to smile at her, and Suletta, looks at Davy and gestures with her eyes to the door, pulls out a cigarette. Never seen her with one before.
She tilts her head. Sure.
Hunk, you smoke? Suletta, every so often. Walks outside. Hunk, well, go ahead.
She'll stand and follow her out there.
She's gonna walk far away, this way. I don't smoke. She just throws it into the or into the snow. Just needing an excuse to get out of there.
She nods. Is there something you wanted to talk about?
Yes, I'll need your help with something. Didn't want to mention it in front of Nicole, her birthday present.
Ah, I see. What do you need help with?
We need to get past the guard that guard the Arcane Council vault. Get into the vault, get what I need, and leave. We're beautiful women. They're men. Some married, some not. Doesn't matter. Either way. There is a place called the Time Tombs. For your gift with Nicole, I'd like to take you both there. You have to be willing to go. I think it would be a good experience for both of you, but you will get to see... You'll get to see your future. Assuming we stay the course and win.
She thinks for a second. So all we have to do is break into the Arcane Council vault?
Yes. Get the keys to access the Time Tombs and a crystal required to charge them and ignite them. You'll get to see, most likely, her. Since you'll be there, you'll only see your futures, not other people's. But it should be for you two. And I have to be there because I am the one that will carry the spell.
She nods. Well, that seems easy enough. I will definitely help you with that.
I think it's a good gift. At least that's what I'm planning.
She pats Suletta's hand. I think it's a wonderful gift, Letty.
Beats painting.
Okay. It's not really a lesson in painting. It's a mother-daughter time. Just the two of us.
Darling, you stroke the canvas like this. She's...
Oh, that is not how I sound. Do you want me to start impersonating Tal? Always
She glares at Davey.
Oh, what? You don't like it, mate? You don't like it?
Well, if you insult Ash in that voice, then fine.
Honestly, I'll insult Ash in any voice you want me to.
Stiletta smiles for a second. You can't tell anybody about what you see there, okay? So, whatever we see there, your future, her future, can't tell anybody.
She nods. I don't think that'll be an issue.
And we can't go around talking about it. The Time Tombs are off limits. So...
I mean, yeah, I wasn't really planning on going around talking about it, especially since we have to commit to my knowledge, a pretty big crime.
Yeah, I
do so.
considered having Nicole just get it out of the vaults, but I think that would give up the goose.
She nods. Smart cookie, that one.
Should be interesting.
Yes, it will. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. A classic rainfall sister excursion.
Yes, only we will not be lifting our shirt up this time.
Okay, it was the only way I could think of doing it. Alright?
She starts snickering. You going to do that while teaching daughter how to paint? And then you do this, daughter.
Uh-huh.
If you're
Yeah.
ever in a scenario where words won't work, just show your breasts.
She looks at Suletta, picks up some snow that was on the ground, balls it up and throws it into her face.
Oh! She grabs her face. Brat.
Bitch.
She sneers at Davy. Honestly, I'm just kidding. She grabs Davine's shoulder. You did turn out to be a wonderful mother.
Davine shrugs, puts her arm around Soletta's shoulder, and so did you, darling.
I say it time and time again about spellcasters. Need a good family. She never had one. You're very good to her. All of them, but yes.
She nods. And you're very good to us. She looks Soletta in the eye. And I hope we are as good to you as a fraction as good as you are to us.
Oh, trust me, I haven't been this happy in years. Do you mind if I ask you something?
Anything.
On Gallia. Back on that archaic planet. It was only Cyrus?
That's a bit of a complicated question. If you think of it in terms of actual, she puts her hands out and, chops at the air on each word, courting, marriage, childbirth, everything like that, then yes, it was only Cyrus. The man who was the head of the cult, his name was Orion, I suppose there's really no good way to put it. The mothers were there for multiple reasons. Let's put it that way.
I understand. They just look so similar. She wags her finger, between Julius and Icy. The first time I ever saw them together, long before you were in the picture. Until my sister told me who was who, and there was no relation, I was just... Ugh.
It is strange, isn't it? She looks back.
Julius was too young, and so was Patricia, but I would have figured it was their child, but they would have had it at an unhappy... Yes, it's just so strange. Lorelei was the one that pointed it out to me first, years ago. She just keeps wagging her finger. It's odd.
Davine starts to laugh. Perhaps it was destiny then, that those two found each other.
For the best, yes.
She nods. Then looks over at the kids.
Having a good time. Making snowmen. Suletta watching them. Alright, let's go back in the house and show up Pequod and Julius. Plop on the lap, the song and dance.
Davine chuckles, and before they go in, Davine stops her. Banksy mentioned it in passing. Those two looking like a couple. What if they were to grow up and they were a couple?
Suletta looks over at them, tilts her head. Well, she's far older than him. I wouldn't see her... the age difference isn't too dissimilar from Pequod and Julius, actually. I think 1 year.
Davine nods.
I would
Yes.
be thrilled.
Well, a silly hypothetical, that is. They do make a cute little couple right now, don't they, as little kids?
No, they definitely do. She's gonna guide Davine over this direction. They most definitely do. And plus, You'll see. You don't have to worry about Nicole anymore. She's old. She has Banksy. But if you and Hunk have a daughter, you worry about that type of stuff. I'm sure you worried about that type of stuff with Julius, but with a daughter, it's much different.
She inhales. Yes. I do. I probably will worry about that kind of thing. Especially if, oh God, what if my daughter's like me?
So that, and why would that be a bad thing? Honestly.
You mean me secluding myself in the gym for months on end? The only real interactions I had were she gestures into the house with Hunk and at times my son and his wife.
Still let up. It all ended up working out, didn't it?
I suppose it did, but
If she's a bit aloof, she'll learn her lesson and come out of it for the better. Just like Mom.
she nods.
She'll probably
Hopefully
look just like you. Elvin genes dominant.
She smiles. Hopefully she will come out for the better for it. It's something I wouldn't give away for the world. And she'll hold Soletta's hand, guide her inside, and then sit down on Hunk's lap.
Pequod watches her sit down. Hunk pulls her in. Have fun.
Yes. It looked like a delicious cigarette, didn't it?
Hunk, under his breath. Icy, alright, can we start the show? Can you put the blueprints away? Banksy, later. And keeps reading. Hunk takes them away. Just watch the show and relax. We have time.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, just relax, man. God, don't I sound like a hypocrite as he picks up the remote and turns the show on.
As the show starts to play, Icy's gonna let the tortoise go over to Suletta, and Suletta opens her mouth and squirts a bunch of water into it right in front of you. Want some? Looking at Julia.
You know what, sure.
Hug. Is this gonna be a family pastime?
Drinking from the water towards his mouth? Yeah, I think so. He'll open up his mouth.
He'll give you a little bit. Icy, it is the most refreshing. Coming straight from basically the source. Pequod will, what the hell? Look, we did it first. Opens her mouth, looking at Davy.
Damien looks at her. And we'll do it better. She even leans back a bit and opens her mouth.
Oh, it comes right to Davine. It knows Davine's mom to Icy, so right into Davine's mouth.
She smacks her lips. See? Did it better.
Hunk opens his mouth. I never thought I'd be doing this with this thing when we got the whatever. Takes the water. Not bad. I'll hold him for a while. Hunk will, or Davine will hold him. Hold him, honey.
Damien will hold him, like she's holding a little baby.
You see, we got the turtle. You don't. Looks at me.
Yeah. I mean, if you want
to whistle sharply, go ahead as Honey comes over, gets on her lap.
If you want the turtle to be held by someone a bit subpar at turtle holding, then yeah, sure, fine. As he starts petting Honey's head.
Pequod, we have the dog that looks like he got jail raped. The show will start playing. Cheek, cut the.